Okay. Okay, everyone, it seems like we're all set to go. So a huge, big welcome. The council meeting is now open. And I would just like to invite Mayor Glenn Lewis to come forward as well today. Welcome. I am going to start this meeting as we do with the karakia. Tue ki runga, tue ki raro, tue ki waho, tue ki roto, tue ki te here tangara, ka rongo te pō, ka rongo te ao, umie, huie, taipie. Thanks everybody. So yeah, it's absolutely awesome to be here today in the Queenstown Lakes district here in Queenstown. As you know, we regularly schedule our meetings around the region so that we're present right throughout Otago. And it's really important that we do that. It's great today to have people in the gallery as well as some public forum speakers and some presentations as well. So a really packed agenda, but just as part of the welcome, I thought it would be really special if we could have the Mayor of Queenstown Lakes District come along today and help to welcome us all. So welcome, Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors, for making the trip over to Queenstown. As you can see, the sun always shines in Queenstown Lakes District, even though we had some welcome rain yesterday. Look, thank you all for coming and putting local democracy into where the locals are. It is very important to be seen in and around the far reaches of your region. Two things I'd just like to touch on during my welcome to you is obviously this district is facing incredible growth pressures, and due to that, your role in helping us deal with those growth pressures is providing a public transport system, a well-functioning public transport system within the whole district, not just in Queenstown. We would have just seen our quality of life survey. It's just indicated to us only 14% of local residents find the public transport system satisfactory in meeting their needs. So there is a fair bit of work to be done there. And it's with disappointment I see that the business case for Wanaka is not going to occur or is proposed not to occur in the annual plan. Look, we can blame the government all we like, but this one is on you. Please put an option to Wanaka whether they want to pay for one or not. They were pretty forceful in telling us, telling ORC last year that Queenstown should pay for their public transport. Well, I think it's pretty appropriate to ask Wanaka if they would like to pay for theirs as well. The other one, I just want to touch on regional deals, and I appreciate the unanimous support we got from the councillors when we voted to put that forward to the government. This is a very real critical nature to us to actually break the system that we're currently strained under to meet the needs of growth. If you see our forward projections for Queenstown, Wanaka and Cromwell, somewhere between 2032 and 2040, those three towns will have a greater population than the Dunedin city. And it's only in 15 years. So we've really got to have our combined minds and put a strategic action and put some strategic actions in place. From my observations, look, the OACs is probably a little bit too lean into operational matters and probably more of an operational organisation. I do think we need to step up on the strategic actions that are required in Inland Otago. 80% of the Dunstan constituency sit in those three towns. So this area is going to grow immensely. We've grown very fast in the last 25 years. 50% of the GDP growth in Otago has occurred in those three towns. $6.6 billion worth of GDP in those three towns, 4.9 out of Queenstown and Wanaka alone. We have an opportunity before us to grow that to 15 billion in the next 10 years. So there's the opportunity if we all work together and actually find a way to break those bureaucratic systems that have been forced upon us by local government. by central government. But I'll leave you to your deliberations. You've got a fair bit on today, and you've got some eager people behind me that want to speak to you. So welcome, enjoy the day, and hopefully you get to go out and enjoy Queenstown later on this afternoon. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a big thank you as well to Queenstown Lakes District Council, as we have been working closely together on public transport through our joint group, and also through regional deals. And these obviously they affect the biggest issues, I suppose, facing the district, and also the Central Otago district as well, and also as a region as well. This area and the growth is important for all of Otago. So it won't be without challenges, but working together collaboratively as partners and discussing those challenges and being strategic together is really important. So just want to add weight to your words that it is really crucial that we are working together. And thank you for all the work that Queenstown Lakes District Council, has put into the thinking around that. And just ongoing relationship with you, really appreciate it. So thanks for taking time out of your day today.
Thank you, Ken.
Thank you.
Thank you, councillors.
Okay, so just moving on through the agenda then, we have no apologies today that I'm aware of. We have a couple of our councillors who are here online. We have Councillor Michael Laws and Councillor Elliot Weir as well. Understand we're both there. Yep, great. We are now moving to public forum. The first public forum speaker will be Pierre Marasti, and then we have the Protect Our Winters delegation, and then Mr. Belk from Gibston Valley. Now, we had an application from Protect Our Winters to allow 10 minutes to speak. They asked for that a long time in advance. That will not breach our allocation for public forum overall time. Does anybody care to move to accept that? Councillor Forbes, seconded Councillor Malcolm, all in favour? Aye, against, carried. Thank you. Right, so Pierre, you're here, ready to go. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou katoa. We want to start by thanking you for embracing the vision of a fully electrified region in your application for the regional deal. 73% of global emissions are caused by the burning of fossil fuels. And the fact is that in most cases, they are not needed anymore if we embrace renewable electricity instead. Electrification is the cornerstone of real climate action. So thank you. Now, unfortunately, it is becoming increasingly more urgent to make these changes materialize. And I'm personally relieved that the younger members in the audience today just took a break, because what's coming is pretty heavy. 2024 was the warmest year on record. Then January was the warmest January on record, when we're in a La Nina cycle and temperatures are supposed to cool down. The consequences are obvious. We have all seen ex-cyclone Alfred flooding Australia last week, and of course the Los Angeles fires that destroyed entire communities and cost $250 billion. But this is still nothing. A recently released risk assessment report from the British Association of Actuaries shows how underestimated climate risks have been so far. As risk assessment professionals, they estimate that without immediate and meaningful action, we are likely to pass 2 degrees of warming by 2050, which would cause a 25% drop in global GDP and 2 billion deaths. And this isn't a statement from a tree hugger, but from professionals trusted by insurers to run the business. Another interesting report has just been released by the World Economic Forum. It is a risk perception report. Insights on the evolving global risks landscape have been collected from thousands of experts and leaders around the world. The results are telling. If today the main concerns are in order, armed conflicts, extreme weather events, geo-economic confrontation, and misinformation, in 10 years only, the top 4 concerns are all environmental. Extreme weather events, biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse, critical changes to Earth systems, and natural resources shortage. Anyone in a position of power across the world knows what is coming, and yet nothing meaningful is happening. The problem is that these people who are well aware of our environmental situation think that by just tweaking the system a bit, they'll get others to fix the problem for them. This is not how it works. We all need to stop burning stuff, and we all need to change some of our life choices, or nothing will happen. Now, this report also highlights some solutions. One of them being to urgently reduce the amount of black carbon or soot we generate. On top of being highly toxic and the cause of many diseases, it is an incredibly potent greenhouse gas. Addressing black carbon emissions has the potential to slow the rate of warming of the climate by up to 50%. A recent report from the ORC shows an increase in winter air quality exceedances, which means that our levels of soot are on the rise. We all know that the main cause is all the wood we burn in winter. The ORC has a mandate to keep our air clean and powers to do so. It is time for us to clean up the air we breathe. The ORC slogan, "Burn dry, breathe easy," is scandalously inadequate. We need to fully stop burning stuff. We do not live in the dark ages anymore. It is time to stop giving children asthma and cancer to your neighbors. It is time to stop frying the planet. A practical path to cleaning our air is to generalize the Air Zone 1 regulations to the whole region and to tighten the criteria to ban the installation of new burning appliances while incentivizing the replacement of older ones. On the positive side, this is exactly what electrification enables. Electrification enables us to go on with our lives and to stay warm in winter for cheaper and without creating toxic air pollution and soot. Like these global leaders consulted by the World Economic Forum, we all know what needs to be done and we have all the solutions. The only question is, will we make it happen? We hope you will. Thank you.
Thank you, Pierre. Are there any questions today or clarification? No, a clear submission today to public forum. Thank you very much, Pierre. Now we have Protect Our Winters, and I believe that they are online. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, present.
So we can hear you, and you're welcome to get underway whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. Thanks so much. So just for those of you who maybe have not heard of our organisation, Protect Our Winters connects the outdoor community to take climate action. And we're people who are outside all the time, and we see the impacts of climate change. We see the glaciers shrinking, we see the snow lines rising, and the last few days Mount Iron's been closed because of fire damage or fire risk. So we really want to take climate action, and the number one source of greenhouse gas emissions in our region, in the Queenstown Lakes area, is from transport. And so the way that we can reduce those emissions is by offering more transport choices for everyone. And that means a public transport connection between Wanaka and Queenstown. So I've got a little presentation just to share. I don't know, do I have screen sharing privileges at the moment? Or do those settings maybe need to be changed?
Should be fine. Give it a go. Yep. It's working. I think. Oh no, maybe not.
Yeah,
Can you see my screen now?
it's coming. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just sorting that. Yep.
Okay, cool. I've just got to move this out of the way and then present it. Okay, So Protector Winters has been advocating for public transport connecting Wanaka and Queenstown, and our number one request is for an electric bus connection. And that was one good thing that in reading the regional transport plan is that there's a goal for 100% electric buses by 2029. So that's really great. That's a step in the right direction. Another thing of note in the regional public transport plan was that there's an aspiration for connector services in Wanaka. Although yesterday then it was announced that the proposed business case is no longer being considered, I guess might be the wording. So here to just ask everyone to reconsider that. There is a Wanaka Queenstown bus listed in the plan as a secondary service that operates 4 times a day. So yes, technically there is a bus connection, but it's not public transport. It costs $40 one way to take the Ritchie's bus from Queenstown to Wanaka, and it costs $15 extra if you want to take skis or bikes. So it's not even close to being competitive in cost. A few other notes on here. The on page 62, it says that in the next 10 years, the Wanaka Queenstown connection isn't even, there's like all the different colors and some are gray and some are red. The Wanaka Queenstown connection isn't even in red. So it's on the list for 10 to 30 years away. So that just, we're here to ask again for that to be brought forwards. It's really great to see there's an increased patronage and an increased demand for public transport, and really it's fair to offer public transport to everyone in the region. And on page 41, you've written how the OIC has an equity approach and that residents across Otago can safely access multiple transport options. And so we want that to be available for people in Wanaka too. Can everyone see the screen here okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we have an open letter, which we can share the full letter with the whole of the council after this meeting. We had 470 individuals sign supporting an electric bus connection between Wanaka and Queenstown, more than 25 local businesses and organisations, and the spread of participants was equal between both sides of the Crown Range, but we also had a lot of visitors and quite a few people from Dunedin actually signing it as well. So there's widespread support across the region and amongst tourists as well. The biggest source of transport emissions, greenhouse gas emissions, comes from transport. So we need to address this and improve the public transport in the area so that there's choices, and the only choice to get around isn't with a fossil fueled vehicle. And we need, as Glenn Lewis said before, like, yes, central government, we need them to support, but we need local government to be advocating for this as well. And we also want to see active transport networks connecting with public transport networks. These are just some, not all, of the local businesses and organisations that supported this open letter. And here's a few quotes from local businesses, both really different businesses, really clearly in support of this. So we also did a survey where we asked people to let people know. First question was, would you like to see a public transport connection? And everyone said yes. No one said no. So first of all, I think that's a clear point. It was a little more Wanaka heavy, a few more people on that side of the Crown Range asking for the connection in this survey, because there's no other choices. Queenstown, at least, there's some public transport. A few other people, so if there were to be a bus, people said that weekends would actually be the most likely day that they would travel. So if there is to be a connection implemented, it's really important that includes that it's a 7-day-a-week service. And then most people responded saying they would travel 0 to 5 times a month between the two cities. Almost everyone, well, the most common price that people were willing to pay was $5 to $10, which it's also just pretty clear there too. No one suggested more than $15 and no one suggested $2. So there's a pretty nice price range that you could use to determine a fare for the bus. When we ask people what are their requirements, so should there be a bus connecting Wanaka and Queenstown, what do you need to have on that bus? A lot of people said an electric bus. The ability to take skis and bikes was really important. It needs to connect with other local services. It was mentioned several times that people would also then want to take a bus from Wanaka to Hawea. And very often mentioned that there needs to be an early morning and a late evening service, with many people saying that the first bus needed to arrive in Queenstown with plenty of time to connect to the first flight. And then when we just ask people why is this public transport connection important, common themes were that people wanted to reduce both emissions, but also reduce the need for driving, reduce congestion, provide a choice so that people don't have to drive. They'll save money because driving is expensive. And then the access and mobility, a lot of people, actually quite a few people mentioned that they don't have a car, or they'd like to be able to not to have a car, or they'd like to live in a house with only one car and not have to have every resident in the house have to have a vehicle. That to make getting around accessible for everyone, there should be a public transport service. Other people said comments like, well, I'd love to go biking in Queenstown for the day, but it's not really worth me driving over by myself. It costs too much. Other people said that if they could take a bus, they'd be able to send emails on the bus or take a nap, and their productivity would improve. Many people find the Crown Range a challenging road to drive, especially at night or in winter, and it'd be really great to provide a safe alternative for visitors as well. A lot of visitors don't want to drive over the Crown Range, but that's often seen as the only choice. And then it would mean people could go to concerts in Queenstown or whatever and be able to come back easily. And just heaps of people commenting that everywhere else they go to other ski towns around the world, there's public transport, and here you have to drive. Most people said that the bus would have to be cheaper than driving. And actually on the on the regional transport plan on page 132, there was a note about how the private share for taking the bus was $1.45, and for driving it's $1.25. So if people can see that math and just clearly know that it's going to be cheaper to drive, they'll probably do that. The bus really needs to be very clearly the most affordable option. And then
End of the time.
there's time. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'll just maybe go through to this last page then. Sorry, I haven't been taking care of looking at the time, but here's just some good quotes that people wrote in the survey. And I feel like a lot of them are really relevant. I especially like this top one that says, I'm a ratepayer and would be more than happy for my rates to contribute to public transport. So, yeah, thank you for your time. Sorry, I went a little.
Oh, no, that's no trouble at all. You put a lot of work into that, and we have got
I'll
those
share the whole
slides.
survey.
Yeah,
I'll
that'd be
share the
great.
presentation with
Thank
everyone.
you. And I'll just check if we've got any questions for you as well. Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, look, thanks for doing the work and behind the scenes, but I'm just interested in your comments, and you've come up with this $5 to $10 price setting for a fare that seems to be the most popular. But when Richie's have said that, you said it's not competitive in cost with their $40 one way, they said it wasn't competitive in cost. It actually might be the real cost. So I wonder what work you've done and behind the scenes as to what a rate increase would be acceptable to the people of Wanaka and Queenstown to make this service applicable, and that government has indicated they don't want to fund at this stage new services. So would be any shortfall, and just if you look at your numbers of that 180 saying that they wanted to, they would only use the service 1 to 5 times per month. And if we run a daily, two trips a day, it's a lot of empty seats and a lot of costs that we would have to put onto the ratepayer. So how have you done an indication?
Yeah, like some people indicated in the survey that they were ratepayers, but some people were visitors. We didn't ask people, are you a ratepayer in the Otago Regional Council? So can't really say how many people specifically are ratepayers, but public transport should also be affordable. Not everyone owns a home. Most people have to rent, so public transport should be accessible to those who live in the region, whether or not they're homeowners or ratepayers. And yeah, sorry, I don't have a number for how much people would be happy for their rates to increase. Can't provide that specific detail.
I agree 100% about the accessibility. I've just got to somehow work the budget around to make sure if government's not going to fund it, where all taxpayers should be funding it. It's just a very difficult spot for us to be.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And just a note as well that we have got the regional public transport plan on our agenda today as well. And if passed, we will be consulting on that really soon too. So that's something really relevant to your work. Great. Okay, we've come to the end of questions, and just a huge thanks for appearing in public forum and speaking on something relevant to the area that we are in today as well is always really valuable. So thanks for taking time out of your day to do that.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks a lot. Mr. Belk.
Thank you.
Welcome. Just make yourself at home there, and yeah, 5 minutes to present. Thank you.
I'll try to keep this under 5 minutes. It might be 5 minutes and 10 seconds. My name is Q Bell. I have been a resident, landowner, and ratepayer for Gibston Valley for 29 years, which makes me, in spite of my accent, one of the longest lived residents of Gibston. I've been secretary and interim chair of the Gibston Community Association for 7 years and founder of the Friends of Gibston Character Zone. First, let me sincerely say that I am deeply grateful to the ORC for allowing me to speak about the Gibston Fast Track proposal for 900 homes. As you may know, any comment for the last 3 months has not been allowed. This is the first time in 3 months that I've been allowed to speak about the Fast Track proposal in this room. I'm here to ask the ORC to oppose the Fast Track proposal to build 900 houses, a school, and amenities at Gibston Valley Resort. This proposal and its fast tracking were almost as much of a surprise to the local authorities as it was to us, the residents of Gibston. I value Gibston for its vineyards, scenery, global dark sky park status, and open space. It is a jewel of the Lakes region. For 3 decades, my wife and I have tried to maintain and enhance Gibston's open space, and we've used our limited funds to support that. We're sort of out of pennies. We bought the mining tailings from Naitahu along the Kauai route to stop a subdivision. We bought Waitiri Creek Winery to stop a notorious and bankrupt local developer from subdividing the cricket pitch and vineyard, and we bought a further 5 hectares to stop another developer. You know these people. All the land has been put into regen pasture for carbon capture. We're not land banking for future subdivision. It's open to locals for biking and walking and riding horses. We farm sheep and beef. We maintain the vineyard, the church, and the cricket pitch for junior cricket because it adds to Gibston, not because it makes money. It does not. I believe in the benefits of open space for well-being. Housing tracts and strip malls, such as where I grew up in the United States, are soul destroying. We formed the Friends of Gibston Character Zone in 2018 to forestall developer Graham Wilkinson from subdividing the vineyard that he had abandoned over the previous decade into multiple housing lots. So far, we have succeeded with the help of Sir Murray Brennan, who is a resident. The Gibston Character Zone is a 1988 QLDC policy statement contained in 23 pages, and we supported the QLDC as S274s. I implore you, the ORC, to oppose this fast track that will be a catastrophe for Gibston, the Lakes region, and New Zealand. Okay, enough of my grainy, beautiful landscape stuff. Now I'm going to speak to you about a poor business plan, failed business plan that ratepayers are being asked to bail out through the fast track process. The original plan for 270 high-end homes with a golf course was conceived when Las Vegas casino mogul Phil Griffith bought out his Gibston Valley Wine partners at the height of the GFC. There was a quick, relatively quiet, and very beneficial rezoning to get around individual consenting in the RMA.
Mr.
It was
Bell,
reason-
I'm sorry, I'll just note that we try not to mention individuals or.
So then I will
Yeah,
stop doing
thanks.
that. Thank you.
Yeah.
It was rezoned. Almost no lots or homes were sold in the ensuing decade. It was widely publicized that, I can't use names, a well-known cricketer and a well-known former prime minister who was knighted bought sections. It wasn't publicized that they subsequently sold them in 2 years. Draw your own conclusions. Now, according to one of the developers, the other partner, the market has changed. And the reason for the fast track proposal is financial viability. I spent 35 years in markets in 4 countries. I know markets. I know supply and demand. I know liquidity and illiquidity. There was never a market for homes in Gibston. I know about illiquid investments, private equity, venture capital, real estate, hedge funds. I've invested hundreds of millions in all 3 on behalf of 2 endowments. I've advised in my last job many endowments, foundations, family offices, sovereign wealth funds, including multiple times NZ Super on illiquid investments. There is no market. There are no comps. There is no liquidity. There is no infrastructure other than a 2-lane bridge which NZTA is not going to expand. Sewage, draw your own conclusions. 900 houses of sewage will go into the Kawairau. This 900 house development is nothing more than a bailout of a poor business plan. The 2 developers have significant portions invested in in this development and the fast track process to repackage this development into 900 homes. And then what happens to the 2 developers? They will not stay around for a decade to build houses. They will pass the hat, on-sell the package to a private equity firm, KKR, Blackstone, Carlyle, BlackRock, whatever, my old tribe. Or they'll offer out portions of the build to local builders. They want out. They don't want to take their losses. They don't want the banks to foreclose, and they have significant leverage. 75 to 90% reference a conversation that I had with one of the developers. What should the council do? Let them fail. That's capitalism. This was always a bad business plan. Otherwise, ratepayers will inevitably end up paying for it, and we'll have decades of orange cones. We've seen this before. Stupid ideas, they bugger the landscape, council tries to help, developer fails, and we end up with, excuse me, I'm going to use a name, Pendo's hole for 5 years. I urge the council to tell the expert committee that this project should not go forward. We will support you in any way we can, as we did with the QLDC. Gibston was never part of QLDC's long-term plan for housing. Don't throw good money after bad. Don't leave ratepayers and yourselves, your legacy, on the hook for a bad business plan. Again, thank you sincerely very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Are there any questions, points of clarification? Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, look, thanks very much for your presentation. Look, I'm just wondering, and we had the mayor here earlier explaining the numbers around the expansion, the explosion of the population in this region. Where if the 900 homes don't go there, where will they go? Where is the alternative for?
2 answers. First, refer back to the long-term plan. Because of the infrastructure in Gibston and because of its proximity to the Kawairau, it's not a good place to expand. And if you're going to expand up, not out. So the proximity to the Kawairau means that all of the sewage literally has less than 100 meters to go into the Kawairau, and theoretically it's going to be treated. And the person who is in charge of that treatment I spoke to, and his last treatment job was in Manhattan in New York. So I'm not sure that he's fully aware of the treatment options here. So that's one piece. The other piece, two other pieces. First, the school Ministry of Education hasn't even been approached. NZTA has no plans to expand the bridge. So you're going to have a bridge with 900 homes and a 2-lane bridge for people commuting back and forth. Now, that's not to say that there isn't going to be development in Gibston and that there aren't going to be more homes and ideally that there wouldn't be multifamily dwellings. But for right now, what you've got is a bad business plan. And if it goes forward, it will be bad. If it goes halfway, it'll even be worse. So the objection is not to development in Gibston, but to this plan and rushing it through.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very quickly, Councillor Callagher, because we're out of time and we have a presentation. Councillor Callagher's going to very quickly answer the question.
Thank you, Kerry. Good
Yep.
presentation. Very valid point that you're raising. This is on Gibston Valley Station. Is that correct? That's
You know what, I'm gonna have to go back and forth here because it's GVR and GVS, Gibston Valley Station, Gibston Valley Resort.
Right.
They're
But
used
it's in that
interchangeably.
area.
Yeah, and one is a marketing word and the other one is the legal entity.
So there's been a change of land use there basically already as work's advancing. What would you say is the density that should be there? What would you suggest?
The original plan of 270 homes is digestible. Personally, I'd like to see, I think that it should be modest dwellings contained in a multifamily so that we can preserve the open space because the open space is valuable and we don't currently we don't put a monetary value on open space, but eventually we will. So that 270 dwellings has been around since 2010. Now we've quadrupled that. And it's only because of a bad business plan.
Thank you. Thank you very much for appearing in person today and taking time out of your day as well. Okay, I'll just see if we have got our presentation out there, just maybe bring them back in soon because we're nearly ready. Sure, thanks. So just, at this point as well, we need to confirm the agenda and just we note there. Richard, do you wanna?
Thanks, Christian. So just a note to council or to the public, because I emailed councillors yesterday, item 10.6, which is the Waitaki update. I've withdrawn understanding order 9.9, so there's some details in that report that we will just be reviewing and tidying up, and it'll be back on the agenda for our April 9 meeting.
Thank you. As it's under standing orders and delegation of the CE, we don't need to vote on that one. Reminder of declarations of interest at this point is a standing item there, which you're all aware of, and the pecuniary interests register is found on our website. And we are into presentations, which is very exciting today because we have the Enviroschools 2024 work program being presented. And Jo, did you want to introduce everyone to us?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So beside me is Lisa de Klerk. She's our new regional Enviroschools coordinator, and she's been with us for just under a year. And most of you will fondly remember Robin Zink. Well, Lisa has been here since she left. So this is the first time that she's been introduced to the council. The first time she's presented in this forum alongside some of our Enviroschools pupils here who will be presenting also. So just a little bit more about Lisa's background. Her family is from South Africa. She was born in Otago and she grew up in the country, but also has spent most of her time in Dunedin. Spent a stint in India and South Korea teaching English, and is now based in beautiful Waikato. Lisa trained as a secondary school teacher and has worked in that role before she went into the charitable sector, teaching first to primary school students across Otago and Southland at the New Zealand Red Cross. Then she worked to move to the former refugee program, which started in Dunedin in 2016. And then she went to Invercargill to start the program there, and then was in Christchurch, launching the program in Christchurch just as the mosque terrorist attack occurred, and her and her group provided valuable support to the community there at that time. She's also got a passion for sustainability, obviously, that's why she is here, and environmental community projects alongside her professional roles. And she's particularly hot on community recycling. And she started the Tetra Pak Recycling for Dunedin initiative and won the Jan Tucker Award for this at the Keep Dunedin Beautiful Awards in 2022. She's also a black belt in Taekwondo, but she hasn't had to use it yet in our team. So, lay method of joke there. But anyway, so thank you, Lisa. We're really fortunate to have you on board, and you're making a huge impact already in the role. And so I'll pass you to Lisa to introduce the rest of our presenters and present.
Lisa, just as well, if everyone wanted to come up or anything, we can make space as well up here and just use the space however we can too, because it's pretty special to have some guests. Yeah. They can bring their chairs or whatever you'd like to do, make it comfortable up here. Yeah, and Lloyd can move over a wee bit. Thanks. Yeah. What's up? Keep going on. Hi, everyone. Fantastic. It's good to have you up at the table as well. That's really good. So yeah, we'll just get ready and then we'll have some introductions. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, just use the time as you'd like.
Thank you. Kia ora tātou, Felicity Clark, ka koe koe. I just want to give a big thank you to Joe, who has been my manager for the last 11 months. Once I'll be moving over to the partnerships and engagement team, I will miss her advice and support that she has given me. So thank you very much, Joe. Also, thank you very much to you for this opportunity to present on behalf of Enviroschools in Otago. It has been quite an incredible first year for myself, and I have really valued the support from both the staff and councillors here at ORC for Enviroschools, as well as the support from our regional partners and collaborators. Enviroschools is a kaupapa of connection, and we really do that well here in Otago. At the end of my wee presentation, you'll get to hear from a konga from Queenstown Primary School, who will show all of the work that they did last year and are continuing this year as a fantastic example of all the sustainability action that our Enviroschools get up to. I wanted to start with our 2024 annual review summary, which has been sent to you as well. This has a bit of a different format from previous summaries because what I really wanted to showcase was the actual mahi being done by our Enviroschools in their own words, in line with our guiding principles. One of the reasons I chose to do the summary this way is because a frequent question of Enviroschools is what it is that our schools actually do. The schools that make up this annual summary is only a small snippet of what has actually happened in the community. As Councillor Kevin Malcolm knows from his interactions with Papakaya School, Enviroschools actions can take off at the speed of light. So the summary celebrates those whose sustainability actions started off fresh in 2024, as well as those who have been on this journey for a number of years, like Queenstown Primary School. Each school's actions are unique to them and their community, so there is no one way to be an Enviroschool. In September, we welcomed our 101st Enviroschool, a Ramahapa school in the Clutha district. Ramahapa recognised that they have already been on a sustainability journey, so joining Enviroschools was the logical next step. Bit of an error there, 88% of our schools are primary or secondary in Otago. We have 2 regional coordinators, myself and my new staff member in Central, who will be starting next month. We're both part of the new partnerships and engagement team here at ORC, and there are 9 facilitators across the region employed by our regional partners like the Dunedin City Council and through other contracts like Wanaka Waste Busters. Last year, we ran a total of 16 Enviroschools hui, most of them after my start in April. So these hui are aimed at a range of different ages, including teachers, and are designed to upskill, inspire, and motivate action among students so they can take the skills learned back to their own schools. Last year, we had the ages of students ranged from 2 years old all the way up to 18 years old, which really showcases the flexibility and the versatility of the Enviroschools kaupapa. We have amazing collaboration in Otago, both with our regional partners and with community groups. There wasn't a single hui that we held last year that wasn't supported in some way by our connections. A really great example of this is the Clutha Enviroschools primary hui held at Waipahi Wetlands in November. Picture there of a tuna eel being released into the wetlands. That day was only possible due to generous funding from New Zealand Landcare Trust and the support of Otago South River Care, Pamahaka Water Care Group and Bupa New Zealand, as well as landowners Gerald and Anne Beverley. Also in attendance were Enviroschools facilitators from Environment Southland and local Māori historian Ruth Baldwin. Schools across Clutha and as far away as Bluff enjoyed this day, meaning more connections were made between schools who may have otherwise never met each other. I just want to do a quick shout out to a great collaboration between Queenstown Primary School and Otago Regional Council. The students here will tell you more about it momentarily, but Queenstown Primary School created artwork encouraging the community to report pollution, and the comms team worked their magic to create this bus back here in Queenstown. So for this year, we will have a new regional coordinator starting soon, as I said, and a new Dunedin facilitator soon afterwards. So we'll be back to a full team. A full steam ahead with this year's hui, having held 2 hui in Waitaki, a secondary and a teacher hui, 1 secondary hui in Dunedin and a secondary hui in Cromwell just yesterday. Next week, we'll see our first primary hui for the year kick off in Waitahuna, the Clutha Harvest Hui, where we'll help 40 students harvest apples and then make apple crumble. Later this year, Dunedin will be host to Enviroschools facilitators from Southland, Canterbury and the West Coast, which will aim to help keep facilitators connected and supported across the lower South Island. And this year is also the start of the new holistic reflection process for Enviroschools across the country. You may remember Enviroschools was previously talking about reflecting at bronze, silver and green gold. That stage-based process has been phased out, and we're now encouraging schools to reflect in ways that are more authentic to them. All this means is that schools may reflect on their sustainability journey in ways they couldn't before, which will hopefully lead to more reflections that are more locally specific to what schools actually do. We're hoping to hold a youth jam in 2026. So this is a future aspiration for us. So this will be bringing young people all over the South Island to a hui, inspiring their sustainability efforts. We'd also like to see an increase in early childhood across the region, as we have a relatively low number of ECE involved in Enviroschools compared to other regions. Just thought I'd share a quick wee snapshot of 3 of our most recent hui, excluding Cromwell, the one yesterday. We do have a very active Facebook and Instagram if you're ever interested in seeing more of what we do, and all of our schools do share their Enviroschools actions as well. This is our current team with our 2 new people joining, and this includes Nikki, who is here, the Queenstown facilitator, who is here with us for the Queenstown Primary School. And so with that, I would like to hand you over to the students at Queenstown Primary School.
Hey, I'm Susan McIntyre. I'm the Enviros teacher at Queenstown Primary. I've been doing that for about 7 years. And I just want to really thank you for supporting Enviroschools in the past and advocating to support them in the future. The program that we facilitated by the leaders, facilitators, is incredible. We interweave Enviro themes in all our learning, and we've got a great Enviro club at school, and many many of our projects go a long way with the support of the facilitators. The HOIs are just invaluable for me as a teacher. We have them regularly, and it's that networking, the expertise, so they provide great guest speakers, and really we share each other's problems and highlight things and solve things. It's invaluable. And also when the children are involved, they get to see that it's not only working in our schools environment programs, but that other schools are doing it and what their highlights are. It's so beneficial. Anyway, we've got some posters that the children will talk to, and I'll just say these children are speaking from the heart. They just had a wee meeting yesterday at playtime and volunteered very kindly to speak because we're very passionate and keen about the whole program. So this is Penny, so I'll let you introduce what she's speaking about.
My name is Penny Smith. I'm a year 7 environment student at Gibston Primary School, and we'd like to thank you all yet again for funding and the environment program, which has helped us achieve great levels in our struggle to help the environment. Such programs that you have helped fund is the Garden to Table program, where year 6 and 5 classes take turns every Thursday to cook and garden in our school vegetable patches. It gives us great learning achievement, which we take home to use in our own households. Everyone really enjoys it, and after we finish cooking, we eat the food in a friendly classroom environment where we learn what the other side of the class has been doing during the time that we spent doing either cooking or gardening. It is an invaluable learning opportunity that we greatly appreciate, and everyone deserves a chance to do so. Each pupil who passes through our school leaves with valuable knowledge gained in this area, which we really thank you for helping achieve. Another thing is our school nursery, where we grow the trees that we plant for them later in the year or in the next few years. We've also got different activities where different classes help take care of the trees, nurturing them as they grow. There are only native trees to help to bring back our native forests that once covered the whole of New Zealand. This is really an invaluable learning opportunity. We thank you greatly for doing everything that you do to help us continue doing so. Our environment program is woven deeply through our school, and truly will not be QPS as we know it without it. It is truly spectacular how everything is set out and how it is accomplished. Every student from new entrants to year 8, it gains valuable learning opportunities every year that help the environment, such as water testing, as well as other things. We really deeply thank you for continuing to support this endeavour, and we believe it really is the best course of action is educating us now so we can help in the future.
Well done.
Hello, I'm Sawyer from QPS in Enviroschools. I'd like to start with how our Enviroschools has spread far and wide through the community. I myself have witnessed so many planet-friendly things happen around Queenstown, things our school has encouraged. First, we have recycling. We have whole classes where we learn to recycle and reuse paper and we have goose boxes in all of our class where we put unused paper in a box and we learn about how it can help our environment by recycling. Our school has earned 24 trees worth of recycling. We also have Dude's Day, where on Father's Days, the juniors bring their dads in to school and they spend the whole day setting up wasp traps and bird feeders. And they go check the witter houses to see if there's anything living. Last, we have the hui. One of the highlights of Enviroschool is the hui. We all get together with other schools and talk about Enviro projects we do together. I myself have done water testing with the clearance tube, and it's really fun. We also do planting, which helps us, as you can see in the top picture. Thank you.
Aha.
Kia ora, I'm Jasmine, I'm head girl at QPS. At QPS, we do our best to keep our lunches sustainable. We found that an effective way to encourage people to think about this is by holding a Class B class competition to see who has the most sustainable and waste-free lunches. Another huge way we try to conserve our environment is by planting trees. Last year in Morningstar Reserve, we planted 750 trees. And there's a few pictures on this slide. Yeah. This year, we may even reach a total of 1,500 trees over 2 years. At QPS, we really love the Enviroschools program and value your support.
Well done. That was amazing. Can I just say how really proud we are of you for coming along and doing that? That's amazing. We around here, it can be a bit scary coming to the council chamber sometimes and doing this, so that's really brave. I know you've probably got more to say, but just as you've just spoken, we're elected from our communities as leaders that represent our communities, and sometimes we come along and need to speak from our hearts as well, and that's what you've done today. And who knows, maybe one day you'll be elected by your community to be in the places where we are. But it's fantastic that you've come along and shared all the great work that you're doing in this area. Awesome, there were so many projects there, so you've been working really hard, and that is awesome to see you here today, so thanks for coming. Is there more that you wanted to share with us?
No, but I'm here to answer any questions.
Brilliant. Have we got any questions? Yep, Councillor Noon, then Wilson.
And once again, thanks from the children from Queenstown Primary School, and it's fantastic. You're here to thank us, but we actually should be thanking you with all that great work you're doing for the environment. A question for Lisa. You talk about the increase in the number of Enviroschools in early childhood centres. And you've also mentioned about the second coordinator. So does that allow the capacity to be able to deliver that increase in ensuring that the early childhood centres are brought on board, or more of them are brought on board? So capability and capacity, does that sort of meet the need now with the two coordinators?
Unfortunately not. The way that early childhood works with Enviroschools is that it's usually an agreement between Toimata Foundation, which is the national Enviroschools, and the kindergarten associations themselves. So we have a ECE facilitator in Clutha. She works for Whanau Manaki, which is a collection of early childhood in the Clutha district. And that agreement is specifically between that early childhood association and Toimata Foundation. So it's not something that will increase from our new facilitators, but it is something that Toimata Foundation is looking at, I guess, with the kindergarten associations themselves.
So can I just follow that up, Madam Chair? So it's more the facilitator role that will help to deliver the increased capacity of reaching out to more childhood centres.
That's correct.
Okay, which is a TA. So we need to get the pressure on the TAs to ensure that they have got that capability and capacity.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Noon. Councillor Wilson.
This is a comment that I have encouraged Jasmine with her presentation on food to write to the acting Prime Minister at the moment and tell him what sustainable lunches look like. That would be fabulous. But the real question I have is, it sort of follows on from Andrew's, is you mentioned 90% or 88% of primary and secondary schools. Does that mean that the other 12%? When I read that, I read your presentation yesterday, and I was thinking that means that you're presenting, or you've got 88 or 90% participation. What is your participation rate of schools in Otago?
I'd have to double check, but I believe it is around 50% across Otago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had to, yeah, it's still good. And the question, and I suppose it's again, the facilitators. I have a problem that schools, once they get on the system, keep at the system. And those schools that want to get on the system can't unless it's facilitators available. And I find that inequitable. Potentially, it means some areas never get that service, and often it's the ones that are further away from because of the resourcing. Is that still the way that it is run?
In a way, yes. So we have really good resourcing in Otago. So a lot of every district has a facilitator, at least one. Queenstown Lakes District Council has two, servicing Queenstown and Wanaka. While we only have 50% of the schools that are on there, one of the things that I am keen to see delivered in the future is addressing that inequity that you were talking about and giving schools the ability to tap into environmental education, essentially Enviroschools information without necessarily being an Enviroschool, so they're not missing out on that information. But that is a much longer conversation that needs to be had.
Well, I'm really keen to have it. We've got another long-term plan coming up and it'd be great to get over the hurdle. It's been one on my case for a while. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, appears not to be any further questions, but yeah, just again, a really, really big thanks. And thanks for waiting as well for your turn to come and speak to us today. I know it was a long wait, but for us, we really enjoyed you doing that. So thanks heaps. There was some discussion earlier on about whether our council was strategic. And I'd just like to say at this point that there are many ways to be strategic and where we invest and whether it's for right now or for the future. And we like to think we are strategic and this is part of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Next, what would we like to do? We're about 10 o'clock, so we could have probably a quick break or keep going. Well, Otago, sorry, is in presentations, but they will be coming at 1 o'clock after lunch to do that part of the presentation. So we'll get through confirming the minutes and actions, and then perhaps we'll have a quick break and then get into the papers, shall we? Just 10 minutes or something. Right, so the minutes are there from the 19th and 26th of February. Somebody here to move those as true and accurate. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Malcolm, all in favour? Aye. Against, carried. Thank you very much, Ms. Bell. Okay, so action register is there as well. Anyone spot anything they want to update us, Richard?
Yeah, I'll just note there are quite a few updates to make to this action register, so we will make sure that it's maybe rather than going through them today,
yes,
we provide those updates for the April meeting, just to ensure, because there's a number of these now that have been completed or will be completed today with reports on the agenda. So we will do that and get that updated just to make sure we are demonstrating that we are moving through these actions as they're set by the council table.
very much. Yep.
So are you referring to the ones that are dated 6th of December 2024?
There's a number of those that are now complete. Yeah.
I think
Even on the second page, we'll have a couple closed off today as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Perfect. Right. So that then
Chair, will that, just a question back to Richard, will that include progress on the uncompleted ones?
Yes.
Thank you.
somebody care to move that we adjourn for just 10 minutes, stretch our legs, and then we'll come back? Yep. Councillor McCall, seconded. Councillor Somerville, all in favour? Aye. Against, carried. Thank you. Yep. Okay, so we're underway again. Welcome back, everyone. We're on to the reports. We'll start with the nines. 9.1 is the chair report, and just it's there for your noting. There's information on some events which I've attended recently, and others have joined me for some of them as well, and may have some reflections, but just wanted to say a really big thanks to councillors who have been out and about around the region once again, and staff who've been making those opportunities to connect with community come alive. So a lot of AMP shows across weekends, and big thanks to everyone that's taken time out to be involved in those. Gentleman from Public Forum today said that he'd come along and spoken to some of our councillors in Wanaka. So yeah, there's heaps of different connections that have been going on with all different sectors of our community. So thanks heaps for doing that. Noting there as well, it's been a significant time in terms of putting together a regional deal, which is a proposal, light touch proposal for one, which is a new thing, and has been really valuable in bringing together both the territorial authorities and the regional council and strategically planning for what the future may look like in this area and how can we positively work together to shape that. And doing that in collaboration with government, if at all possible, if it is successful. So really good to have been involved in that. Just a few reflections there around local government and thinking about the future of local government, and some discussions that are happening at a national level around that. And just, I suppose, I just wanted reflecting on that in terms of representation review as well, and having had that recently and awaiting the outcome of that. What it means to represent Otago, which is one of New Zealand's biggest regions, and what it means to have the biggest areas of population located on either sides of our region. One that's growing at tremendous rates, as Milo has pointed out this morning, and Dunedin as well, a well-established coastal community where our port is as well. So there's a huge area though that's represented by actually a very few councillors, and that was part of the discussion that we had in the representation review. And just wanted to say again a big thanks to our councillors. Today I'll note the ones that are in that area that isn't Dunedin or Queenstown, Wanaka, Cromwell area, that are putting in a huge amount of work to represent a really, really big geographic area. And to the others as well, representing those bigger urban areas as well. There's a lot of work that goes in. So there's a lot of value in having our democratically elected representatives, and often your work does go unseen, but you're great people doing a great job, and just want to thank you from my heart today. I did attend a meeting of all of local government in Wellington, and that was around accountability and demonstrating value. And I guess the sector's having a really close look at how we can be as transparent, have as robust processes as we possibly can. How can we be accountable, and how can we demonstrate value to our communities? There was a lot of interesting stats there presented at that. The Office of the Auditor General came and presented some, compared with the 2021 to 31 LTPs across the councils that they are working with. Operating expenses are up 38% and rates revenue is up 45% since that last LTP, so that's quite interesting. There was some discussion as well around qualified audit opinions, and of the 20 of the 22 that were issued, they were around statements of service performance. So I guess they were making the point that councils need to really carefully think about those service performance measures still, and that some councils do need to have a really close think at whether they're fit for purpose at the moment. And that's all part of being more transparent and measuring what we do so that communities can connect with us and can see the value that we are adding. So yeah, there was a report printed on local government, it was called Local Government Planning and Reporting on Performance, and it looked at 100 councils across their LTPs, so that was in 2024. And that will be quite helpful and has been quite helpful in shaping up how we go into LTPs, and has, yeah, so that was good to talk about there as well. At that meeting, we had Councillor Mepham and Councillor Malcolm and also Amanda attended as well. So if anyone wanted to add any other reflections, they're welcome to. Regional sector meetings there as well, where we had Taumata Arawai, which has been spelt wrong, I just see in my report there. So that needs to be changed. But yeah, around the new wastewater standards that have come out as well. So we need to get our heads around them and make submissions too in the regional sector, and also beyond that as well. The TAs will be having a close think about those. There's some information there at a very high level at this point about what those entail. Honourable Chris Bishop attends all regional sector meetings, I think now, from he enjoys coming to those, and he just opens it up to questions. He has a new role as Minister of Transport, and he was willing to answer any questions in that area as he begins to get his head around that portfolio. Yeah, and I've already spoken about representation review. There's quite a bit happening in the emergency management space, and I attended an online hui there as well with Minister Mark Mitchell, along with all the other joint committee chairs from across New Zealand. It's good to keep in touch with all of them. There has been a number of emergencies across New Zealand. I think he mentioned there were 8. And he was reflecting on, just as he's come into the role, actually has been very, very impressed with the response that's come from councils. Actually, we don't muck around, we make decisions, and we make good decisions, and that possibly was a different opinion to what he went into his role thinking, but he has been very impressed in all of those situations with how the responses come together. So yeah, that was good to hear. And that's probably enough from me. If there's any questions, or whether Tim or Kevin want to talk about anything as well. Got some hands up. Tim, did you want to go?
Yeah, just that also, you did point it out too, Gretchen, at the LGNZ, 20 of the 70 councils ended up with qualified audit reports, and they were all based around service performance. And you did mention that, and I know that we had, you know, our service performance were questioned by audit. It's a really important thing to get right. So I'm just taking the opportunity to make that point.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you for mentioning the meeting with Chris Bishop. You note that key issues discussed include the Ministry of Education buses and private-public share and bus funding. I'm just wondering, did he enlighten you anything on what is happening in either sphere, because they're both quite critical?
Yeah, he said basically, as expected, it's early days in his portfolio. He said he didn't understand the Ministry of Education issue yet, but he took that he would go away and get up to speed, and next time he comes back, he'll be willing to discuss that one. Yep.
And on the private-public share, did he say there was any movement or consideration movement in that space?
He said that he would like to see the pinch points for councils, and he'd asked NZTA to coordinate seeking the data on what those punch points are in terms of if you raise fares, when you start to get a drop off of patronage or actually potentially less private share because of, so that's the side of information that he was seeking before he went any further. Yep.
Did he understand or acknowledge the inconsistency that some places have already got a relatively good share and are being?
He did not. Thank you. Yep. Good point. Councillor Somerville.
Thanks. The Taumata Arawai consultation on wastewater standards, just checking that ORC will be submitting on those.
Yes, we will.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Report is there for noting, so I'll put it, we need to move her in a second, it's important. Councillor Kelleher, seconded, Councillor Forbes, all in favour, aye, against, carried. 9.2, Chief Executive's report.
Thanks, Gretchen. So, I guess key things, annual plan consultation started Monday, so that is now out for public consultation, and we have written to some key parties, and that campaign has kicked off. To Tim's point around the measures, so we are continuing to track those very closely. You'll see there are a number there that we may not meet. I think my observations are that when it comes to reporting and the conversations with audit, if we're not going to meet them, we've just got to be upfront and say we're not going to meet them. It's not about trying to concoct a story that shows we may have met them. Things change in local government, priorities change, decisions change, which has affected some of our measures within this year already. And we just need to be upfront and explain why we may not have measured something. In saying that, we should also be working to get as many of them across the line as we can, because that's what we've committed to through, or you have committed to and instructed staff to do through our annual plan and long-term plan process. So those are updated for end of February and included in the report. And then just noting that slight change to the statement of comprehensive revenue and expense, and you'll see further details when it comes back to the next finance committee. But Nick and the team have now added those bottom lines, which talk a little bit to where some of that surplus is coming from. So we know that we had to budget a surplus this year to start repaying transport deficits. So we're just showing that in those bottom lines now. So we can explain why the surplus is there. It's effectively a planned surplus, and we've also had the Birch Kitchener sale. So just trying to make some tweaks to that financial reporting to make it clearer. And then we will also at Finance Committee show the rest of those reserve balances and how our forecasts are intending to impact those at year end as well. So happy to take questions on the report.
Any questions, Councillor Mather?
Yeah, Richard, and it may be for Nick, just in regards, we're forecasting an operating surplus of 1.255 for the end of the financial year. And this month reported, which is February, we've made that, that we've got the gain on sale from the Birch Street and Kitchener Street Wharf of 4.5 million as well. Now, in our forecast 1.255, is that gain on sale recognised in that 1.255? Or do we need to add it?
I will refer that one to Nick just to make sure you get the right answer to that.
Because it could be looking, if we do add that it's going to be at 5 point something.
I think the answer is it was budgeted for last year. And so we expected to have it in the reserve last year, but it's been received this year. So it will flow through to the reserves, which should have happened last year.
It's fine. Let's leave it.
No, the 1.255 is our forecast that we did at the end of Q2.
Yeah.
So we hadn't put the Birch Kitchen sale in at that point. Okay. And so it's hit the February financials, hit the February actuals. So it's an actual operating surplus year to date. But because the forecast is back from December Q2, because we update the forecast for you every quarter, it will get updated for the next finance year and be reflected in that forecast.
So that forecast will be over 5 million surplus.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Malcolm.
Just further through that, is and again, it will be to Mr. Donnelly, sorry through you, Richard, is that Birch Kitchener already allocated to a specific use?
Yes, it was part of the paper that came up for Wharirunaka in terms of funding ORC's contribution to that project.
Thank you.
No other questions, none online by the looks either. Oh, sorry,
Oh, no,
councillor.
I'm just happy to move.
Oh, great, thank
Yeah.
you. Somebody seconding, councillor Metham. All in favour?
I just talked for that.
Sure, oh, sorry,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
you're welcome
yeah,
to.
yeah.
Yeah,
Look, I just wanted to bring up, particularly say to the CE's reference to correctly reporting to the audit department exactly what is happening and not, I think the words were concocting a story to make sure we've done something. So it's absolutely, it was brought home loud and clear at our meeting in Wellington with the Auditor General, or his second in charge, that the whole audit process is about giving trust in the process and that we're actually spending our public's money correctly. So I'd just like to reinforce what you said, Richard, that that's the attitude I want to see, is that we are portraying, even if we do have a hiccup, let's portray the story correctly. And if that means an auditor has to qualify a report because there has been a change to what we thought we were going to do, I'm really happy with that, but we must stick to the trusted program. So, and that was reinforced by, and I apologise, I've forgotten his name. So thank you.
thank you. Okay, I was about to put that. Does anyone else want to speak? No? We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. The next paper will be on air quality. Okay, that's good. I was just going to mention to Jonathan that we're probably quite a long way away from South Dunedin, so that's good. Yeah, good, yeah.
About 300 k's.
Yeah, that's true. So 10.1 is air quality. Welcome. We have Hilary and Anita joining us today. I think the report was authored by James, but yeah.
And we've got a crew online as well.
Oh, brilliant.
If there are questions that we can't answer, someone else, yeah, will be able to.
Great. So yeah, we're looking at levels of ambition for the activities to be addressed by the air quality strategy in this, and also there are options for the engagement with the public as well that we need to choose as well. So could you, over to you, if you'd like to introduce.
Yeah, sure, thank you. So yeah, quite a meaty paper to start off with today. There's quite a lot to consider in this paper, and it's quite easy to get straight stuck into some of the detail, but you know what we need today is confirmation about what we want to achieve for Otago's communities in 5, 10, 20 years time. We have, in terms of what we need to achieve, we've got government direction, we've got Otago ORC strategic directions, we've got regional policy statements and Kaitahu resource management plans that all aspire for better outcomes than what we currently have in some parts of the region. And so once we have confirmation today about exactly what we want to achieve, and the appetite for some of the strategic approaches to get us there, then we can go away and we can draft a strategy and a plan accordingly.
Thank you. Just note that there are a lot of recommendations today, and they're all important, and they're actually all quite separate as well in terms of activities or issues. So just before we get underway with questions, I'll just outline how I feel that we might structure this one. So we've got the first recommendation is to note the report. So I think some general discussion at that point, if people would like to generally debate, we'll allow it under noting the report. So have a think about how your comments you wanted to make will best fit, whether they're general comments around the approach. Then we get into endorsing ambitions. And I think what we're going to do, because we've got a very busy day today, is have 3 speakers for and 3 speakers against on each one of these. So if you're particularly wanting to talk about one of them, you could do it in general discussion, just in case you missed your opportunity. Otherwise, get your hand up straight away and you'll be one of the 3. And then, yeah, we'll put each one separately. Then we move into some options around approach, and I'm just noting that the 11 was probably most accurately reflecting what the workshop discussions were. So that's over to you guys, what you'd like to choose though. So first of all though, we'll get into some questions. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I was hoping we might do this option by option, I mean, motion by motion, but.
Yeah, well, no, that's what.
Yeah. So we can, look, mine is on the first one then, because if we, paragraph 17. I just want to be really clear about this because I think that in the clean air space, there's often been subsidies. But when we mean potentially cost neutral, we mean potentially cost neutral to the council. Yes. Not to the owner or the fire. Correct. And I think it's really important to articulate. And look, and the other one is on paragraph 18 again, and this is, we've had a number of workshops, so we all get where this is going. But when I was reading this, I got caught up on this because the WHO guidelines are not mandatory or requirement of this ORC, and they're not mentioned anywhere else, I don't think, except for in this paragraph. And it seemed that we were taking a, I think it's important to clarify again, and I'm just checking that I've got it right, that the NE, the National Environmental Standard for Air Quality, is what we need to meet, and the other one is something completely different. Because it's not really, it sounds like we're taking the wrong approach here, but actually we're meeting, if we choose the option that's recommended, it is the option that is a mandatory one. That's correct. And there's barely an option really in there.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Forbes and Somerville.
Thanks. Thank you for the report. This is well outlined and well overdue, so it's good to see it happening. I'm just wondering, Pierre talked today about why wouldn't we make the entire region air share 1? And since then I've been trying to go through and see if that might work in some ways, and I wonder if you could tell us why we wouldn't do that, especially where things don't need regulation, they need education. So we're accepting that dilution is a solution by not doing that, so I'm just wondering.
I think, just to clarify, do you think the expectation is that everybody is subject to only ULEVs as they replace fires and new installs are? You can do that.
Yeah.
That's an option for you. We haven't gone there because we don't have data that supports that in some towns and areas. And so we've tried to focus on the areas that we know or have a high degree of confidence that they do have air quality issues.
I just wonder why we would not, but why we are so reactive rather than proactive in terms of air quality.
Yeah, just a science-based approach.
So we are reactive. Yeah. We react to the science. We don't proact to the science that we know will happen if we. Okay, thanks for the answer.
We've got a lot of hands up, but Councillor Malcolm, is yours on that?
Question specifically on that. So if we are basing it on science, would a dirty burner in Queenstown not be emitting the same output as a dirty burner in Moraki or up the Dancy's Pass?
As a fire?
As a single unit. So yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Somerville, Weir, Laws and Wilson.
Thank you. Look, I had 3 questions about separate things, so if that's all right. One was, as Councillor Wilson was discussing, about the financial assistance, and I know that's in paragraph 17, and I was particularly looking at paragraph 21, where it talks about a package. This looks like, and it includes that line about home heating financial assistance. And I know there's further detail in that second attachment. I guess my question is, Now, in terms of the strategy, what might that look like? Might it be we will explore different measures of financial assistance, or would there be likely in that strategy be definite proposals of ways to undertake that?
So when we're developing the strategy, we want to come up with some more, we would like to be clear about what it would look like.
Yeah.
It's not that the strategy is to go and explore it. We're going to explore it and then put some framing up in the strategy. Yeah.
Right.
Currently, what we're currently looking at is a system whereby a homeowner could borrow to make some improvements to their homes, and then it would be a voluntary target rate. But that's just an idea because it's what's been done in other parts of the country. It doesn't necessarily mean that is what would happen here, but that's an option that we're exploring.
Yeah. So just to check my understanding, then in the strategy, it would be tied down to some definite ways of doing that.
I think we'd like to be a bit more.
That's what we'd like to have.
So we would be bringing you a range of options, and there's a range of different ways that other councils have managed this through, from the no cost or a low overhead cost to councils in terms of an admin only to a subsidy, and there'd be a workshop on those range of options.
Yeah.
Funding.
Okay, thank you. The bit about the buffer zones, and I might have missed this because I wasn't at that workshop, where it describes areas being clipped to a particular elevation. Do you explain what that means and why that is?
I'm going to start, but then I might throw to somebody online. So at the workshop, there was discussion about being able to have a bespoke buffer. So we just use uniform 10 and 5 kilometre areas. They look reasonably frightening as a bird's eye on a map. And there was a discussion on how you might be able to use sort of topographical features to delineate that in a better way. So what I understand the team has done, I'm just looking for, this is the team there. I'm just looking for Kirsten or Amber maybe to just answer how exactly they did do that. One, if you're happy to jump in.
Yep. Yes, Anita. So we generally took about a 200 metre elevation and clipped it to that from the ground level of the town itself. So, for example, Arrowtown's already at an elevation of 400, and we took it, the elevation 200 metres up to 600 metres, and then clipped that area. And that's a starting point, and happy to continue to refine that based on other aspects, for example, land use aspects.
Okay. And so what is the rationale for setting that elevation level?
There was just a discussion at the workshop about whether there was what a bespoke solution could look like. That was one way we thought we could delineate it. It's not necessarily the only, or it might not even be the best, but it was one way that we could, it was a uniform rule that we could apply around the towns to see what it looks like.
The reason, if I recall, the workshop is that the topographical features around a town do influence the effects that are trying to be managed through the plan, and so applying that rationale to those buffer zones was seen as a way of avoiding having just a ring on a map. And effectively applying rules to areas that may not be impacted by the effects that the rules were trying to control.
Yeah, so the idea, if you're way up here and there's burning happening there, even though you're close, that would not likely have the same effect on the equality in the town. That's sort of my summary of where I think that's going.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Look, and my final one was a bit more detail about the public engagement section. Looking at those 3 options, I just think I needed a bit more explanation, particularly about the option 2, but maybe outline, if you could outline quickly what those 3 options are, and that might help me just make sure I've understood it fully.
Yeah, so option 1 is we just, you provide us direction on all the issues today. We go away and we draft the plan and the strategy, and they come back to you in August for adoption / notification of both the plan and the strategy. Option 2 is that when we do that statutory consultation, we widen up the list of people that we send it to. That has some challenges because when you're doing things like home heating, they target people individually, so I'm not, we hadn't thought about how or who we might include, but we would just make it wider than the statutory party. And then option 3 is, let's get some direction from you today, let's go back out, because we've got things narrowed down and we can have a more targeted conversation. And what we did talk as a team about is, rather than hiring halls and asking people to come to us, to maybe set up a kiosk in the local supermarket for you on a busy night, and maybe go to a local rugby game and try to get feedback that way. So they're basically the options.
And is that the same both for the strategy and the plan, or are they treated slightly differently? No, it's the same for both.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. You?
Thank you, councillor Weir.
Kia ora. I was just going to ask around because I wasn't really covered up front, and so decisions are sort of largely around the air plan part of the air strategy. But I was just wondering, are we anticipating that the air strategy will increase the amount of monitoring going on around the region, or the public accessibility of that monitoring information?
Any improvements to our science monitoring network that's required to help support what we're trying to achieve here will be mapped out and explained in the strategy. Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks.
Councillor Laws.
Good morning. I have a couple of questions, please. Paragraph 26. This is to do with home heating. I'm interested that the thrust of this particular motion is to try and get the council to meet the National Environment Standard by 2040. But I'm interested as to what that National Environment Standard is. There is currently one in operation, and the one that was going to be planned for the update of central government has now been deferred until at least next year. Could you give me some indication as to what NESAQ we are aiming for if we actually don't have one other than the status quo, A? And B, why we aren't waiting until the gazetted NESAQ for 2026 to be published, which at least would give us a more recent target to aim for?
So the NESAC that we're working to is the existing NESAC, so it is the older one that you refer to. The review of the air plan was in our work program and in the LCP, so that's why we're doing it now. In terms of waiting for a new NESAC, our staff's current understanding is that there isn't anything in that new NESAC that would change significantly such that this direction would need to change. So our understanding is there may be an additional contaminant that comes in that we were required to monitor, and a change from PM10 to PM2.5. And I'm sure there'll be some other aspects of it as well, but neither of those things would put us out of alignment with what we're proposing to do now.
But I'm presuming that when that's published in 2026, the council will need to review its strategy and determine and align our own policy to that particular strategy. There will be changes. They've been clearly indicated by the Environment Minister, Penny Simmons. Why are we going to be repeating the work in 2026 when we could be deferring this until we have certainty in 2026?
Well, we're just following the work program. If you decide as a group of elected officials to defer it, then that's your decision to make.
So that option's available, Michael. It's we have, through the discussions around the table on the long-term plan, we've obviously got an air plan that's in need of review. Our advice as staff is that we believe this air plan process can be completed, and then any updated NESAC incorporated if there are some changes made by the minister or by government, and that therefore we should carry on with the work program as planned. However, if the table was of the opinion that we're better off to park this and wait, then we adjust programs accordingly.
I guess the reason I'm asking the question, Madam Chair, is because I'd like some indication as to what process the council must go through in 2026. There will clearly be changes to the status quo. Do we have to repeat the whole public consultation process, put everything out for public review, and then determine what our next action will be at that time, consequent to the Minister of the Environment publishing the new standard?
That's a question that I unfortunately can't really answer, Councillor Laws. What does happen reasonably often with national environmental standards is the government introduces them and has a provision in them that says they can be inserted directly into regional plans, which means we don't need to go through a public consultation process. So if that happened, we would just insert them, if they needed to be inserted. But until we see it, we don't actually know what it may or may not contain. It was due to come out in 2019. So whether it does land in 2026 or not, we're not really clear.
Okay. The second question I've got is, the aim of this particular paper is to align the regional council with, now we know, the status quo of the past, not of the future, which is by 2040. But I don't see a timeline here as to how we're going to get from 2025 to 2040. I mean, the ambition is to get to it being compliant by 2040, although we now know that there'll be at least one iteration on top of the existing status quo and possibly more. In this next papers that come to council, will there be a timeline of activity that the council hopes to achieve each year from 2025 to 2040 in furtherance of these options that are being placed before us today?
So we're hoping to bring a draft strategy back in June, I think, but we might have something that's ready for a workshop in June for the ASP committee. And in the workshop, we'll show some phasing of all of the different approaches that we're talking about today, in terms of exactly how that's going to equate to air quality improvements over the next 15 years. I'll have to confirm with the science team whether that's realistic, but in terms of the actual phasing of the interventions, we'll have more of that when we bring a draft strategy back to the ASP committee.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. I guess building on from Councillor Law's question, do you think that taking an option, I suppose, heavily weighted towards non-regulatory would exacerbate some of the issues around potentially changes in NES or regulations?
I think that we can't rely on non-regulatory actions for air quality. We know we need to do some things, and I genuinely don't think the things that we're suggesting are out of step with, direction, and sort of just bring us in line with other regional councils.
And another question would be, are there other councils at the moment working through air plan changes or a new air plan?
Sarah, are you aware through your work with the air quality SIG, any other councils in a plan review process for air quality?
I'm sorry, I'm not really aware of any at the moment, but I haven't really spoken to many councils for a while. Yeah, sorry about that.
Thanks.
Thanks. Who had their hand up? Oh, Councillor Malcolm.
But just a couple of wee things. One is we have this ambitions. How does our ambition of having this in place by 2040 compare to other regional councils, let's say ECAN, on how they brought in their change of heaters? How does that time frame compare? And to me, is that it's sort of still a wee way away, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a way away, and I guess the time frame allows for natural attrition in terms of fire appliances and replacing them, and just a recognition that you can't expect people to do everything at once. ECAN certainly brought in their program over quite a number of years, whether it was 15 or 10 or 20, I couldn't tell you exactly, but I don't think the time frame is unreasonable.
Right, no one's saying it's probably too reasonable. I'm probably looking the other way, and it'll be really interesting to see how they, because they went, and I don't know the exact dates, but there was a different type of appliances had to be phased out over a certain amount of time. So if you had something that was reasonably good, you had a longer period to actually replace it because you've possibly just done that, whereas the less efficient ones were given a shorter period of time because they were the greatest contributors. So,
and that's the approach that we're proposing in here as well.
Yeah, really, it'd be just interesting to have those dates for, you know, at consideration time, and as a talking point for us as we go through the system.
Yeah, we can absolutely find out. I'm just wondering that Emily might know ECAN's timeframes at all. Emily.
I can talk to several of the council's timeframes because I have been involved in this in most of the plans for those councils. Typically, the phase out periods that are given are either 15 or 20 years. And so early on, so ECAN have been through 2 phases, and in the early phase, it was 15. The second phase, it was done slightly differently. It was just a cut-off date. I think it was 2019. But I think that the key point really is 2040 is a long way away. But it's really relative to the point in time that you're making the decision, because you need to factor in the fact that these households need some time to plan and prepare, and also to consider, you know, the age of the burners that are already in place and how much more useful life that they should be able to get from them. So typically, so for example, ECAN were making their decision back in about 2018, I think, from memory, was when their plan was operative. Nelson, when they did it, it was 2009. And so effectively, yes, they've already met the NESAQ because they implemented it back in 2009, but they'd started their process in 2004. And the first part of that process, and the thing that makes the most difference, is the time frame that you decide to implement that new installation ULEB rule, or that new installation standard rule, because as soon as you hit that go, then every burner that's installed from that point onwards is already in the low emission category. When you delay that, so they implemented that in 2004, but their plan wasn't operative until 2008. But the benefit of that was that they had 4 years then of good burners going in, and then at the other end, they had 4 years less of those older, more polluting burners that they didn't have to get rid of. So that's the key. That's really, from a decision-making viewpoint, getting that that new standard in sooner rather than later is what matters. That will influence your time frame at the other end. But in terms of the air plans, all of the ones, Hawke's Bay also have implemented the same thing. Theirs was 15 years. Other councils, Marlborough, I'm pretty sure theirs was 20 years. So usually it's either 15 or 20 years useful life that the burners are being given, and that is the decision, or that particular point is the decision that influences whether it's 2040 or 2035 or 2045 when you achieve the target typically. So those are the kind of, I'm just trying to really give you the key points that influence the decision making on when you achieve that target or you don't.
Thanks, Emily.
No, because I think this is a key point to it, in that I just don't feel that that's our 2040 is actually ambitious enough, but and it may be in an area of growth where you're building a lot of houses, but if we sneak into areas, and I don't want to name them, you're not allowed to name things here, which is an area where you haven't got housing growth, you're stuck with the systems that you have in place. So it falls back to what Councillor Somerville was talking about before, is the finance package that we put together and how attractive we can make that for people to make the change. So if we go with the shorter period to get rid of the old stuff, providing that finance package is correct and assists the people to do that, I don't think that becomes too onerous, but you could be stuck with a poor, that's what I'm looking at. I'd rather look at the finance package to speed this whole process up. If we're serious about it.
Great question, Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah. So we are looking at that, aren't we?
Yes. Sorry, Councillor Wilson. I think we've been waiting for ages. No worries.
So I just want to follow up the question that Councillor Forbes made about Pierre's presentation. Now, he made several, all those points are always great, but the idea of putting everything in Airshed 1 was to deal with climate change, not to deal with air quality. is what I picked up from what he said. The question I have is that we're meant to be integrating these drivers. Can we use an air quality plan, which is addressing NES AQ requirements, to deal with climate change?
You can use the air quality plan to deal with discharges to air, and if they contribute to climate change, then absolutely you can. You can't. So the focus of the plan is discharges to air, and if it is a discharge to air, and it's within our regulatory framework, then
well, yeah, I'm. It's interesting. I'm challenging my thinking, but that's great. The next question I had is bylaws. Thank you for bringing that to my attention, because I hadn't thought of that as being, and it's certainly not a bylaw we could do, but TAs could do bylaws regardless of our air plan to deal with fires. Is that correct? And if that is correct, have we had any discussions about TAs doing it?
I think what's being explored is whether we could actually delegate that bylaw from the TAs.
But don't worry about the delegation. TAs can deal with anything that deals with health and public nuisance, and smoke in Arotown, for example, could be. My question to you is, despite what our plan or our strategy is, could a TA deal with these as a bylaw themselves? And have they anywhere?
I'm not entirely sure. It's not something I've thought about. We'd have to go away and think about it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Noon, then Malcolm, Malcolm Blunt.
Thanks, Madam Chair. My question was just around the two different documents, the air plan and the strategy, and like, okay, they sit side by side, but they both sit under two different pieces of legislation, RMA and local government. So the strategy becomes a aspirational, ambitional goal. But the RMA obviously is a legally binding document. So what I'm trying to say with the engagement, have we thought about the importance of the RMA process versus a document being consulted under the Local Government Act? So we completely thought about having those two. They need to sit side by side, but they run under two different pieces of legislation. So is there any issues there that
so just to clarify, we don't have to have an air quality strategy. You know, that's not required by legislation at all, but it's a way of articulating what is ORC's overall approach to dealing with these issues. And we don't see the two sitting side by side. We see the strategy as being, it describes everything that ORC wants to do on our own and with our communities to achieve what we want to achieve. And it will say we have various methods available to us. And I always like to talk about various tools in the box. And one of the tools in the box is regulation. And so that's where from ORC's perspective, that's where the air plan sits. It's a tool in the box that we can use. There's all sorts of other tools in the box. If we take that tool out of the box, then we have to rely on everything else that's in there. And our ability to achieve what we want to achieve is limited. Yes, the development of the plan has to go through its own process, and that's prescribed by regulation. And you know, the strategy itself is something that we're just, as a council, to help us understand and our communities understand how we want to get to where we want to go. It's going to articulate all of that. In terms of how we produce the strategy, how we do the engagement, we've got flexibility around that because it's not prescribed by legislation. But we're trying to do it in a way that is helpful and sympathetic to the process that we have to go through for the plan.
And I think what will happen in practical terms is the strategy will end up advancing in front of the plan because of the RMA requirements for a hearing and submissions and things like that.
Can I just follow that up, Madam Chair? So the aspirations within the strategy will need to be somehow interpreted within the rules and methods in the plan. So they do really sit side by side because, but otherwise, how do you deliver on your strategy if you don't actually have methods and rules in your plan that deliver on your aspirations?
So the methods and rules in the plan will deliver our RMA requirements, and they'll sit alongside, and so the strategy will sit above them, and then all the other stuff will sit alongside it. So they will speak to the same goals, but the strategic direction in terms of the year plan sits in the RPS more than the strategy, which then sits above those. So it does sort of cascade down, and the goals in the RPS are around improving air quality, you know, good ambient air quality. So they will be your policy drivers for your regional plan.
When we bring the draft strategy, it will say this is what we need the air plan to help us to deliver. And then, you know, as Nate said, there's components of the air strategy that we might be able to get on with sooner rather than later. And then once we go through the process for the air plan, if the resulting document and rules and everything, you know, aren't what we hope to achieve with the strategy, then we'll just have to adjust the strategy. That's what the strategy needs to do.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a good technical question if you're on a hearings panel of how you would assess the plan, the regulatory part, and whether it was going to achieve what its aim was. Yeah, whether you could bring in non-regulatory as well. I think that was pretty much your question.
Politically, it could bounce around. Your strategy could bounce around quite a bit.
Yes.
Politically, it could be reviewed at a whim, you know, if there's a whatever. So yeah, that was.
Yeah,
I think reflecting back to the conversation in the council table when we're talking about doing these two things together, we often get questions or suggestions for actions or activities within the air quality space that are not able to be achieved through our RM function. So what we talked about was developing a strategy at a high level which can take into account some of these non-regulatory functions such as funding mechanisms or communications campaigns and other things. So we build a holistic picture of all of those air quality things, with the RM plan being a key sort of foundation for that and a really important part, but a number of other things to achieve the aspirations that we have been told around the table exist. So it's trying to get those things in a way that enables us to tell that story to the community clearly.
Thank you.
I don't. Councillor McCall.
Yes, thank you. We're not doing one thing, that this is just debate on everything, Chair.
Oh, no, sorry, we're now currently in questions.
The whole thing.
On everything, yeah.
So my question is around the outdoor burning and the buffer, the buffer zones around towns. So putting the buffer zone around the town. So my question is, that's all good. The question is the buffer going to be used for a regulatory purpose or for a management purpose? So a good management practice type.
So
how are you going to differentiate? So basically what I'm saying is you got your 10 kilometres in your height. Are we looking at, because I wasn't at the workshop, but are we looking at having like a total ban of fires within X days, or are we looking at more like developing codes of practices, like the create a permitted activity rule that's going to be relatively stringent, but the ability within certain circumstances to be able to continue to manage your business the way you have been.
Yeah, so the idea of the outdoor burning controls and the regulatory space was a permitted activity rule and a default consenting process, so not a ban necessarily. So the direction really is, do you want regulation or do you not want regulation? And then we'd go away and craft up what it might look like.
So the ring round the air zone would be treated the same as the air zone itself.
Well, it would have different triggers for a permitted activity rule potentially. So it might say you can outdoor burn if you do X, Y, and Z, and if you don't, then you get a consent.
It's not large scale outdoor burning, but it's really targeting those activities that we're more concerned about, and we're really trying to limit the period over which that control would occur. We haven't noted down exactly, what dates and things, but we're trying to make it as reduce those restrictions as far as limited as much as possible.
I think we just have to be careful, because we say, we're happy for you to have a regulatory system in place for those great air zones, but it's really what level you do it. So is there an opportunity to use the code of practice system that we've talked about in some other things? This is like, if you do this, you're good. As opposed to
there are opportunities to use non-regulatory methods like a code of practice.
Councillor Callaghan.
Sorry, thanks. Just following on that, the intent of the buffer zone, though, is that, as was stated in the previous reports, it's about smoke migrating into the areas that are already condensed with smoke through their constant burning through their wood burners. So if we're going to impose buffer zones, as I read it in here, then the intent of the buffer zone is that there will be less smoke that will come into there. But then if the buffer zone's intent isn't to, or is to restrict burning, but still allow it, doesn't that then mean all you do is tighten up the time frame for a whole heap of burning, which actually isn't a lot of burning because of the number of properties versus the properties that are in the urban area? So really the buffer zone surely will only worsen the situation over a tight window than what it currently does, which spreads it out across those. There's only about 4 or 5 months that we can burn. What we are saying is it's winter months that we're concerned about here, which, so as you're understanding winter months, the 3 normal winter months.
So I don't know that the team had defined the months quite yet. They had just said winter generally. Just throwing to the dancing room, and Viv, sorry to throw you this one, but can you just explain the logic for the outdoor burning? I think it was you or Julia.
I think Emily Wilton is best placed.
Thanks. Yeah, so first of all, I guess the technical answer to your question is that during those winter months, the meteorological conditions are much, much more conducive to elevated pollution than during the shoulder months. So if you have the same fire during the winter, the impact on that urban area will be greater than during those shoulder months. So there's a balancing. Yes, I understand what you're saying about that you are condensing it into those shoulder months. And I do agree, even during those shoulder months, you can see that you do get conditions that are conducive to elevated pollution. They aren't going to be as much as what you get during the winter months. So yes, there is an issue that you could end up with more in those shoulder months. But the other key point there, and it's something that's already sort of been traversed, and this taps into it. If your objective is to meet the NESAQ, the current National Environmental Standard, that's a 24-hour average. This allowing that during the winter months is going to make that less likely achievement of that relative to allowing it during the shoulder months. And that's because during those winter months, you've already got the meteorological conditions that are really conducive, but then you've also got the high usage of domestic home heating at that same time. And so you've got this 24-hour average potential that's very much increased. We don't often, it's very rare to get any SAQ breach during the shoulder months because the meteorological conditions aren't so conducive. So if your objective was just any SAQ compliance, then you would definitely be much better off just having it during those shoulder months, even if it was going to increase the prevalence or the frequency during those months.
Okay, Councillor Forbes.
Just further to that, I'm wondering if those meteorological conditions are averaged across the region, because I think the anecdotal evidence in the Southern Lakes is that September and October are the worst months for agri burning.
Sorry, what I'm referring to is the frequency or the NES breaches. So there's no averaging across the region. Each area has its own meteorology. Each area has its own emissions. You can't sort of take a region-wide average and use it in any meaningful way. Certainly, each area might have different variability in when emissions occur, but the meteorology is area-specific, and it's always worse during the winter months, not during those shoulder months.
Thank you.
No further questions. Oh, Councillor McCall.
Just with the process ongoing regarding do further consultation. So the second option to expand the clause 3 consultations, would that include the general public, or is that more pretty targeted consultation? Whereas the third option, which is to basically go to a full public consultation and delay the plan, well, I wouldn't say delay it, but would create more
What are the differences?
Yeah, so the second one is to widen the clause 3, and we've included that based on discussions at the workshop. And my understanding from the table was that councillors wanted us to talk to some of the people who would be directly affected. What we haven't done is identify how we would identify who those people are or how many. So it's not necessarily the cleanest process, as opposed to sort of going out wider and letting everybody have a say. So we just need to work through that. There's also potentially a natural justice issue with talking to some people and not others. So
just some, I guess, advice from me based on experiences in the land and water plan. The expansion and management of consultation within the statutory process is challenging. So my advice is really 1 or 3, based on whether or not you want to have further engagement with the community, rather than trying to reshape that statutory clause 3 consultation to do something that it's not intended to do. So that would be my advice.
Thank you. Councillor McCall.
Is there any pressures on the potential notification date other than political pressures?
not really. So it's a really old plan. It's over 20 years old. Another 6 months is not going to necessarily make a huge amount of difference.
Councillor, actually got a lot of hands up now that are probably on this. Sorry, Councillor Mepham, is yours on something different?
Look, I don't want to draw out this question thing, but it's but I just want to clarify in the table in 40 rules outdoor burning. We've got a setback of 50 metres on residential properties. I was just trying to figure out what size property that was. My mathematics is not good. I don't know what size property is that. If you've got a fire in the middle of your property and you have to have a 50 metre setback, what size is the property?
Yeah.
Anyway, that's clarification. I think that if we're going to put it in here, we get it have property size rather than having a setback like that.
These are the existing rules. So it's literally your fire needs to be from your boundary fence 50 metres. And there is, I think the staff do know sort of approximately the
It'd be approximately 5 urban
Take the weight. Livestock block.
What I understand is
livestock block.
most of our urban area is caught as unable to burn because of the setbacks.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Noon and then Gallagher.
Yeah. Councillor McCall asked a question before, I'm not sure whether it was completely answered. It was about whether the airshed maps would be an RMA, in the RMA or in the air plan. I would have thought that there would be a schedule within the air plan.
Sorry, I didn't hear him ask that.
Oh, sorry, I thought that's where he was heading before a couple of questions ago.
Yeah, well,
about whether they were a non-regulatory or a regulatory mechanism.
Yeah,
and I would have thought they were a regulatory mechanism.
So the maps that are included here will go in the airplane.
Yep, thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Gallagher. Thank you.
It's just on the science that's informing the decision making. The urban areas we have monitors that are measuring, so we have an ongoing record. The science informing how buffer zone would work, the interface between outdoor burning versus urban, is based on visual only. So we see fires and that's it. There isn't monitoring equipment that is collecting at the edge of the urban area, able to quantify the volume contributed from rural versus urban.
Emily, it's your I think your science report, so I'm just going to get you to speak to that if that's okay.
Yeah, I picked up 2 questions in there, and the first one was it's just based on visual. It's not just there are a number of different tools that we use. There is a visual component that is included in the report, but the key tools there's a number of different tools. First, we understand what's happening from an emissions viewpoint, and I'll come back to that shortly. But there's modelling that's done on outdoor fires that tells us about their dispersion, and what that shows us is that, and you'll probably, if you can visualize a fire, what you can see is an awful lot of pollution around the fire, and then typically you see a plume that sort of tapers. And what the modelling has showed us, which is quite interesting, is that typically for a distance of around sort of a couple of 100 metres, there's quite a lot of dispersion from that fire. But then what happens is that plume travels for a very, very long distance with very minimal dispersion, further dispersion. So it stays quite intact. And so the problem with that is that you can be quite a distance from an urban area and that plume is staying intact. It's not really dispersing that much. And so what that's telling us is it's still hitting that urban area with a large, with a high concentration within it. And so, yes, that is the same as what we see visually, but it is actually based on dispersion modelling that actually has shown that first as well. So yeah, we have two aspects. We have the visual and the dispersion modelling, and the dispersion modelling is absolutely a science. The other sort of science that we use, and it gets really tricky, and I understand what you're saying with the monitoring data, but typically monitoring sites are not, or monitoring is not a source apportionment tool. And by source apportionment, I mean how we distinguish different sources and how they contribute to things. It can be useful for informing, but it's not the main source apportionment tool. The main source apportionment tool that we use in this instance is an emissions assessment or an emission inventory, which indicates we do quantification and we understand, you know, what the likely emission rates are from burning different quantities of different fuels using different technologies or not technologies in the case of outdoor burning. And so from that, we can quantify how much different things are going to contribute. There is an additional tool that's used, which is used in urban areas, which is a monitoring-based tool, which is called receptor modelling or source apportionment by receptor modelling, where it breaks down by chemical composition, and we use chemical compositions to apportion sources. But if you can imagine with domestic heating and outdoor burning, for example, they're both burning the same thing. So the chemical composition is not able really to be distinguished because they're both burning wood. And just to give you just a little bit of context as well, because I think it might help you with the way that you're thinking about this or thinking about some of the decisions that you have to make. When we're talking about combustion in a domestic appliance, we're telling people that they have to burn dry wood, that they have to burn it in the, you know, even under the existing plan, that they have to burn it in a wood burner that's been technologically designed. You know, it's got to have parameters around it to ensure that combustion is effective. And we also tell them how to burn. You know, we tell them you want to get a good amount of kindling going, get the fire started. You need to get the firebox up hot. You need to put small amounts of wood in to start with so that you don't overcrowd the firebox, so that you don't take the temperature out of it. And then you need to add it in several lots throughout the evening of probably about 3 logs at a time. So we talk to them about how to do it. We talk to them about what to do it in, and we talk to them about the type of fuel that they can use. Now, in contrast, when you've got an outdoor burning, we've typically got about 10 times the amount of fuel. We've got no device that they have to burn it in, so they can put it, and they tend, you know, to put it all in one big pile. Now you can imagine that the oxygen can't get to the middle of that pile. It can't even get beyond the outside surface. So the combustion conditions are horrendous. So essentially what we get is, and typically the fuel is wet or it's damp, or there's bits of it that will be damp. Even if it's dried out as in seasoned, it's still been rained upon. So if you can imagine, on one hand, we're saying in your domestic fire, you've got to have optimal combustion conditions, but in your backyard, you can just throw a big pile of terrible wood into no technology and you can burn it. And basically what we get from one is a massive amount of emissions relative to the other. So there's not some miracle line, which we call an airshed boundary, that says, you know, on this side, that horrendous combustion is going to have no effect. Basically, what the modelling or the science is telling us is that you can go miles away from that airshed boundary, and that horrendous combustion is still going up into the air. It's staying within this quite closed pocket, and it is contributing to the airshed boundary. So just, you know, to give you, there is science behind it. It's not just we are basing it on visual. There is, you know, the principles of combustion, there is modelling, there is emission factors. And yes, I agree. It's a shame that we can't use air quality monitoring to distinguish between these sources, but that's just the reality, that they're basically burning the same thing. So there's no great chemical difference.
Thank you. Okay, well, we've probably come to the end of questions now, because we just need to keep going through the agenda. As I mentioned before, the first recommendation is to note the report, and we're going to allow some general debate with this one. And then we're going to have a really close think about whether you need to state the same thing again or whether you need to enter the debate on each one of the others. So does somebody care to move the first one? Yep, I'm going to move that. And does somebody going to second that? Councillor Forbes. Rightio.
Right, thank you. Look, this is really important stuff, and that's really good to have it here. And it has been a long time coming for Otago to have this work updated. So thank you everyone who's working on it. There's really important measures in here to look after the health of people of Otago, and particularly the health of people in certain towns, because we know that that bad air, particularly in winter, particularly in those towns, actually causes a lot of illness. So this is something very useful we can do as a council. And that's both what's in the air plan, what the proposed air plan, and what will be in the strategy, which is taking a wider view. And I look forward to seeing what we can do in that strategy about the effects of motor vehicle pollution, but that's another one to come. It won't be perfect, but it can be good. And I think let's not delay, because, I mean, I was thinking I could get out of notes I had, what I talked about in October. We wait for the next thing from the government, and then we wait for the next thing from the government. We'll never do anything. So look, we've got something that's good and useful here. Let's get on with that for the benefits of all the people of Otago. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sumble. Councillor Forbes, do you want to speak now?
No.
Okay, Councillor Ware.
Kia ora. Just want to say that, the details staff have given, including about where other regions are at, reinforces the fact that Otago's, I'd say, way behind on this after a good many years of delay. So real keen for us to get going on this, for us to be ambitious on this, although I think I'd describe what's currently in the plan and strategy as simply very sensible. The home heating and outdoor burning regulations and the non-regulatory tools in that realm will be the main focus, and I agree that they should be, but I'm happy to see some attention given to vehicle emissions in there as well. Good to include all those tools listed under that that we can do in the transport space, including that advocacy to central government and TAs, which is going to be really important going forward. And I think it makes sense to consult on the plan as part of the strategy. And I think there's an opportunity there to make it really clear to the public how those two things work, how one sits inside the other and how that all works on the ground. As I think that's something that the public doesn't have much insight into when it comes to our plans and our strategies broadly, and how they all interact with one another. So yeah, an opportunity there to help educate the public on how this all works. But yeah, just keen for us to get moving. Sure.
Thank you. So I've got Councillor Wilson, McCall, I think, and then no. Okay, and then Lords.
I'm going to speak once, hopefully, if we go with what I think was happened today, except for the last matter. I'm really happy with the work and well done in presenting it. I think we have to be really careful, though, that thinking that this is the most important thing that we're doing. We put a lot of resources into this and prioritise this because we've got an out-of-date plan. What we don't know, and so as someone who has lived in Dunedin in the area most of my life, how well the air has improved is markedly improved. I mean, the industrial pollution used to be terrible. The fires in North East Valley or in South Dunedin used to be absolutely hideous, and it is vast improvement with technology, and it's great. I think if we need to go to the next level, and we do, that we should be probably more ambitious, as has been said by some of the in the questions in 2014, because being ambitious and putting on a long date isn't necessarily being ambitious at all. But my only concern about this, and this isn't the best opportunity to do it, but it's probably going to be the only opportunity to say, is I don't think the air quality is the environment's worst issue in Otago. And my annoyance about having plans like this is that we deal with this as in isolation, when I think having seen the vast improvement in air quality in Otago, we could be going somewhere with what we don't see in septic tanks had we had a plan for septic tanks alone by itself over the years. And sometimes we like to think we're doing the really good stuff, but I think there's much worse problems we could be addressing in Otago. And I'm just putting it out there that sometimes we don't go for what is the low-hanging fruit to improve our environment overall. And we're set by statutory timeframes and things which don't necessarily deliver for the environment. Just want to say that.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Laws.
Thank you. This is a very vexed issue for me as a representative of the Dunstan ward, because we are probably the coldest populated region in New Zealand during winter. We also suffer from the infamous inversion layer during those winter months as well, which obviously impacts and affects air quality in the airshed towns that are enumerated in this paper. But then you've also got to add another factor to this, which is the increasing cost of electricity for central Otago and the Lakes, partly as a result of a failure of the electricity market in this country, and partly as a result of the monopoly supplier Aurora and its appalling service and its gouging of consumers in our region over the last few years as well. And all the indications are that the price of electricity and alternative fuel sources and so-called clean sources or renewable sources in our region will only increase this winter and in winters to come to a disproportionate level to the rest of New Zealand. So there are a number of contradictory imperatives at play here, including, as was mentioned by the Mayor this morning, the urban growth in the Central Lakes region, which will, again, only show indications of declining at some time in the future, but certainly at no time that we can see. I've maintained ever since I've sat round this council table that it's cold that will kill, not coal, and that we should take a sensible and very, if you like, effective approach towards the way in which we manage air quality in the urban areas of Central. And therefore, I'm a strong believer that anything that improves air quality is a good thing, but that our own measurement devices show that air and quality in Central Otago and the Lakes, and particularly in the airsheds of Cromwell and Alexandra, are improving as a result of good public education campaigns, of which the Otago Regional Council has played an illustrative part. So I'm a huge fan of non-regulatory rules and approaches, because the best way to achieve an end is to convince the community, or at least have the community working with you in achieving that same end. However, I will say this, and I think this is a premature paper. I would like to see this after the government publishes the National Employment Environment Standard on air quality next year. I don't want us to have to redo some of this work all over again. And I do not see any particular gain from proceeding this year, when we may have to expensively repeat next year and potentially the year after as well. And can I just say to staff, I think you've picked up very well what governance have said. I'm not critical of the paper that's here. I think it's tried to distill a number of competing objectives, not just in the governance team, but in the wider community as well. But I would suggest to you that the time to do this is after the government has set that direction. And to those who say, oh, listen, we're behind the process at the moment, let's not delay any further. Again, I would go back to look at our own measurement standards of Alexandra, Arrowtown, Clyde, Cromwell, Milton and Mosgiel, and see that in many of those cases, air quality is actually improving as a consequence of what we are doing already. Those are my thoughts on that particular issue, Madam Chair.
Councillor Laws, Councillor Forbes.
Thank you. I just want to sum up a couple of things from here. I think it's the air quality is improving across the district. It's made way better in Dunedin, but we still have problems in this area. I think a plan that addresses home heating right across the region is a good idea in terms of simply in new builds, when people replace, get them into the ultra low burning. It just seems a no-brainer and it won't hurt anyone, not just the priority towns. Good to see the non-regulatory. I agree with Councillor Laws on the non-regulatory activity and also about electricity. It is not reliable enough for these areas. I think we need a stringency across rural outdoor burning, but again, non-regulatory will work better in this place and in this area, especially as we're set up with uncertainty in the government, and I don't want to see us waiting for new rules to come out. I don't want to see extra consultations. I think option one is correct there. We've actually got a lot of information from the public already and in your stakeholder meeting. So well done with that, and well done with the report. I think it's really good and it's walking quite a fine line. But the preference on non-regulatory will really help us out as rules change upstairs that we can't control at this point. Yeah, so that's my thinking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a point to the chair, I have heard 3 in favour.
Oh, sorry, I was going to let everybody, but you can say, you're going to ask for that, yes.
You've asked for 3 in.
That was for each of the other points, we were going to do that. I was going to let everybody have a say on this one so that they can get it out of the way, and then they may not need to enter the debate on each other one, hopefully.
And that's what I understood.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Callagher.
Thank you. I'm very much in favour of waiting for central government regulation to be updated. I assume we would have some involvement in that process. I think then we can go out with what is a far more sort of government direction and tailor it to what we may see as beneficial for our region. As I look at what we're proposing here, I certainly am happy with the potential changes that are proposed around kind of restrictions around those key towns only. I don't support the buffer zone proposal. I think it's flawed. I think the non-regulatory actions that we could take, the low-hanging fruit that we could be working on, are far yet to be advanced. The practices that are being undertaken at the moment are improving, and I think air quality is slowly improving, just like water quality is improving. So, yeah, there is much of this that concerns me. I most likely will vote against some of it. But yeah, my preference would be waiting for central government regulation.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Malcolm, you want to speak?
Yeah, look, a very good report. I just don't think it's ambitious enough. I think it's a very good start, and I will be pushing to ensure that we have work hard with our financial packages to assist people to get to a higher level quicker. I think that, and we've seen that with Cozy Homes, with the way that they had policies to get changing in insulation and heating right throughout the country. And you'll see in our low decile areas where that is really coming through now and showing better air quality. So I think it's not quite ambitious enough. It's a very good start. I will support Councillor Callagher and the outdoor side of things, because we have it even in the Wilton report. We looked at allowing most of the councils allow cultural burning, and if you look at the definition of cultural, that's customary social behaviours and community activities, which outdoor burning in the farming sector is, to me, a cultural activity. So that would be my basis on that. But a very good start. Just I would like to see us more ambitious, because we are just that tad behind, but I'll support.
Councillor McCall.
Yeah, I'll just say really quickly that good report. I think it was really well written. And my feeling, I'm very much in the non-regulatory space, so I think we can actually make really good gains just by having clear expectations and permitted activities. Having said that, there's times when you've got to have baseline regulation so that you can actually have something to manage from, to do your have your permitted activities from. So that's pretty where I'm at. I think it's pretty well. I think it would positions us to maintain air quality for for a significant period in front of us. Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, Councillor
Yeah,
Meehan.
just very quickly, very supportive of this document, supportive of the process, the workshops that we've been conducted. I'm echoing other councillors by supporting the non-regulatory approach to this, but I'm also very much in favour of the burner replacements with high labs as a process over the next 10 to 20, 30 years.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Noone.
Yeah, well, I support this particular motion. However, I would just say that when it comes to the consultation option, I'd be supporting option 3, because I think this space that we're getting into and we've got to get into from time to time in the developing planning documents such as this, we have had experience how unintended consequences do pop up from time to time. And I hear from my colleague on my left, it may not be perfect, but I like to think we aim for a perfect one before we notify, and going out to the public to receive feedback from them, I think will be critical. So a delay, as set out in option 3, will be one I'll be voting for when the time comes.
Thank you, Councillor Noone. Just if I were to say something, it would be to agree with you on that, I feel that 11 is a really good step forward as well. Having sat on the original air plan hearings, just the community, it really matters to the community, how they keep warm in their homes and how they use fire. So I think it is really important that we do that stage really well, and remember that we are genuinely consulting as well. What we say today might be endorsing an approach, but actually we also need to look at consulting on what, and be really open to hearing as well what the community wants. So that's all really important. And thanks for everyone's input at this point. So we've got the mover and the seconder on noting. I'm just going to put that without a division at this point. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. On to 2. Does somebody care to move that as a starting point? Councillor Somerville, seconded. Councillor Forbes. Does anyone need to speak to this one for?
We what are they moving, which option?
It's not an option, it's
Yeah.
endorsing the council's level of ambition on into.
I guess to speak briefly on that, because I've already said some of that, this is important stuff. There will be people who say more ambition and let's ban all those wood burners entirely. However, we've heard the public feedback in that, and we know there are important issues of electricity, insecurity of supply in central Otago, and we definitely have to take that into account. But yes, let's do the best we can, and this is a very good start, what we've got in here. Thank you.
For anyone else? Councillor Forbes with your hand up? No. Oh, Councillor Laws has got his hand up. I'm not sure if it's a for or an against, but I'm just clearing the fours at the moment.
Can I ask a question?
A question?
Yeah, I know it's in debate, but in the questions earlier, or in the discussion, there was some suggestion of it being ambitious enough in 2040. What if it was 2035, being an ambition as opposed to a time frame? I think you've expressed it as an ambition. What would that be the effect on the plan?
We would accommodate it in the plan.
The biggest issue would it be the earlier transfer of some fires?
Yes.
And if we've got a policy to help that, it could be done, depending on the financial ramifications.
Yes.
Anyone wanting to speak for? No, I don't think there are. So yeah, I realise we've got Councillor Laws. He's not jumping in the fours, he's jumping in the against. So I think what's your next? Councillor Laws.
Thank you. Yes, I am. Obviously, given my earlier comments, I believe that there is nothing that we will achieve today or the Otago Regional Council from passing these motions ahead of the revised national policy statement on air quality, which is anticipated from the government in 2026. In actual fact, as I understand it, this policy is designed to meet standards that were set in 2014, I think. So really, this is a backward-looking national environment standard that we're looking towards. It doesn't provide us any degree of certainty moving forward at all, because we are awaiting the ministerial directive of next year, and it would be my view that we let this issue lie on the table until that environmental standard has been released.
Anybody else wish to speak? No? Put it then, all in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Would you like that recorded?
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm going to go no too.
Thank you. Motion is carried. 3, council's level of ambition regarding urban outdoor burning. Yep, that's pretty much it. Anyone want to speak? Oh, sorry, we need a mover and a seconder first.
Happy to move that too.
Sure. Councillors, would you like to speak, Councillor Somerville?
Oh, look, we've had workshops, we've had discussion, and I think this is another useful thing we can do.
Speaking for, anyone else?
I will go forward.
Yep.
Nothing else, because I don't want to see us kick can down the road, which is how I see waiting for the next, for the government to come up with something else in some time frame that may or may not exist.
Speaking against? Nobody's hands are up at this point. Thanks. Most of the debate was obviously had before. We'll put it all in favour. Aye. Against? Carried.
The Chair, can I ask, can we put 11, I'm happy to move 11 because I think it has bearing on how we vote on the next ones. Because the next ones have had changes in the process since consultation. And okay. So I'm happy to move 11.
Yeah.
And that would give me comfort if that passes to do that with others.
Yeah, the others don't. Yeah, makes no difference, I don't think. So we can do that. Yeah. So we're now looking at the style of consultation, the way we consult with communities. And do you want to move something?
No, I'll move 11.
Yeah.
Happy to see Madam Chair.
If you're moving 11,
and
would
12,
you like to do
and
12 as well?
Sorry.
Yeah, thanks, no worries. Yep, and you were happy to second that. Did you want to speak to it for?
I'm doing this now because I understand that there has been a change with things like buffer zone, including some of the towns like Bannockburn, and I want to have that truth tested with the community before and give the chance for staff. When you put something in there in a plan and do it formally, it can be a tortuous process that we've seen before. So that's why I'm doing this now. I think that it's really exciting the way it's going. I think the buffer zone one especially will, this process will give me some confidence to vote for the buffer plan, the buffer zones, at least as a consultation document. So that's why I think it's important to do it now.
Now the speakers for? No, any against? Councillor Somerville.
Yeah, look, I am concerned about the potential delays that this could include, that this could lead to. And though I can see the advantages of further consultation, I believe this plan has already been well consulted with in public. And I guess the danger of further delay, because who knows what can happen between now and then, for me outweighs the advantages of any further consultation. So I do not support that extra step of consultation in here. I believe for the plan that we have done that and we can get on with notification as soon as we can.
Thanks. Anyone else speaking?
Can I just ask a
against?
question to clarify the impact of the changes in the notification date or the dates in this? So we're talking August and in 9 and 10, is that right for public?
Yeah, what's the difference?
Yeah,
We can ask.
So
the
the existing program that came to you in October last year was an August council meeting for notification. This would be, I can't give you an exact date, perhaps March.
26.
Yes.
So it's pushing it out that far.
About 6, well, where there's a constraint in terms of elections, and there's a period where we can't bring new stuff. So it would likely be the first or second council meeting of 2026.
So that's the impact of this latest of motion 11.
Thank you. Yep. Councillor Laws, you've got your hand up.
Yes, I have. Can you now see the absurdity of voting against the delay? If you are now going to be making this decision in March 2026 after going out on public consultation, and 6 months later, or even less than that, you get the National Environment Standard on air quality coming from the Minister? Can you see the absurdity of it? I hope you can, because it's pretty bloody obvious. 6 months after you finally decide to go with the strategy, not with the plan, you're going to have a National Environment Standard out put by the Minister for the Environment and have to do it all over again. I hope this becomes dawning upon you at the moment. Good grief.
Thank you, Councillor Laws. We've had our speakers for and against, I think. Yeah, but I realise that, but there's no other hands up, so it's all good. So we're going to.
Can I just open?
Oh, sure. You want to speak against? Yep, sure.
Yeah, I think given that I initially thought that we should go ahead with option 9, and given the discussion and the elections in the middle, I think we should carry on with option 9. So I will be voting against 11.
Right, right of reply.
I just want to say that I'm sorry it wasn't clear why I'm doing this. I think that we need to ensure that the staff get the support of the community. We've done quite a lot of substantial changes in this. And I know there was a point that I was meant to reply on Councillor Summerall's point, and it's just literally dropped out of what you said.
So many of them.
Yes.
I don't know.
Look, this isn't about, look, I would have been more ambitious and gone for 2035, as I said. That is where the ambition lies. The ambition is not getting the plan out. The plan, getting it out, is getting it right. And I think you're fudging things. You know, I actually saying to the earlier one, I didn't say it, because I do think 2035 would have got us a better point. And your aspirations are totally unambitious, and yet you're saying that getting the plan on the table is the ambitious bit. That is completely perverse. And with all respect to Councillor Laws, I don't think that this has got this. I think that us pitching at a high level just to 2.5 PM and everything is that I'd be very surprised if this is going to get any more tough in the MPS space, and I don't think that there will be any requirements. I'm feeling quite comfortable that we're going to be in a consistent space with where the government will go with this stuff, and I'd rather be starting that journey to be slightly ambitious for our community. So can we please remember to take the community with us? We're doing quite substantial changes, and take them with us and make sure we've got it right, rather than having us fight us in another process which will no doubt go wrong.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. We've had right of reply, and a reminder we're voting on 11 and 12. I'll put it all in favour. Aye. Against?
No.
No.
Division? I think that was. Okay, we'll do a division, then they can be recorded too accurately.
Councillor Forbes?
Against.
Councillor Callagher?
Yes.
Councillor Laws?
Against.
Councillor Malcolm?
For.
Councillor McCall?
For.
Councillor Methven?
Against.
Councillor Noon?
For.
Councillor Somerville?
Against.
Councillor Weir,
Against.
Councillor Wilson,
For.
Councillor Robertson,
For.
6 in favour and
6-5.
5 against. Thank you.
Carried. Thank you. 6-5, 6 in favour. We come back to 3, urban, yeah, I'm pretty certain we're up to 3, urban outdoor burning. And did we have a mover and a second before Councillor Wilson? I don't think we did. No, she helpfully interrupted, yeah. Somebody want to move those? Sorry, Ray. Have to. Yep, Councillor Wilson, seconded. Urban outdoor burning.
Is this the rest of them?
No.
You already did 3.
Yeah, we've done.
Oh, we've done 3, we're up to 4. Sorry, thanks, Abida.
Question on 4. Question on 4. The air zones that are portrayed in the motion on 4, is that the air zones that start on page 93? Yes. The coloured ones we have. So I'm happy to move that.
Thanks, Councillor Malcolm. Seconded, Councillor Wilson. Any debate on air zones? In favour? Would you like to speak?
No, comfortable.
Sure.
Big body.
Okay. Ask me to put it then.
Thank you.
I will put it. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Number 5 is the rural outdoor burning one. Does somebody want to move this?
Yes.
Councillor Somerville, seconded, Councillor McCall. Speaking for Councillor Somerville.
Look, we've had plenty of discussion on this, but earlier, I think it seems to be plenty of thought has gone into this, and we know now there will be further public consultation on this issue.
Thank you. Anyone else? Against? Councillor Gallagher.
Look, rural outdoor burning is a necessity. It's an activity across Otago that the more we try and restrict it, the more we try and consent it, the more we try and put hurdles in front of it, it condenses it. It's still a necessity. It still has to happen. We need to be pragmatic and sensible about how we manage rural outdoor burning, and the non-regulatory tools are the best effect for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Gallagher. Anyone else against? We'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Okay, motion is carried. Do those against wish to be recorded?
Yes, please. Yep.
Okay, so we've got Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Malcolm, Councillor Mepham, you'd like to be recorded too, maybe? No one else. Okay. Motion is carried. Thanks. 6 is buffer zones. Somebody want to move those? Councillor Somerville. Seconded. Councillor McCall. Anyone need to speak to this? And
we have had that discussion about buffer zones. We have had the concern that this might take too big an area. That has been modified by this sort of elevation that's gone in here. And I do know that we do need something that we are going to take for that next round of consultation.
Thank you. Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, I'm speaking again and vote against this motion.
I'll just double check there's no more fours. I don't think there are.
Yep. No one else for it? I'll put it vote.
You're welcome to speak.
Look, we've actually heard that this whole buffer zone thing has been modelled. I believe if we're making decisions which are Yeah, they need to be based on factual science, not modelling, and scientists may have a crack at me on that, but I will continue to argue this is on modelling. This is a cultural, and I deem this to be a cultural customary activity done within New Zealand for the last probably 100, well actually since our first people arrived in this country, is outdoor burning. So to put the restrictions on now, I think are wrong, and the methodology I doubt. So I will vote against this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Callaghan.
Yeah, to me, just applying buffer zones around the areas we know the issue sits, and we have science and we're monitoring those issues, to me is a step too far. It brings in an awful lot of people and affects their properties in a manner that will be very challenging for them to then manage that. What they have, the vegetation, we know that those that peri-urban area is, you know, it's that one step out from the area of issue that we have, and to just take away or make it almost impossible for that area to manage the vegetation within it. Again, non-regulatory tools would be far better than a buffer zone. So I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers against? No. Okay, we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
I hear 3 no's. It's carried. Would you like your votes recorded?
Yes, please.
Yep. Same as last time you've got that. Yep, thank you. 7 is agrochemical and fertiliser discharges, farming, industrial and trade. Somebody like to move?
Happy to move.
Councillor Noon, seconded Councillor McCall. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Noon?
No, I don't think so. I mean, this, well, it has reference to the regional plan, the current regional plan here. So, you know, we're not as if we're doing anything radical or any major change. So I feel comfortable that we go with what is recommended by staff.
Thank you. Any speakers of any denomination at this point? No? Oh, Councillor Callaghan.
Yes, I'll be against. I think that we're in a different echelon here. I think that we're dealing with what are becoming very specialised professional practices at very low levels, whereas the issue we're trying to resolve is at a far higher level in a very ring-fenced area. And I think the level of ambition that we're looking at here is just imposing a situation across a blanket area that I don't see how there's going to be of benefit to that ring-fenced area of concern.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, oh, sorry, Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, I will also be voting against. I think the industries itself have enough regulations that they have to maintain now. And if there is, if they are not maintaining up to those standards, there is plenty of regulation already there that can scaffold them and make sure they are doing it right. So I don't think we need any more.
Thank you. All right, no right to reply. Oh, sorry, council laws, I think we've had the 3, have we had the 3? No, we've only had 2, thank you, perfect. So council laws, you're welcome to speak.
Yeah, all I'm just going to ask you, say here is, I think there's a problem that we're trying to solve that we haven't identified as a problem. There's simply a lack of evidence or data that's been presented to us to suggest that we've got to intervene in the way that we are suggesting in this paper.
Thank you.
Sorry,
have you got a question?
I'm sorry, I should ask this question. Sorry, in the approach paragraph 74, you reference the draft land and water plan as setbacks, with the sort of being consistent with that. Is that meaning that you are still looking at some of those setbacks that are in the draft land and water plan for fertiliser applications and other things? And that's where you get your lead from.
It, through the chair, it means that we're making sure that they're aligned at this point as far as we can.
And yet that we don't have a draft land and water plan to the essence, do we? So
we have a draft land and water plan.
It hasn't been adopted by council. No. So that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So we can put this one now. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
Against. Okay, 3 against, it's carried. Would you like your votes recorded, Councillor Gallagher, Malcolm and Laws?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we're up to the very last one, which is vehicle emissions. Who would like to move this? Councillor Forbes, seconded. Councillor Somerville.
I'd like to say that these vehicle emissions are a systemic issue. So it crosses transport systems, land use and others. And we know vehicle emissions kill, and they're also damaging to ecosystems. So, and outlined in this report, you've got a lot of strong non-regulatory tools that we can get on with. So I'd just like to make sure that we ensure that what we're doing in this area and our non-regulatory tools is aligned with those other plans. So, for example, public transport will help air emissions. So we have to align with those other plans, and all our actions, they should always be anyway, but in particular when you've got something systemic like this, that they shoot back to our overall strategic directions. So I just want to make sure that those non-regulatory actions are strongly produced and socialised and in place, and that they take into account other plans, and that other plans can help support those actions. So I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Somerville.
Yeah, thank you. And look, I just note too that though that recommendation talks about raising awareness of the health effects, in fact, the paragraphs under the approach from paragraphs 81 on do seem to be broader than that, and using as many of those regulatory options, actions as possible, and noting too that we are very constrained in what we have the authority or the power to influence, but let's do the very best we can, because it's another serious health effect for people.
Thank you. 4? Yeah, sorry.
Against.
Okay, sure. We've got Councillor Laws and then we've got Councillor Noon speaking against. Councillor Laws.
Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm worried about this particular motion being used as a Trojan horse for the public transport ideologues that sit around our council table. I have to say that I see nothing in here, again, in terms of data specific to our region, that there is a problem that is causing health issues. I've seen an extrapolation of data that is taken from overseas, but I have seen nothing on the local context that suggests that people are suffering deleterious health consequences as a result of driving motor cars or trucks in the Otago region. I know you are in danger of being killed by accident, but I don't see you in danger of suffering from air quality issues. So I cannot vote for this particular motion.
Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I'm not against raising awareness of the health impacts, but I don't believe that's our responsibility. I think health authorities are all over that. I also believe that in terms of vehicle emissions, we need to walk the talk, that we need to focus on reducing our carbon footprint rather than sort of flexing our muscle and instructing people beyond this organisation to follow a particular reduction regime.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yep. Same, I'm against. What worries me with this one is that every step that ORC seems to take seems to be ignoring the fact that we are a large geographical area with activities across our large geographical area with not many people spread amongst them. And every step that we seem to follow so far is about vehicle modifications and changes towards electrifying, but we don't have the infrastructure or the ability to do that to the extent that is being promoted. And while we do that, we are seeing less activity shown towards new bridges that we need. We constantly talk about public transport in Queenstown. We never talk about four-laning that necessary road between Frankton and Lake Hayes, which is constantly bottlenecked. So while this proceeds, those necessary basic levels of service are being forgotten or ignored. And so I'll be voting against. Thanks.
Thank you. We've had 3 against. No, yeah, no. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we've missed the 4s.
Where's the 4th?
Yep. So we. Yeah, but we do 4s and then we do against and we vote. So we're about to vote. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
No.
Division? Thanks.
Councillor Forbes. Councillor Callagher.
Against.
Councillor Laws.
No.
Councillor Malcolm.
No.
Councillor McCall.
For.
Councillor Newtham.
For.
Councillor Noon.
Against.
Councillor Somerville.
For.
Councillor Weir.
For.
Councillor Wilson.
Abstain.
Abstain.
Councillor Robertson.
4.
6, 4, 1 abstain.
6, 4, and 1 abstain.
Motion carried. Thank you. That brings us to the end.
Michael, your mic's on.
Oh, yeah.
His counting's correct.
That's all good. Yeah, it's very helpful there, summing up the tally there. Thanks to Councillor Laws. All right, well, yeah, that brings us to the end of this paper. We would want to have at least half an hour for lunch. So, yeah, I'm just deciding whether we can get through this one. Yeah.
So I have to come back 1 for the next item, which is what Otago presentation.
I'll move that we skip. Oh, right.
So we won't.
Yeah.
Can we
we
change
could
to
bring
different
a paper that's quick, maybe. Yeah, sorry.
No, none of them.
No.
Start.
Okay, thanks everyone. I'll move that we stand adjourned. Somebody's gonna second that. Councillor Callagher is gonna do that. All in favour? Aye. Against? We'll see you at 1 o'clock for presentation from Otago. Okay, we are underway. Thanks, everyone. Just double checking everyone's connected and we can hear all right. Seem to be, which is great. So yeah, council meeting is resuming, and as we mentioned, we're resuming at presentations. And we had one earlier today, but the second part of that will be for Otago's interim report. Welcome, gentlemen. We can see that you've joined us on screen. We have Tim, we have Kevin, and we have Stephen there from what I can see. So I am going to hand over to you now, and great to have you with us.
Thank you, Chair. I hope you can hear me nice and clearly. Apologies that we are not with you in person, but the logistics of getting us to Queenstown just didn't quite play to our favour. So hopefully this was an appropriate and satisfactory alternative. And of course, we did have the opportunity to meet with the council not too many weeks ago. So we feel that we're doing a bit of a rerun of what we've talked about in a different session. So I'm joined today, as you pointed out, by Kevin and Stephen. So what we're proposing to do is just talk you through the presentation, which you have had circulated to you. I don't know if it's going to appear on screen as I'm talking.
But probably could, because if you're wanting to do, oh, sorry, you'd like us to do that from our end.
It may in fact just be more straightforward.
Yeah, due to our bandwidth here on
exactly,
we can't today. Sorry, Tim.
Yeah. So why don't between Kevin, me, and Stephen, why don't we identify which page we're speaking to, and if you can do a manual turnover in front of you, that hopefully will achieve the outcome.
Thank you.
Cool. So the first page of the slide pack is the ORC half-year update dated March 2025, followed by the agenda. So a quick update from me. Then we'll talk about our major projects, then talk about the numbers in terms of the half-year results, then give some commentary about what the remainder of the financial year is looking like for us, and then we're open for any questions. Chair, could you confirm how long do you have available to us?
20 minutes.
20 minutes. I will move quickly.
Thank you.
So if I turn to the slide with the coloured chevrons on it, which is entitled the New Zealand Always Open Port. So that slide is a snapshot of our strategy. You will recall from our recent meeting and obviously our meetings with you last year that a lot of time and effort has gone into refreshing the Port Otago strategy. We think it's important that we are consistent about reminding ourselves of what the strategy is, which is always open in a physical sense, always open to new opportunity, always open to new ideas, and always open in terms of managing the risk around climate change. And so our focus has been very much driven by that strategy. And Kevin will talk about this in a bit more depth shortly in terms of the physical always open. We've made an investment in new dredging capability. We're doing some work in terms of the harbour defences and the Aramorana mole, and we're putting a lot of focus into sustainability, which I'll touch on in a subsequent slide shortly. We are working closely with our existing customer base and pursuing some new potential customers. We're providing flexibility to those customers in terms of our planning for the project at Mosgiel, and we've successfully stood up the additional storage capacity for containers at Ravensbourne, which gives us important flexibility in terms of meeting our customer needs. We've done a lot of work and continue to do a lot of work in terms of using technology, machine-based learning, artificial intelligence, all of those very topical items at the moment to ensure that we're getting better at being a data-driven business and looking to encompass that in everything that we do. And the two areas that, of course, we never lose sight of, well, the three areas we never lose sight of is one, health and safety of our team. I've got a separate reference to that shortly. Our path to decarbonisation, which you have reminded us of the importance of it to you in your letter of expectations, and our ongoing responsibility to be a good and responsible neighbour. So if I could turn to the next slide, and it's just a snapshot of your letter of expectations to us from February. And the key messages from there was your expectations around our financial performance and the dividend, with a full year dividend of financial year 2025 of 18 million, rising to 20 million thereafter, and us taking over support for the rescue helicopter. You've made it very plain to us about the importance of reporting on our decarbonisation activities, and you've re-emphasised, and hopefully I have replayed to you, our continued commitment to our impact on the wider community. If I move to the next slide, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but you have seen it previously. This is the dashboard that we look at constantly to ensure that we are delivering on what we say we intend to do around decarbonisation. It is not easy in a port environment, particularly when our Scope 1 emissions are largely in the marine area, and that's all driven by fuel usage. But we are doing a lot of work in terms of more efficient use of existing plant and equipment, and in particular making the right investment decisions at the right time to transition to more efficient and climate-friendly alternatives. The health and safety framework is on the next slide. This is, as I've emphasised several times already, a critical area for us. We are constantly, as board and management, focused on health and safety. The Port of Auckland decision late last year had an important component in it, which was to be clear about work being actually done as opposed to work which we think is being done. I wouldn't describe that as a wake-up call for us because we've been pretty alert, but it has sharpened our focus, and we're putting a lot of effort and time into training our frontline staff, and more importantly, working closely with all of our team who are in risky situations to ensure that we have the right policies and procedures in place and that they are actually being followed. So I move on to the next slide, which is a very attractive piece of equipment. It's a dredge, and it takes a certain type to get excited about dredges, but we get excited about dredges. So I'll pass on to Kevin, who's very excited about them.
Thank you, Tim, and kia ora and welcome. So that pretty picture is Darman TSD 1,000 cubic metre dredge that we've signed a contract to acquire. To give you some relativity, our New Era trusty 40-year-old dredge is a 750 cubic metre dredge. So this one's just slightly bigger, but it comes with 40 years of generational improvement in technology. And this vessel does not split in half like the New Era does. It's actually got bomb doors underneath. So it's fuel efficient. It's got the latest tech around where to dredge and ensuring that we're not over dredging, which is a bit of an issue when you're trying to dredge because you're trying to be as economic as you can. So this comes with all the bells and whistles of an extremely modern dredge. So really pleased to be able to get to the bottom of acquiring this. And as we've managed to partner, if you go to the next slide, with another regional port. And you may ask why Napier Port is our partner. Well, if you look on the map, we're a 4-day sail away from Napier, Port Otago, and they're quite complementary. The similar size container business. They've got a lot larger log business than us, very similar cruise business, and they don't have a property company. So in the world of ports, we're quite similar but different. And the JV is structured around sharing an asset between two ports and avoiding duplication and getting maximum efficiency. So ultimately, it lowers the cost of investment for Port Otago by JV in it, and it lowers the ongoing cost of dredging by being efficient. So very happy to collaborate with another port to share the cost. So that vessel's been it's been designed in Holland, and oversight comes from Holland, but it's been engineered and constructed in Haiphong, just out near the coast from Hanoi in Vietnam. And the keel lane will happen next month, and then we expect it to be completed by October 26, when we'll welcome it to Port Chalmers. We'll be based in Port Chalmers, and then spend likely the summer up, summer in Dunedin, and then the winter up in the Hawke's Bay. So good outcome for us, and we announced that at Christmas. So if you move on to the next slide, and this is, we've been a bit topical this week with the ORC and DCC releasing your report on South Dunedin. You can see the three rings A, B and C of our leasehold land, and ring A is around our Dunedin bulk port, and that's land that the port is committed to hold for the future to enable the port in Dunedin to function and adapt as usage of fuel and shipping transpires over future years. The B and C circles has been purely a leasehold property play, and we have been divesting some of that land to effectively recycle to invest in our Mosgiel project that we're kicking off. So if you look over the page, if you go to the next page, you can see that we've sold down over the last 15 years nearly 28 hectares of industrial land in Dunedin to enable individuals to pick up that land. We'll only sell to the people that hold the leasehold improvements, and those sites can move on to be developed. So we're working our way through that quietly to reinvest in the Mosgiel project. So over the page, you can, if you flick to the Mosgiel, this is over near Fortex, the old Fortex plant, and the Fisher and Paykel factory, which is obviously now owned by Fonterra. So the three sites there, A, B and C, were owned by Port Otago on the basis that our inland port would be there in due course. And clearly we've found a better alternative next door, and therefore we've divested those three sites. So pleasingly, site A, with the hangars on it, we've sold to Graham Gale to enable his Otago helicopter operation to expand, which is good to finally get that, because Graham's been trying to get that site for a long time. So to reach an amicable deal and get Graham into having the ability to grow on the property is a great outcome. The B and C sites have been sold into the JV and will be used in the future for industrial land. And then if you go to the next page, that shows you the 59 hectares that we have acquired in farmland next door, and then a master plan for stage 1 and stage 2 of the inland port at Mosgiel. So effectively it's a rail siding on the right-hand side there, coming down off the current rail infrastructure, and then into a CT site and container storage for our export customers, a container depot to take pressure off Port Chalmers and Ravensbourne, and then ultimately warehouses to support new customers coming to Port Otago, either import customers or export customers. But it is a roadmap, and we formed the JV on the 31st of December, so we're only at the start line, and we've got a process to work our way through to get consent, and then stage 1 underway. So we'd expect that to be over the next 18 months to 2 years to be working through that process before we're spending money in the ground. So good to be at the start line, but we've got plenty of work to do. And just to put it in perspective, this is around about 59 hectares. I think we started just over 50 in Te Rapa Gateway in 2005, and we've got 3 hectares left of that development, and it's taken us 20 odd years. So this is similar. We start with 59 gross hectares, and we'd expect it to be a generational play of 20 to 25 years to get through that sort of development as we've done at Te Rapa. So speaking about Te Rapa, the next page, we completed our RML build in November, and our tenants are happily ensconced in the new building, and the rent is starting to flow through into the bottom line. Currently, we do not have any other design, build and lease opportunities in Te Rapa due to the just property clock and the mismatch between the construction costs and the cost of rent. But that's starting to perk up a little bit in inquiries in the last couple of weeks. So we'd expect to have some deals on the table hopefully later in the year. Next slide is Wharenaka, and hopefully you've had a tour through recently. The site's coming along nicely. We're targeting November to complete, and the costs are tracking without any major change since Christmas. So pleasingly, we're on track to deliver that by November. So on to the next page. I'll just jump quickly through our various components of our business, starting with containers. So if you see the left-hand side is our current year, and last year full exports are down a little. That's a result of the slow spring and the wet spring and slow start to the season. We're 6% behind in full exports. We expect to pick a little bit of that up, but we don't expect to pick all of it up by year end. And you can see here the empty containers are down as well, and that's just a function of not so many full needed to go out, so you don't need to bring as many empties in. That'll turn around a wee bit in the second half as well. Pleasingly, tranships are about line ball on the previous year, which is good because we had the change from the Polaris into the new service being the Northern Star, and we managed to maintain some tranships to keep that going. So slightly down overall as a container business, but we'll pick a little bit up in the second half. Just moving to our, hopefully you might have our cruise business up next. Looks like mine's gone out of, we've got cruise next.
It is cruise.
Good. So cruise, you can see there the 26 cruise visits versus 33 the previous period, down 21%, which is disappointing. And the result of lower passenger numbers and clearly a less economic activity through to our city. And that's a result of cruise lines taking ships away from the region due to the uncertainty around the Milford ban. And we're looking forward to our government coming out and giving clarity to the industry around that shortly. And then just the increase in price from some ports and effectively government agencies that have made the destination of New Zealand expensive. So disappointing, but we'll pick up a few in the second half, but targeting around about 90 vessels this year, down from 118 last year. So moving on to bulk tonnes, it's a pretty simple story. We're down a wee bit at logs at half year, which is consistent with the market had been a wee bit slow in China. We'd expect that to be a similar number in the second half, so tracking relatively well with oil, and the others are minor, but tracking around about the same level, so 7% down across the board. So pleasingly moving into property, the next slide. Property is the opposite, where it's up, and that's an outcome of the investment we've made in design, build and leases in the previous 18 months, flowing through into consistent rent, which has dropped down to an EBITDA level. The line there, the gain on property sales, is the one-off sales of leasehold land coming through there, which is a one-time event that has propped up the result. But pleasingly, it is a $4.7 million gain over our book value, and that's included in our financials. So I'll hand back to you, Tim, on the group result.
Thanks, Kevin. So we covered a lot of territory there. The next slide essentially shows the 6 monthly results. So we're slightly ahead of last year in terms of net profit after tax, but behind those numbers is a modest decline in operating performance. So the numbers have been improved by the capital gain that Kevin talked about. And of course, as Kevin indicated, for the full year, we're hoping or anticipating some minor recovery, but things are pretty tough out there in the core trades in which we operate. But we have recorded a positive surplus after tax and a positive profit after tax for the first 6 months of the year, and it is up on last year. But that's that improvement on last year is the benefit of the capital gains. The next slide shows our balance sheet strength, which continues to be positive, and it does give us confidence in our commitments to you in terms of your dividend expectations, both for this year and in the letter of expectations. So happy to take questions on the financials, or we can just comment a little bit about what we see in front of us, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Metham.
Hi guys, thanks for your presentation. It's just a quick question, and that's in regard to your exposure to foreign exchange. Do you have any? I mean, is it all New Zealand dollars that you're dealing in, or?
We do have an exposure to foreign exchange, but it is covered. So the exposure to foreign exchange is the new dredge purchase. But we have a policy of 100% cover. So as soon as the order was placed and documentation was signed, we put the cover in place for the EU exposure, which that generated.
I might ask that question before.
They were prepared.
Yeah.
Okay, Councillor Ware, then Councillor Wilson.
Kia ora. Thanks for the presentation and those updates on some encouraging progress. The question I had to ask was around that ground lease strategy slide, and sort of taking, and it's all right if you haven't read the many pages in the rest of our agenda, but the next item we have coming up is around the Te Awa Otago potential harbour opportunities and issues paper. And a few items in there do mention Port Otago and sort of interact with that ground lease strategy. I was just wondering if you had a chance to look at that and what your thoughts were on that in particular, the potential relocation of industrial land for land use change along the city waterfront that's highlighted in that report.
I haven't personally gone through the report, but I suspect Kevin may have had a glance at it.
Yeah, thanks, Elliot. And I think it's a good report, and there's some great data there at a granular level that we haven't had before. So we're madly digesting that, like I think a lot of people, to then start to reflect on how that flows through into our strategy. And clearly there's two parts. There's one around the actual Dunedin bulk port and where we're going to maintain infrastructure for port and commercial activity. And then there's sort of around in the harbour basin where it's harbour side zoned, and where the port is working to extract ourselves from and free that land up, so through to South Dunedin. So there's different components for us, and we'll be using the good data and factoring into our strategy, and you'll hear more from us in the future.
Cheers, guys.
Councillor Wilson.
I just want to talk about the inland port and logistics hub, and I've got two questions. And the first one is to allow, and I'm sure that all the councillors are aware, are you considering fast tracking with any of that, or is it a plan change, or is it a resource consent that you're thinking?
We've got a number of options, Kate, that we're working our way through. Obviously, referral into the fast track process is being considered, along with a range of options through to a plan change. So we're just getting our information together like we would for any old consenting process, and we're not quite there with all the relevant material and science to be able to present a case. So once we've done that, we'll make the assessment on what route we go, depending on the legislation and where that sits at the time, but not too far away from completing all the work at the moment.
Thank you. And the only other question is one, sitting on the Regional Land Transport Committee, but here in Mosgiel Tari Community Board, I think submitting to DCC or someone to do a study on the traffic bypass wherever, for other reasons. Has there been any contact with any work happening in the traffic bypass, because this would want to be working into that?
Okay, we've completed an exercise on the bypass with Stantec, and we've provided that to the ORC, DCC, and the Mosgiel community for their information, and NZTA. So that work's available as a starter for 10 from Port Otago.
Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Yeah, like others, thank you for the presentation. Is there any update with regards to the Aramoana mole? I know Tim mentioned at the front end, but in relation to the other groins that sit fairly close by, i.e. Longmac, etc., are you able to update us if there's anything that we need to be aware of, particularly with the community?
Yeah, I can update you, Andrew. We're at the moment, we're just doing the science around the sort of protection we need to add to Aramoana mould to give it a longer life and be more resilient in respect of extreme weather events. And we've been working with the Wellington Airport and their consultants who had a similar issue at the end of the runway. So yeah, we're working through that. I expect we'll be in a position mid-year to look at some solutions. So we're still 6 months away from getting to a position where we'll have something to share.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from councillors? It appears not. So at this point, just a really big thanks. Thanks for coming along today and presenting to us, for your ongoing commitment to Otago, for taking a strategic focus. The always open port, as we've said before, doesn't just happen in what can be a fickle shipping environment. For your investment and strategic thinking in terms of having a sustainable business going forward, what it means to have consistent returns for Otago. It takes a lot of planning, a lot of really prudent thinking about what sort of infrastructure is required to achieve that, and always keeping your eyes on the future and where we need to shift to. So for us, having that strategy is really important. Sharing in the partnership that you have, I suppose not partnership, the relationship that we have, and the letter of intent that we send, and really taking that on board in terms of climate and being sustainable and what it means to be a modern and long-term business as well. So that's really brilliant to see, and just that level of diversification, that means that you'll be there consistently for Otago, not just in terms of returns to this council, but also as a gateway and as a port. It's really, really important. So just a big thanks for coming once again, and for your work. It's never taken for granted by us. So yeah, big thanks. And yeah, were there any other comments you want to make before you guys head away?
Look forward to coming back and presenting our full year results, and continuing the close collaboration that we have with you. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Bye.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks. We are now moving back into the papers then, and we're on to our second paper, well, third paper, but in the 10 section, and very relevant, is Te Awa Otago Issues and Opportunities Report. This one has been authored by Hilary, but there's a bit of a team that have been involved, including community stakeholders as well in this big team. And everyone will have the report as well as part of what they've received with us. Hilary, do you want to take us on?
Sure. A nice segue coming into this after hearing from Port Otago. So first of all, I just want to introduce the team that we've got presenting here today. So you all know me, and you've all met Shay, who is on the strategy team, who was the project manager for this piece of work. And to my left, I've got Katie Egglesfield, who is from the Dunedin City Council Parks and Recreation team. So it's great to have Katie up here from Dunedin as well. And on the screen, we have Anna Malloy from our ICM team to answer any questions around the ICM process, because that's features in this paper. And Edward Ellison did want to join us remotely today as well, but he is in a full day meeting in Wellington. So I just want to, we're here today to present our Otago Issues and Opportunities Report and seek endorsement for our recommendations for the next steps. But just wanted to acknowledge that a really key outcome for this piece of work, or this project, has been the strengthened partnership between Mana Whenua, ORC and the Dunedin City Council, which provides a foundation for future governance and decision making.
Fantastic. recommendations there today. We'll be noting the report and the attached, the issues and opportunities report, which is attached, and endorsing the recommended next steps. So that's what we're talking about today. But are there any questions? Councillor Wilson.
I'm just trying, there's one section that talks about the starting of ferries in the 2000s and something, and I just want to assure you that they were happening well and truly in 1863. It's restarted, but that's a technical issue. My question is, and look, thank you for, Hilary, you just pointed out, this is the second report today, I think, where we get that there's a really good close relationship with DCC, and I'm really excited by that, but it doesn't seem right at this level because I haven't met with DCC on this. And while it's absolutely great for staff and it's great to have you here, but at what point do we sit around the table and make sure that this is really firm enough at a governance level to and build those relationships? And is there room for that? I'm really supportive of it, and I'm back this 100%. But I know what I know in this room. I haven't got an idea of what any of the DCC councillors are thinking on this.
We're going to be taking a very similar paper to the DCC on the 26th to seek, similar endorsement for the next steps as well. We also presented at the Harbour Reserves Management Plan review hearing on Monday, just to make them, which Kelly's been very much part of that.
Yes.
So we're trying to make sure that when we're out speaking to the public, that we're not out asking the same questions. So we've been working closely with the committee to align those processes. Yeah. So and we did do a workshop with the DCC on this as well. So
just to note that I was invited to that as well, so I attended. But yeah, you're right.
But to add to that, Kate, if there's a desire for more opportunities to have these conversations in a joint governance context, then we are open to organise them. We haven't done it as a matter of course, right? They have happened for a few things. I think the FDS for Dunedin, there are a couple of joint workshops. South Dunedin may have been done separately for large parts, with maybe we came together for one of it. So there is an opportunity to do that if this table would prefer that we had more joint sessions.
Thank you. And so the only reason I'm asking this, I'm trying to do a question. I think it's absolutely fine, but this says we are working together. We haven't collectively, and if we're not on the same mind, and I think it would be great if we did meet when we're trying to do these things collectively to ensure that we are all on the same page. It's this has been so long in the coming, and it is absolutely vital that we are on the same page if it is to be effective. It's going to be a huge investment that we're asking from our community, and through the ICN project. And if we haven't got the wheels on the same ground, it will be rocky. And yeah, so I don't want to slow it down, so I don't know how we can do that.
Was there a question around are we aligned so far?
Well, we don't know. So staff are aligned, and I absolutely get that, and that's exciting and thrilling. But until the councillors meet with the councillors, I don't think we do know the governance is aligned. And I don't want to slow it down. So this has been spoken about for so long.
Yeah, anything you'd like to comment on that?
Maybe I'll take this. Probably around how we would manage that long term. So at some point, if this is endorsed today and we move forward under an ICN model, we will come up with a suite of actions, as we've had a few projects where this has been the case recently, and some of those actions will fall to ORC within our remit. Some will fall to the community, and others may fall to DCC or other parties. At that point in time, it may be that this council would like to engage directly with your DCC counterparts to give you confidence that there is a commitment to some of the actions that sit on their side of the fence before you make commitments to things through our planning process that within ORC's remit, and that can absolutely be accommodated through that process. That would be the way I would recommend we manage it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Weir.
Kia ora, thanks for another great report. Really interesting to read through this paper. One question I had was something I've been hearing in recent years, was talks of creating a UNESCO biosphere reserve covering the Otago harbour and sort of the surrounding area. I was just curious if that came up at all in the discussions?
Thank you, Elliot. Can take this one. I can tell you we did speak to proponents of that biosphere, and that information was passed on to the consultants who had prepared the report. Does that answer your question?
Yep, good one. Thanks. Yep, Councillor Sunwell.
Thank you. Look, there's reference in here to that previous 1991 harbour report, and it noted most of those actions, in fact, didn't get followed through. Well, we don't want to be in that situation again. So how can we make sure that doesn't happen again? And I'm suggesting it from reading this, it might be because we've got this ICM model to use. Do you think that's the big thing that's really going to help this time?
So the attached spreadsheet that came with this is a list of recommended actions, but they haven't been prioritised according to, you know, what's most important to the community necessarily, or what should come first, or if we go and pursue this, is that going to impede on that one there? And so that's everything that will be sorted out and considered through the ICM programme. So, you know, I can't speak to all of the actions that were in the 1991 report. I don't know how many of them were even appropriate or realistic. I don't know. But we have a suite of modern day actions that have come out through our consultations, and the ICM programme will figure out which of those are most in line with the community's ambitions, and then which ones do we need to prioritise, because, you know, we can't always do everything at once.
Yeah, okay, and I guess a reminder for council, it's up to us to make sure that things are followed through, where they're all agreed.
Any further quick, Councillor Malcolm and then Nicole?
Yeah, look, a very good report, and I just want, and further to what Councillor Wilson is on about, and if we go into the integrated catchment model, which I think is exactly the right way to get this into one spot, the governance part will be exceptionally important if we are asking other organisations to fund parts of it. So, once you get to that stage of here's our opportunities and this is our things we have to do, how are you anticipating taking it to the next step so it doesn't end up like the 1990 report and things don't get done?
I'd like to ask Anna to speak to that, because she's the one leading the ICM programmes.
Yep, thanks.
Kia ora koutou. Thanks, Hilary. Thanks, Councillor Malcolm. As you know, the ICM program is underway. We've had some good success in a broad sense with the Catlins, and it's looking similar in the Upper Lakes. The report that I'm aware of that Hilary has tabled in front of you is a really good start that has done a bit of quite a large canvas of views around issues and opportunities in the harbour. So many of those wouldn't naturally fall under the umbrella of ICM the way we have structured it, which is a focus on our ecosystems or environment in their health and how they underpin or provide services to human, social, ecological values, economic type values. So I would just preface this with saying some of those recommendations in the report wouldn't naturally go towards an ICM program for consideration, but many would. And if we get the approval to move to do this work in the Dunedin Harbour and Peninsula area, then the process would normally follow, and that's what I will speak to as the process, is bringing together a diverse and representative stakeholder and partnership group who would then work on developing a catchment action plan with a basis of these issues and opportunities that you have in front of them as a starting point. So there may be more in it. There may be some of these issues and opportunities that at this point are not necessarily feasible or don't naturally fit within the plan that comes together. So the way that would happen is, I guess what I'm trying to say, give you some context, say we're at a very early stage. What is actioned and how that is actioned comes after the development of the plan, which is essentially an agreement that all those relevant partners and stakeholders are on the same page and they agree this is the way forward. And then towards the end of that process, we start to think about how those key activities, priorities or focus areas are able to be implemented, and what sort of funding or resourcing is required and where that may come from. Does that answer?
Just to add a little bit more to your question around governance, if we think about the Catlins, same model. So representatives from the community, from other key stakeholders, from DCC, this table obviously Mana Whenua forming that group, which would provide oversight for the development of that plan. So you can think about it in a very similar way to the way that the Catlins was approached, in terms of having the right people at the table to try and generate that buy-in to the actions that will fall out the end.
Yeah, and just a comment to that is that I was hoping you would say what you've all just said, so that's how I understood what happened, so that's good. And can I have just a couple of wee more
questions? Yeah.
Questions, yeah. Why, in my 60+ years of being associated with this harbour, it has always been called the Otago Harbour, and I have no problem with using Te Awa Otago there, but we should have it as Otago Harbour if you want complete buy-in from the communities that have lived there for so long. And why, when we commissioned a report on the Otago Harbour, is that not actually, I think it's been used twice in the whole. It is the Otago Harbour, and I'm not trying to demean Mana Whenua's relationship with the harbour, but
it's a question. I think you finished asking the question.
But that's the first time that's anyone's raised that as a concern through this process.
Yep. Okay. Oh, sorry. You said you had a couple. Have you got any more? Okay. Great. Yep. Councillor McCall.
I was just happy to move the recommendations.
Happy to see.
Yep. Sure. Did you want to speak to it, Councillor McCall?
Oh yes, I would like to speak to this. Try and keep it briefly. I think first of all, thanks for the report. It is pretty in depth and it's really also on the table at the end with all the actions. Gives testament to the amount of work that's on getting to this stage. And talking to some of the councillors who've been around the table longer than myself, there's also been discussions in the past as well. So congratulations getting to this stage. And when I look at it, I think it's an obvious target for the integrated catchment management system for several reasons. Mainly because, first of all, every integrated catchment management area is going to be different and require different approaches and different people at the table. And I think the glory of the integrated catchment system is they can achieve that from the very start to the end. So we're going to have people from all the stakeholders, and we're going to get a representative group that will report back really widely to the community, so that everybody's got a say in the development of a proposed catchment action plan for the future. And I think it's going to be a really interesting one because it's going to be a bit more complex. That we're going to be dealing with true Kiutikitai, including the sea. So it's like we're talking about the land through the rivers and down to the communities and into the harbour, and even including industry and stuff that's based around the harbour. So it's going to be pretty complex, but it's going to be a real challenge, and it's a challenge that I'm sure that the integrated catchment team will take with both hands and go with it. And I think I'd just like to a couple of things as well. There's a couple of things which I think are real strengths of the process. And the first thing is that it is a process. And this is using, we're getting to, like, it's based off the conservation standard process, which pretty much leaves no stones unturned in making sure that everybody has their input. But it's flexible enough that it can flex with the requirements of each area as well. And it's also complemented with, I think it's called the, Anna might correct me here, the Madari recording system, where all the actions and stuff, once we get to the future, everything's recorded for eternity. So, and it's getting report back. So once we get the community buying in and you've got your actions, it's all recorded in a systematic way, so everybody can actually see that stuff's happening. We'll get people buying in collectively. And I'm not saying that people in the harbour zone aren't already buying into stuff, but it's really getting everybody together and filling in any gaps and working at the big picture. So I think it's an awesome opportunity, and I look forward to working with members around and around our table, the DCC table, iwi and local communities come together with a thorough and meaning plan at the end of the report. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor McCall. Councillor Forbes, then Weir.
Kia ora. Thank you for this report. It's wonderful. It's much easier to see it like this rather than have the paper and report open on the computer at once. I think ICM is a great structure for this, and I'm really grateful that we've got one ICM in full noise and one close to establishment and another one about to start, which means we are building experience there. I would have preferred it if we were 2 or 3 years on with that experience, but we are where we are. So it's still a bit young and possibly naive, but I think it's the right structure. I think it'll solve some of the communication and role issues that you identified, Kate. And also they're seen in figure 72 on page 83 there. You can see that where OIC fits in that structure. It's kind of tricky. And there's fragmented understanding and fragmented frameworks, which are all outlined in that report, and bringing that fragmented understanding of the Awa together in a comprehensive agreed state of the harbour will be enabled under the ICM structure, especially given the fact that there's swathes of university studies that aren't consolidated. It also will bring together the fragmented policy framework that we now have into something consolidated, which will in turn help with the transparency, the hearing of different voices, and bring the whole thing together where it can be considered in its systemic position that it should be. So yeah, I think that's the right way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weir.
Kia ora. Yeah, look, like for a few days a week, for about a year, I spent 3 hours traveling down the harbour and 3 hours traveling back up. So I got pretty familiar with the harbour from right in the middle of the water. And the biggest thing I think I took away in that time was just how much unrealised potential there was to improve life for both people and the environment of the city and the area at large. And I think that realising that potential is going to take a lot of different people and groups and organisations. So I'm really glad that we are taking steps to play our role. Love everything in this report. I think the ICM approach seems good for a lot of these steps. Some of those short and medium term actions could really make a difference. And then some of those longer term aspirations are similar to stuff I've been harping on about regarding, Dunedin have the potential to have a waterfront, sort of reminiscent of Wellington's transformation that went in the 90s. I think one thing that I'm not necessarily missing, but could be connected a bit more is the Leith improvement scheme and how that connects to the harbour. And then, I guess any discussion of those biosphere reserves. But other than that, I'm really excited that we're heading in this direction and looking at all these issues and opportunities. Kia ora. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
I am absolutely delighted, and I think this is going to be better than it was going to be in 1990s, because the 1990s were tied up with a whole lot of hatred of the ORC getting some assets and infrastructure that the DCC didn't get, and what's worse is that it was took into the 2000s until people realised actually who owned or didn't own which wharves and everything. There was quite a mixed up space in those times. So moving forward, I don't want to be like Wellington. I want to be better than Wellington, and I want to be aspirational that we can be better than Wellington. We've got a much better harbour, and we've got so many more entry points of really good quality. And some of those have been developed by Otago Regional Council and Port Otago, and I think we're really lucky to have them as a player in this piece. My last thing is I just want to acknowledge Brian Scott, who left this table frustrated that the plan he wanted out didn't happen, but this is something he has certainly driven for, and he moved the motion originally by right that has got us to this place. I hope someone is going to send him a paper copy of this, because he won't have any chance of finding it online and acknowledge his part in supporting us getting there. I know he's been equally frustrated as I have that this hasn't happened years ago. So I think he will have something to be pleased about.
Thank you. Any other, councillor Malcolm?
Look, a great step forward. Well done by all the staff and mana whenua that put this together. I would just like us to continually remember that this is actually a working harbour. It should be performing still at its ecological best, but it is a working harbour. It's the gateway to our region, so there's benefits by having it as a working harbour, but by having it as pristine as we possibly can. Let's get things going. Simple as that. Thank you.
No others? Yep, so we'll put the motions then. We've got movers and seconders. Oh, actually, I better ask if the right of reply at all. No?
I know, I'm happy to put the motion once again. Thank you very much for the report, and we look forward to moving it forward through the new process.
Okay, well, it should be fairly clear what the recommendations and what the motions are then. I think we'll put them all together. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
And just let you know that Brian did receive one of these lovely copies as well.
It is absolutely.
You have them one.
Well done.
Brian gets the fancy copies.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10.3 report on implication of changes to the RMA in relation to land and water.
Where is it?
Right.
Yeah. He's just sitting away.
Yeah.
This week.
Okay, everyone, so this is an important paper.
So thanks, Britton. I'll go through this one, and we have got some staff online. So what we've got today is a paper concerning or recommending that council ask staff to engage with central government to address unintended consequences from ORC not notifying its plan. What I'd ask today is we focus on that matter. If there is a whole lot more conversation to have, depending on what the outcome is in terms of how we would navigate and administer these rules or these challenges that might be in front of us down the track if we can't get a fix in place. But that's not really the critical conversation today. The conversation today is focused on the staff's work to identify the best option to address these. These unintended consequences aren't new. We knew about them. Ministers knew about them, and I would say that the ministers, and we did deal with a number of them, were open to supporting ORC to address those consequences through the non-notification of the land and water plan. So they were statements that were made both in meetings we had and also publicly, and what staff are recommending today is that we go to ministers and to ministry staff to try and flesh through what that looks like to get us some solutions for these problems. We are in the position we're in. There's no point dwelling on how we got there. I think what we should be focusing on is what is going to be the best solution for the council and for our community. And staff feel that legislative change is the best way to deal with that, both from a financial point of view, from a time commitment point of view, from an outcome point of view. There is a precedence for the government supporting councils who find themselves in this position. In November, there was a legislative change that supported Environment Southland's issue with farm planning that they had at that time. So it's not a new thing. We're not asking for something that hasn't been done before. And I think, again, that through those conversations, we will be, well, I would hope that we'll be able to progress something that gets us to a good outcome. I just would note on the recommendations, and apologies, that 5 and 7 really should be in OR. So what we're looking for is either we get the delegation to go away and prepare this request for ministers, and myself and Gretchen have the delegation to sign it off and get it up to Wellington for consideration, or you're asking us to prepare something that comes back to the council table so we can have a further deliberations about it. So my, again, recommendation, time is, we would like to get on with these conversations. So if the council table reaches following questions and debate today a position where you're comfortable that we approach ministers, I would just remove for council consideration from recommendation 5 and delegate that approval to get that letter away so we can get it up to ministers. Obviously, you'll all be kept in the loop about whatever correspondence does go up the road. So There are staff online to answer the technical questions. Otherwise, obviously, in terms of, we've got myself and Anita in the room as well.
Just sorry, Richard, on that one around, yeah, whether we bring it back or whether we delegate as well, I guess we'd need to be mindful that has government's made some signals about when they'd be in cabinet and making key decisions, but we'd need to be mindful of what they're doing and when they could realistically do legislative.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have to be part of the conversation. We know they are moving quite quickly on a few things, be it national policy for freshwater or resource management reform. So we would need to be cognizant of timeframes as well.
Yeah. Sorry, there's some hands up. Councillor Malcolm, you were first.
Look, the question I have is, are there any other unintended consequences that we have that are not in this paper, that we should have in this paper? And if so, if there are, have we shaped the recommendations sufficiently to bring them as to?
So my response to that is that there are a number of different consequences of not notifying the plan, and they will be, people will have a different opinion on what those consequences are and whether they're good or not good. Yeah. These are the two that will have a significant impact on both ORC and on our community who will be impacted by them, like obviously the farming community largely. Yeah. And so these are the two that we feel need addressing.
Can I just add, these are the two that have got a time bound?
Yes.
That's the criticality, that's the difference.
Yeah.
It's a good question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McCall.
Yes, could I just clarification with Richard, what you were saying there before. So just changing it so we've got gets the noting down to the board, we agree to approach the government to create a fix for us, and then you're going to basically bring in direct staff to work with the ministry.
So I'll just say, so what I would be suggesting, if the table is comfortable, is 5, is that you request staff to prepare the draft request to the Minister for the Environment. Yep. 6 is that you direct staff to work with Ministry for the Environment to identify, so that's a step that would need to happen in parallel, because we need to be talking to ministry officials about what those regular, and then 7 is you provide the delegation to myself and Gretchen to actually approve and send the document prepared under 5.
Yeah, so you're basically just removing in 5 for council consideration. Yeah. I'll be happy to move in that direction.
Yeah, foreshadowing that. That's cool. Thank you. Councillor Forbes, did you have your hand up? No. Okay. You've got Councillor Meetham, Ware, and then Wilson. Okay, sorry. Yep.
Look, it's just clarification around the dates. The government, when they presented our plan for being notified, said that they were planning a new national policy statement for freshwater management prior to the 31st of December 2025, or if they didn't have it by then, then the 31st of December 2025 was when we could notify the plan that we've already drafted. Is that correct?
That's the way the legislation's worded, is that we're not allowed to notify prior to the 31st of December 2025, or if they bring in the new national policy statement.
Whichever is the later. So we can't.
Whichever is late, so it could be.
We can't go in December if the new one's not out. So if the new one comes out in September.
The new NPF.
Yeah.
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 Is there any indication when we're going to see that?
The last indication that we have had is that they are looking to consult in the first half of this year. So it is due to go to, I think actually the most recent letter from the Minister, which was received recently, they indicated that a cabinet discussion on the direction for the NPS was imminent, and then it would come out for consultation.
Okay, the reason I'm asking these questions is, I mean, we've spent 18 million, or even more, probably 20 million on this plan already. It's in pretty good nick as it is. If we were able to notify it after 31st of December 2025, pretty much with some changes being made to it for perhaps a new NPS FM, that would deal with this situation, I would imagine. I mean, we're not talking we're not talking about many differences in months for this, are we? I mean, if we were...
I think and Anita can jump in on the more technical thing, but I think my response to that is that we need to have this process in train in case the alternative doesn't work out that way, i.e. the changes required are more significant or there's more time required to do reconsultation and redrafting. If we don't have this in train and dealt with, then we will run into some big issues.
Okay, so it's a just in case situation that we're proposing here.
So in essence, the timeframes in the existing plan, these existing provisions were timed to have enabled the plan to be notified and be almost through the hearings processes, if not in appeals.
Yeah.
Because we don't want two frameworks to deal with. We don't want the operative plan and the new plan, because that makes it even harder for consenting. If we wait, and even if we notified in January, we're going to end up in a situation where we've got a really complex consenting framework, because we're going to have to consider the old and the proposed. So that's the situation we were trying to avoid. And so notifying a plan without these changes means that's what we'll be in. So the consenting will be more complex, more time consuming, more expensive.
So in the staff's opinion, is it a better situation for us to notify the plan that we've got with a few changes made to it in terms of a new NPS FM, or is it better for us to have a plan change going through as it's been promoted here?
Staff's position is it's better for the government to make some legislative changes to give us the headroom to notify the plan and get it through a hearings process, which is the intent. The original intent was give us some headroom, get a plan through. And so we're just trying to recreate that situation, but through legislation rather than us bearing the total cost.
So just in terms of the cost of doing this additional cost of doing it, do we have any idea what that would be?
We're not talking, I think I'm just thinking you might be thinking we're doing a plan change.
Yes, so we're proposing legislative changes, so the only cost would be, that would be effectively some staff time working with ministry officials, but not significant enough to have noted it here in terms of what would be required. So it's that financially, it's by far the most prudent option in front of you.
Thank you.
Sorry, next person is Councillor Weir, then Councillor Laws.
Yeah, I had a question, but I first just wanted to clarify something, because I don't know if I heard properly from Anita saying around the December 31st, 2025 date, versus the whenever they bring in the new NPS. It's the sooner of those two dates, correct?
Sorry, Fleur, did I say that ran the wrong way? Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to jump in, Fleur, and just clarify?
Just that's correct, that it's the sooner. So if they release the NPS FM in October, then we can, in theory, notify in November. So it's just whichever is later. So
at the very, very latest, we can notify January 1st, 2025 in theory.
Thank you.
So my question then was, regardless of what we do about these two most pressing issues, they have those time-bound stuff that we have to deal with. Are we prepared to notify the Land and Water Regional Plan by that date as allowed, or are we anticipating that the new NPS will land before then and sort of mandate an overhaul of our current draft?
So the conversation we've had, Elliot, in terms of a time frame for the Land and Water Plan is, and this was a conversation we had back pre-Christmas, was we were waiting until the new NPS came out for consultation, so staff could assess the significance of the change from the current one and the impact that would have on our plan. And then we would be having a conversation with the council table about the approach that you wanted us to take as we progress towards notifying a Land and Water Plan. So at the moment, we have a draft that wasn't endorsed or wasn't voted on by council. It's just sitting there nicely. We would need to pick that up again once we understand the direction the government are taking with that NPS.
Yes.
Relevant to that, where is it? in paragraph 21, it says 31 December 3030, which is the date in the future we could expect to see land and water plan be made operative, which takes into account, I guess, those things that you've just said around needing to assess and then go through the process, and it will take 5 years. Yeah. Yep, Councillor Laws.
Fine, I've got a couple of questions. Let's just go through that again, shall we? So when the National Policy Statement on Freshwater Management gets released for consultation, then our staff are going to look at it and see, what are the potential consequences upon the draft land and water regional plan that we've done. Then finally, after the consultation, government will gazette it. So in other words, it becomes then the National Policy Statement. And then there seems to be this rather heroic assumption that we're not going to have to make too many changes to the draft land and water regional plan as a consequence. Is that what I'm hearing?
No,
not from staff, no.
No, you're not.
That's what I just said then as well. The paragraph says it would take 5 years.
Okay, so we're then going to look at the new one, and then we're going to draft, or at least, yes, we'll have to draft a new land and water regional plan for consultation, go through the process again. Right, good. Can I ask the next question then? I see this has come to us today. I'm a little surprised, Gretchen, that nobody actually has contacted the Minister ahead of this paper coming to us. Has there been any conversation with the Minister for the Environment or with ministerial staff in Wellington as to what the likelihood is of an approach from us formally to the Minister to seek her intervention, how that would turn out? Has there been any conversation at all?
So through the chair, yes, we are regularly in touch with the ministry officials, and we did give them a heads up on this paper, and they've got a copy of it as well.
I guess as well, we met last year, and we did discuss at that meeting that there would be coming in time after we've discussed at this meeting an approach. And recently in the newspaper, I think it was a couple of days ago, Minister Simmons said as well that she's open to hearing from us, and there's been open dialogue about us bringing that forward, and whether it's legislative changes or not, and we're just waiting for that time, and the time is now. So it hasn't been a secret, and yep, there's been ongoing dialogue. Yep. Okay, well, it would have been nice to know to see that in this paper. But here's the next steps. But it seems to me that if you look at the recommendation 5, that seems unnecessary. Really, all you're seeking to us from today is an in principle to say, off we go, we're going to formally approach the Minister. Well, that seems excessive. And then you're going to bring back some sort of draft thing that we're then going to look at. Wouldn't it be better just to say we actually direct the staff to prepare the letter for the Minister of Environment, noting the unintended consequences and seeking a legislative amendment?
Point of order. Or point of clarification, I don't get what it is, but it's exactly what the CE is asked us to change 1-2, so that happens.
Okay, well, but wait on.
We're on the same wavelength, great, yep.
Yeah, but I'm asking, so surely we should actually formalise that in the request rather than work around it.
We've foreshadowed the motion as well around that Councillor McCall and Councillor Wilson have foreshadowed that, yep.
Well, I'm sorry, I haven't. Although I may be awake, not there, I haven't seen a motion that's appeared in front of me anywhere to that effect.
Okay, it was around crossing out at next steps for council consideration, and just stating that staff prepare a draft request to the Minister for the Environment. And then there's a delegation for the chair and the chief executive to approve that as well. So we can debate whether or not that's what people want, but that was the discussion and the foreshadowing that happened earlier on.
Okay, so so am I to understand that in requests and discussions between the chair and the staff with the Minister and the Ministry, the decision today to write her a formal letter will be favourably received, and new legislation will then be drafted by the Minister to deal with the so-called unintended consequences?
We don't know the answer to that. At the moment, the process would be the request, well, what is formally there is a request for a plan change, I guess. So we would be requesting something slightly different, which is a legislative change, and that would be entirely in the minister's hands. So we don't know.
Yeah, so we haven't, Michael, had an indication about whether it would be favourably received or not. We've had certainly had indications in the past, and not in any recent discussions, that they were ministers were the ones we had conversations with, were open to receiving those requests, and they are aware that the ministry staff are aware that we favour a legislative approach rather than a plan change approach, and that's what they're expecting to receive.
It's just, I guess the question I'm asking is, have you been given any indication of the likelihood of success of such a formal move by us?
No.
Okay, that's problematic. You do have one option if this doesn't work. It's not mentioned in this table, in this paper. And I wonder if you've considered it. You've got the two options, which are a plan change essentially, and then you've got the other option of the minister legislatively intervening. There seems a third option here. And I don't know if you obviously haven't considered, otherwise it'd be in this. And it's the furtherance for a private bill. Do you know what a private bill is?
I'm aware of them.
Yeah.
We haven't. I mean, we hadn't considered it as an option for this, but you're right, it could be one.
Well, but then if there was to be a problem with the minister, like there's a legislative logjam or God knows whatever it might be, you've got 4 members of Parliament, 5 in actual fact, if you include the List MP, New Zealand First List MP, who's also the Associate Minister of Agriculture, who could introduce a private bill into the House, sponsored by ourselves, which takes precedence over private members' bills, which would allow this matter to be progressed very, very quickly. And that would then end up on the floor of Parliament for the debate of all of Parliament. So there is that other option, should this option not work. But it's not considered in here, and it's an obvious one.
Thank you.
Good feedback, Michael. Thank you.
Councillor Malcolm.
No.
Okay, Councillor Somerville.
Right, thank you. So can I just clarify? I thought I understood it, but now I'm not sure if I do. The meaning of paragraph 13 here. We know we're discussing this issue around these problems with diffuse discharges. Now, paragraph 13 lists a number of unintended consequences of the not going ahead with that land and water plan. Are these things in B, C, D, and E perhaps, are these the issues we could potentially be asking the government to deal with through legislation, or are these extra unintended consequences that are just sitting there?
Neither. So in essence, we had a framework to manage diffuse discharges, which was plan change 6A. We realised that wasn't effective. We pushed the date out to get the new framework in. Those issues were in the new framework. So that was going to be our new approach to managing rural discharges. So by delaying the plan, we don't have that new framework. So that list is just what the new framework was going to manage.
Right. So if we're asking the minister for some legislation and say that went through, would that deal with those issues?
No.
No. So I guess which is what I thought was my original understanding. So I guess my question becomes then, what are we going to do about this stuff? Because this is environmental.
So this is the gap that we're sitting with.
Right. Okay. So there is no answer at this stage to what we're going to do with these things.
There's no simple answer.
No simple answer. Oh no. That's a disappointing thing, but not unexpected. No, thanks, Anita.
Councillor Malcolm.
In paragraph 13, you say that the current position gives RRC issues in managing water quality issues. Could you give me examples, and this would be to satisfy my councillor Somerville, could you give me examples where B, C, D and E are currently having a greater effect on the environment than they were before we had the plan halted by government?
So, for example, there was under the NES freshwater controls around intensification. And they were originally put in the NES as a temporary measure until councils notified their new plans. They've fallen away. We haven't notified our new plan. So there are no longer controls around intensification. Other regions have them because they're already in their regional plans. We never had them. So that's one example.
So, no, so the question is, I understand absolutely the regulatory things that are no longer in place, but could you give me examples where B, C and D and E are currently having a greater environmental effect than before we were going to put in fact, we haven't put in as the environment changed. The actual environment
So that would be that at the moment, I don't know if we could off the top of the head, but if we have this gap for a number and we get significant intensification areas where we would choose to control it otherwise, there will be impacts. And some of the standards for winter grazing, acknowledging that actually Otago farmers have responded really well in the winter grazing space, and that needs to be acknowledged. There will still be some examples where grazing occurs or is not managed in a way that we would think is fit for purpose in that catchment, because we have gaps in our planning framework that don't allow us to manage it in a regulatory context. So there will be examples coming in the next couple of years where these gaps will have an impact.
So that is the so if further to that, if a farmer is winter grazing poorly and creates runoff into a waterway, have we a mechanism now to take action?
We do. We've got our standard discharge rules, but that's ambulance at the bottom of the cliff. We can't act until services. Yeah, I won't do that.
Really none of this one, Kevin.
Yeah. So what we're dealing with is a situation where we can still take action, but we're taking action after the issues are arisen, and that's not a good position to be in.
No, and that's what we were going to have in our plan, but I'm just saying at the moment, I have not read anywhere where there's any greater environmental impacts because that plan wasn't notified. That's all I was clarifying. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, I still want to, I'm just sort of working around these options, option 1, option 2, option 3. So option 1, do nothing, await new policy direction and implement new national direction as quickly as possible. Isn't that the central government direction?
No, option 1.
So option 1 is wait for the new MPS and then review and understand how much we need to change our plan, what the new work program looks like. If we that's significant, we're going to need to go back and start again and go out. That is what option 1 is. But as quickly as possible might be 12 to 18 months, or it might be 3 months.
But you didn't ask the question. Is option 1 central government direction?
This is not related to the central government direction around the land and water plan. We are still following their direction in terms of we will wait until we see the new NPS, we will make an assessment, and then we will go through a process to establish what our new land and water plan and what our land and water plan looks like as a result of that NPS. These are the unintended consequences of, this is a paper dealing specifically with some consequences that we knew would arise because of the timing of our previous plan changes. So they're outside the scope of the direction that government gave us around our new land and water plan, but the government are aware of them because they were tabled with the government through those conversations we were having last year.
Yes. Another way to answer that would be as well, though, that we don't know what the national direction will be. The national direction could, well, we don't know, give direction that's relevant to both of these things, and they could override what we've got in our current plans, but we don't know how specific they're going to be. They could possibly do that, and if that's the case, then that will always be the case, and it will come in as soon as they make the national direction operative, but we don't know if it's going to happen or not, which is why we need to have a conversation with the government around what is the best approach. Yeah.
So just a little bit more on this. So the intended consequences, we're talking about unintended consequences. The intended consequences are that our draft plan, which is spent years and years on, millions of dollars on, is basically delayed for how many years?
So that the 30-day is operative, so that's beyond appeal. So that's allowing 2 years from notification, because that's what the legislation says, and then an appeal period. But that's about how long it takes to get a plan through for.
No, but the delay that based on the dates, the delay that the government introduced through that legislation last year was it something 12th of October or something like that?
Yeah.
Through to the 31st of December. So what's that, 15 months?
Yeah.
That's the delay period while we wait for, but then there may be a further delay based on the assessment we need to make of the new NPS.
Oh, shut up.
Depends how prescriptive they want to be and of inserting that things, because a higher order document can get inserted straight into plans. So, yep.
Sorry, Chair, you did send an email to us out in relation to, I think it was to recommendation 3, which one?
Yeah.
Which says do not come into effect until our land and water regional plan is made operative. But should that not actually read or such earlier time when the national directive deems it necessary?
I think what we're trying to get through with those is that we want to avoid those rules. So through that conversation we have with officials, and then ultimately we'll have to go up, achieving the outcome may occur in a slightly different way. But it's still, the request still needs to go up with the intent to avoid what happens if those rules come into play.
Yes, the cleanest way is to let the old rules fall away, and they only fall away when the new ones are completely operative.
Thank you. Sorry, are you going to move or are you going to?
Yeah,
no, we've got moving. Sorry.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
No, I'm
done with questions.
It's all moving. I'm moving.
So Councillor McCall has foreshadowed that he's going to move something. Is it the same thing as
Yeah, I'd like to move what's on the board, the recommendations with the adjustment, which takes away the requirement to bring it back to the council.
Yep. And that's what you were wanting to second, okay? And do you want to speak to that?
Yes, I'll speak relatively briefly, hopefully. Basically, at the end of the day, the council, we worked away getting a land and water plan together, getting ready to notify land and water plan. We now no longer have that opportunity to do it within the time frame that we're on, and we find ourselves now in a position, not of our own making, that we've got some unintended consequences of having to delay the possible implementation of a new land and water plan. Prior to finding ourselves in this position, we had been having discussions with government people and officials, and they are well aware of the consequences that our land and water plan was timed to mitigate these issues that we now find ourselves, these time-bound issues that will come to affect us. So they're well aware that this is an issue, and they've said that they're very willing to work with us to find suitable solutions to mitigate the issues for both ourselves and our communities. And I think probably to keep it pretty brief, pretty much what the CE said at the beginning, at the end of the day, the option of sending a formal request to the government to look at ways to intervene to stop these plans coming back in force is by far and away the most financially efficient way of doing it, and that they're basically it's going to be some staff time working through with their staff time to find out what the best and most efficient way of doing it. It's also by far the cleanest option, because it's an option that it's the cleanest and most transparent option, because we go in there and we basically say to them, we've found ourselves in this position, can you help us to get out of it? Our communities need some certainty of where they are and where they're going, what's happening in the meantime. We as a council need some certainty that we can actually work and develop our new plan under the new NPS in a timely manner, so that we end up with a land and water plan that is fit for an extended period, that's fit for purpose on the day. So I think this is the option that we need we need to go down. There's obviously there's pros and cons, but this is this is by far the cleanest and most efficient financially, emotionally, and transparent wise to go down. So I'd like to move the motion.
Thanks, councillor Wilson. Did you want to speak now?
No.
Councillor Laws. We might have muted you.
I'm sorry, my apologies.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say it would be perverse, and that would be the right word, if the minister didn't want to assist the ORC, given the intervention last year, but also the public statements at the time and consequent too. So I'm confident that the course of action that Council's chosen today will be favourably received in Wellington. But I am also conscious of the fact that the minister does not hold a high ministerial rank and of the significant legislative logjam that is already apparent this year. And so I am going to suggest, sorry, it wasn't private bill, it's a local bill. I'm just going to flag the idea that if it was to be declined, or the suggestion was it will be touch and go, then there is the option of a local bill available to us. It's quite commonly used by local government to address a particular issue. It does take precedence over private members' bills in the House, and it is usually favourably received by local members of Parliament to promote. So I'm just flagging that issue there. Were there to be a problem further on down the line.
Thanks, Councillor Laws. Next, Councillor Somerville.
Oh, right, thank you. Look, I guess, we have here identified some issues that are going to create significant issues for Otago farmers, and it has been noted that that has been created by the government's decision last year to prevent the notification of the land and water plan. Now, using legislation to fix a problem in a regional plan is a terrible solution. Unfortunately, it appears to be the only one we've got. So with great reluctance, because I think it's not a good process, but because of the results that we need to get sorted out, I am likely to be supporting this.
Thanks. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I will be supporting this. It's not only the most sensible and obviously the encouraged thing from staff. It is the only step you can do. But I think there's a whole lot of people forgetting actually what this lesson is about. This was something that happened in 2012, 2013, a proposed plan change that went through all of the process, best of intent, came out the other end. And then in 2020, people realised it wasn't going to work, so they needed to fix it. This was best intent policy, not working, put off till 2026 in a plan change in 2020 and to allow for the plan change to come through. It's exactly what we shouldn't be, it's that focus that we should be focusing on and saying this is an old problem because people drove what they thought was going to get water quality and it wouldn't have worked. That is what we're trying to fix. And it was going to be needed whether we had a plan change, but the plan change was going to fix it just a different way. And I think that's the message and the lesson we haven't learned yet, is sometimes we have to understand completely the intent or the outcomes of of good intent policy. And that has been missing from this debate. It has to be on the top of our minds when to understand what problem we're trying to fix here. Absolutely support it. It's the only thing to do. It just makes sense.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. Oh, exactly the same. Totally supported it. It's a no-brainer. I think it's almost shameful that we've gone to a paper of this extent.
Agreed.
That basically says there's an assumption of this council that it may be questionable whether the integrity of the minister is to stand by what the minister said, because the minister said if you have issues with us stopping your plan, then of course bring them to us and we will help you with them. So here we are having overthought whether that may or not be something the minister will consider. I'm surprised that these hadn't just been raised and already been in front of the minister. So anyway, it's an utter no-brainer that would support this.
Thank you. No further debate. By the looks of, do you want to write a reply, Councillor McCall?
No, I'm happy to put the motion, thanks.
Sure, okay, well, I think that's pretty clear with that one, change there, striking out a few words. So we'll vote on everything together, all in favour, aye, against, carried, thank you. We'll check the time, yep, all good. So 10.4, Regional Public Transport Plan adopting for consultation.
So you've got me again. We do have, sorry, I know. Robert and Lorraine on, yeah.
August, they're very responsive. Can he withdraw that, right?
Yeah, I think he's withdrawing it.
Everybody needs some fresh air, I think. We've got
welcome, Anita. It's great
Lorraine and Robin online as well. You've seen the RPTP quite a few times now. So really this is just to get the consultation process out so that we can get feedback from the community. But the other key thing is to get nominations for the hearings panel to consider the RPTP. Happy to take questions, but we'll take the paper as read.
Thank you. No doubt there will be some questions. Once again, I think it would be fair to just foreshadow who I thought might be brilliant panellists, so they are ready and prepared. I was thinking Councillor Andrew Noone as the chair. Andrew is co-chair of Public and Active Transport Committee. As co-chair, Alexa Forbes is out of the country at the time when they're suggesting that the hearings are. So suggest Councillor Kate Wilson, who is the Regional Transport Committee chair, so has a lot of experience, and Councillor Elliot Ware, who's an active public transport, well, has active interest in public transport and has been developing skills in hearing panels as well. And I think we need to probably appoint a reserve as well. It's always a good idea to do that, and I think it should be Gary Callagher. So I don't think there's any problem with staying in the room and discussing the paper at all, but just, yeah, how we'll deal with it. And if anyone would like to nominate themselves who isn't those people, or you'd like to vote for different people, no worries at all, but those were the ones I could think of. Are there any questions on the wider report? Councillor Forbes.
I've got one. First of all, I would just like to apologise that I'm not in the country for those hearings. I would really love to be at them, but I've booked a trip to go and see my son, and that was quite some time ago, so apologies for that. Can't change it. On the upside, I'll be in Taipei checking out their gondola. So I'll provide you with a report of that. Anyway. So what I wanted to ask about though was what was put to us this morning from the Protect Our Winters people about asking Wanaka if it wants to pay for its own business case, given 80% of Dunstan sits in those three towns. Is that an annual plan question?
We've gone out to consultation saying that we've removed items from the annual plan due to funding. If we were to receive incredibly strong feedback, staff would put that back to this table saying the Wanaka community has provided this feedback through annual plan that they have strong feelings about us removing aspects. So I would say that's an annual plan.
Annual plan discussion. Would it be something that we would consult on specifically? We've already done it. No, so we just have to ask people to get involved in it. Thank you very much for that signing these things.
Just noting that, Ryan, you've got your hand up. Did you want to say something?
Kylie's hand.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I see.
It's not.
It's not fake hand. It was just our cursor on the screen. Thank you. It was tricking us. Okay. Any other questions then? Councillor Noone.
Can I ask Alexa's question in a different way? You rated the Wanaka community the 23-24 year, and there was an amount of money that was collected. Does that money sit ring fenced at this point in time? So in other words, is it in a reserve sitting there somewhere?
I have a feel. Oh, Nick, did you hear that?
So what was rated for the Wanaka community
Business plan.
business plan for public transport for the 23-24 year, does it still exist in a jam jar somewhere or not?
From memory, I think it was, we were doing that as, we were doing planning of business case and.
But, so we normally take that
that's
approach,
fine.
the business case was general rated and then implementation fell into.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions, or have you got?
Oh, just going to say, having said that the fund will not, hasn't been spent, it must be sitting in the kitty somewhere.
General, just.
Does it not tag
Goes
within the
back
general?
in yeah, it just goes back in the general reserve, it's not spent, or if we'd had an over. I think we were under budget last year, but so it'd just be sitting back in the reserves. It's not.
General reserve, yeah.
Councillor Malcolm?
Have you moved?
Yep, with the names suggested?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. Perfect. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Malcolm, at all?
Oh, look, it was really, really good hearing, here at the POW, particularly Winters, talking and the need for connecting and giving everyone the opportunity to have a public transport service. I will continue to say that we've got to be very mindful of the cost of that, but we need to do our very best to ensure that all levels of our community have access and have it available. So that's a long process, and with our sparse population, it will often be difficult, but I think this is, the general thrust of the plan is going along that strategy. So I'm happy to get that underway, and let's listen. Don't forget that Wanaka business case, that if the seeds are sown correctly by POW and Co, that may be an option for us to fund and target a rate. So yeah, well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Forbes.
I'd like to just commend staff for this document. It's really, really good. It kind of walks that line between our desire for an efficient and effective public transport system in a very difficult environment, and it's quite progressive given an almost regressive, or probably a regressive GPS, and also in a situation where we've preferred low density development and not to spend on active transport. And so to receive something that is still going forward, I was really impressed with that. I think it's a great report, and there's a lot of gold in it, particularly in the appendices, which I realise a lot of those have to be there, and it's not too long, it's not too chunky, and it's well written. Thank you very much.
Councillor Wilson.
It's interesting, we're talking about annual plan submissions and we're talking about regional passenger transport plan, and we're also earlier talking about a new Minister of Transport. And I'm just wondering whether it needs some consideration that some submissions that come to annual plan may be better under the regional passenger transport plan, and ditto some submissions to this may need to be cross-referenced. And I'm wondering if there should be, whether that's something staff can just take up or do, but I think there is an opportunity for conversations with the new minister that may get us to a different space. And I'm wondering whether we should be championing that and saying, if you've want to work collaboratively, instead of each person individually writing to the minister, that you use this process to channel the thoughts of the community to give the view of the community to the minister. And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity there. It doesn't necessarily be a separate motion, but it may be part of our messaging.
So in terms of the first point, we can absolutely refer submissions. I think that's something that we can comfortably do if we're getting them and we feel that they're better placed in a different process. Make that happen. The second one, in terms of minister messaging, there's the next paper which relates to durability. We've had a paper on private share that last meeting, and so there are some ongoing things for us to consider in terms of how we engage with the new Minister of Transport that I would agree are better to be done as a sector, or I think the strength would be in the public transport sector and us being able to present our community views on some of those things would be valuable as part of that conversation.
So it'd be helpful to message that. And I have to say that the Minister is coming to the South Island chairs of the Regional Land Transport Committee in early April as well. So as is the board chair. Minister Bishop and Simon Bridges are both coming. So if there is going to be a feed-in, but I think it's really important that we act as that conduit for the community, maybe through Pat.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to us? No? Right of reply, Councillor Malcolm, no? Great, we'll put it then, all in favour, aye, against, carried. Just note there that public consultation will be from 24th of March to 2nd of May. So a little bit of an ad there to anyone that would like to submit. It's going to be coming to a place near you very, very soon. So look out for that and get involved. We'd love you to have a say. 10.5 is total mobility, and it's a financial paper around a shortfall. Yep, welcome along. We've got everyone we need, so we can get straight into this one. It should be fairly straightforward, I think. Yeah, it's a big number, but it's a well-presented paper, so hopefully everyone understands what's involved there. Nick's coming forward. Did you want to introduce anything in
I'll take the paper as read. I think the upshot of what's happened is NZTA have realised there's a demand for the service and increased their subsidy from 50 to 75%, but there's no corresponding increase in the other pots of money. So the other NZTA pot and our pot of money, and we've run out, close to running out. It's a nationwide problem. Every region, every PTA is having the same issue, and we've got a community that need and rely on this transport. So we just need to provide some certainty for them in terms of what we're going to do and how we're going to manage it going forward. So there is a lot of money in there.
And the preferred option is to utilise the NZTA poll sooner than would have otherwise have been good, and bring it forward by years. So
yeah, so we have a 3-year funding envelope, and that was the advice from NZTA, is to utilise our 3-year funding envelope for total mobility. It does mean that at the other end there'll be a shortfall, but in conjunction with pulling it forward, as the CE mentioned earlier, some joint conversations at a national level with the Minister to find a solution as a country for this.
Sure. Richard, you're all good?
Yeah, so just noting along with that NZTA, just so it's clear, along with that pulling forward the NZTA funding within that, the 3-year funding of that, which is an incredibly normal process to go through, and that buys us the time to have the conversations with NZTA government about increasing that fund. We are facing a shortfall of our own local share, so that relates to recommendation E. So that is a issue that will hit our budget this year, 225 expected, again to be confirmed as we move through the year. So we will be needing to manage that in terms of the overall transport budgets for this year, but completely support the work the staff have done on this to get us to this point. There isn't an option to end the service. This is our if not our most vulnerable group within society that rely on this total mobility service. So we need to maintain its service this year. And I think it comes back to Kate's point from the last paper. There are some conversations that the sector needs to be having with government and NZTA around how the service is going to be promoted, delivered and funded in coming years, so we don't repeat this in future years.
Thanks. Got a number of hands. We got Councillor Wilson, and then Weir, and then Forbes, and then Malcolm.
Am I right in believing that if we didn't do D and E, and none of us want to do an over budget, I totally get that, but if we didn't do that and then the government decided later on that it would extend it, we have kept money aside that won't be we've run out of more, we've not only got a worse service for our community, or we run up a debt unnecessarily.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Seems like no brainer.
Good one. Councillor Weir.
Thanks. Yeah, and thanks for asking my other question around what the actual who was making what decision here that led to this. But the other question I just wanted to ask was, are there any mechanisms to ensure that those total mobility van and taxi operators are charging fair and reasonable prices? Is that what the RideWise service does?
Yeah, thank you. So through the chair, so a little bit of it is done through RideWise, but we're also expecting to get some more information on that through the nationwide review. So our average fare cost is $30. That, you know, it's a bit of a check. We've got Laura who checks all of our invoices. They look like they're right, but you know, there is another piece of work coming in terms of the national level to look at that. So.
Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Forbes and Malcolm.
No, mine's been asked, thank you.
So very happy to go with the staff recommendations, but clause 27, paragraph 27, it's probably to our finance person, or you may, Anita, should council fully fund the shortfall this year, we would look to understand any other savings that may be realised to offset the expenditure. What are you looking at there?
So I wrote that, so I might take it first. So,
Cool. Yep.
What I'm hoping for is that across our total transport budget, we might have some unders and overs, and
Yes.
we can use it then. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go cap in hand to Mr. Donnelly
To look at it again as well.
to look for some money in another budget.
Yeah, yes, that's good. Thank you. That's all I need to know. Yep. I'm happy to move staff recommendations.
Yep, just checking here all good. Yep, that same too. Yeah, good. So yeah, we can go into debate now. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Malcolm?
Oh, look, this is our most vulnerable part, and I can sort of understand or see how NZTA have got into this position. They're creating a very good service, and that service is now being taken up by those who actually need it. So that's really, really good. We need to think forward and ensure there is a buffer in there to make sure that we are helping everyone that needs help. Again, I am sure that Councillor Forbes will tell us about over time or over coffee about some savings that other people have looked at to help these people and ensure that those are disabled can actually have access to our regular services, and can we improve those to make that happen and make that whole overall picture better. But look, let's just fund it, let's get it underway, let's sit and talk very constructively with NZTA to ensure that we've got some buffers to ensure that the people, our most vulnerable, are protected and looked after. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd like to say that initially I was concerned about the preferred option. I was thinking that really just kicks the can down the road. But now, thanks to the discussion, Richard, I understand that this is not necessarily the case, and that the adjustments made to raise that subsidy in 2022, thanks Nick for our conversation, seem to have resulted in a classic induced demand Jevons paradox situation where more people are using the service because it's become more affordable for them and they can travel further, which is actually a great thing. But we may need to look into the future at some demand management that can happen without increasing the share of cost onto those most vulnerable people. And there are ways of doing that. And they need to be investigated. Continuing to improve accessibility of public transport, developing ways of supporting people who would use public transport if they knew how, the buddy systems. There's lots of ideas. I don't need to go into those. But so for those reasons, we have increased demand. It will cost more. I think we've got a pragmatic solution here in front of us, but we need to also think about demand management that we can do within our existing public transport infrastructure. So for those reasons, I'm happy to second. Thanks.
Councillor Callaghan.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, it's a no-brainer again to support the most vulnerable faction of our community that are relying on the service, and it's good to actually have a service that is able to assist them. It worries me around, we're learning this now, the extent of the amount that we are having to find, and that if this is rapidly escalated to this point, is it going to rapidly escalate beyond this point, and we don't have a solution sort of long term around where this upper number might arrive at. So the discussions with the ministry or the minister are going to be absolutely critical as to where they see this arriving at as their central government support to keep supporting and helping this vulnerable part of our community, and it just can't be the burden of ratepayers. So I'm certainly hoping that a short-term interim measure is seen as just a helping hand to the service, and we need to find a better long-term solution that definitely involves more from central government. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? No, we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thanks very much. We're on to 10.7 flood recovery. Great. John Logan there. So yeah, over to you if you'd like to introduce this one.
Thank you. Just before we get started on the paper, you've all seen Brett in front of you before and met him now, but I'd just like to acknowledge that Brett has, as of next week, you'll see Brett in a different capacity. He's picked up our engineering manager job, and we'll be doing that for the foreseeable. Congratulations, Brett.
Yeah.
Good outcome. Yeah. Yeah.
Good luck.
I'm particularly glad with the appointment. It's good. It's been busy few months while we've been waiting for that, but great to have an internal candidate take the role as well.
Cool. Thanks, Tom. So this paper is has two purposes. The first is an update on our flood recovery program from the October 24 flood. And the second purpose is to seek approval for awarding a contract to undertake repairs on our little flooding down Canada. The flood recovery program, just briefly, was progressing quite well. We're underway with Phil. We have pipes down there already, and hoping to get the contractor going in the next week on that site. We've undertaken a number of the smaller tasks as well, that have been completed. The cost estimate is tracking slightly below what we presented in December. So all things going well at the moment, it's looking quite good. Tangana, as I said, we wish to award the contract to undertake a repair work to the flood bank down there. That repairs largely from the 2022 event. It's one of our last jobs left on that package of work. We've presented two options for your consideration. The first one being repairing the bank and upgrading a return bank that's adjacent to it and raising the road. We consider that to be the most complete option, and that's our recommendation. There is a second option which has a slightly reduced cost associated with it.
Good one. Are there any questions? Councillor Simon Ball, then move on.
Yeah, thanks. Look, there's a lot of money and a lot of contracts and things involved here. Look, I was just thinking, particularly in view of the recent Wellington Water revelations, it would be a good chance to reassure councillors and all of Otago people about our procurement and tendering processes. We've got somewhat the right people to give us an outline of that. Great. So most of our works we openly tender, so anything over $100,000 we openly tender. Below $100,000 when we put out to the market to 3 or 4 suppliers. The open tender process will put together contract documents, requests for tender. That will include drawing specifications of everything we want to do. We put that out on GETS.
and we normally give 3 to 4 weeks response time for suppliers to come back to us with their tenders. Once the tenders are in, we have a panel which assesses those tenders. We normally assess those tenders independently for a start, and then we'll come together as a group and look at everyone's results, comments, thoughts around those tenders, score them, and from that scoring process, we'll come up with a preferred tenderer, which we'll then recommend for award. So it's quite open. Anyone can bid for our work. We, for most of our jobs, we will have a price quality tender go out. So we'll have a weighting on quality attributes, methodology, relevant experience, and we'll have a weighting on price. There's some maths behind that, and it all adds up to a score for the contractor, and the highest score is preferred, and then we'll then go talk to the contractor.
And Brett, thank you. Do we get a variety of proposals coming in that indicates these are genuine, competitive, and not just the same 2 companies every time?
Yep, we do. So we have a number of suppliers will bid for our work. Using Criterion as an example, we had 6 suppliers tender for that work, with quite a range in the quality attributes and quite a range in the price.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Mepham, then Malcolm.
Yeah, just my question is just around the scheme reserves that we've got shown on page. It's at 42, paragraph 42. And the Lower Clutha flood protection drainage scheme is currently in a deficit by $838,000. Is that, and we'll be adding an extra 700,000 to that. Is there any mechanism in how we recover that, or do we just carry that forward as a deficit all the time?
Yeah, when these unexpected things come up, but when part of like the long-term plan, they just get added to the deficit. And then as we go through either annual plans, but more likely we do a reset for long-term plans where you look at what the long-run repayment needs to be. So at the moment, we've when we did the long-term plan, we set our 10-year repayment schedule based on the expected work program. We tend to stick to what our rates increases and levels are through the 3 years of the LTP, and then we reassess every 3 years where the balances actually come out, because even though unbudgeted spend can go in, other spend that we factored in for particular schemes might not happen over a 3-year period. And then we look at where we are with the opening balance again every 3 years with LTP and check where we need the rates to be. But
So in the future, is there a possibility that the target rates may be increased to cover that deficit?
Yeah, if needed. So the good thing with like the Lower Clutha area is it's actually one of the areas where we do fund part of that scheme as a contribution every year from like the Rawaya Reserve. So the rates in that scheme are probably lower than say the Tyree schemes, because they don't have that benefit of a bit of top up from a reserve like that.
Councillor Malcolm, then Wilson.
Just probably going further to what Councillor Summerall on our tender process, have we, and being through those processes, have we a mechanism that if the score at the end, I'm just saying that the preference to a better price, where the skills come, the quality of the job is marginally different, but the price is significantly different. Yet because of the weighting of the significance of the skills is too high, and we're missing out on that very good price. Is there a balancing factor there? Are you comfortable with getting it right for the right part?
Yeah, so we, for each tender, we select the mix of price and quality, and we'll do that on a few things complexity of the job. If it's really simple, would probably lean it quite heavily towards price. If it's quite complex and there's a lot of engagement required, something that would lean it more towards the quality aspects. We've got a number of mechanisms within the RFTs where we can not award, for example, if we wanted to, and a few other things that we could do.
So a good example of that would be, if we were working on the leaf in the middle of the university, dealing with services and a whole range of other complexities around. Those skills that we're seeking are often really important and fundamentally can lead to different outcomes in terms of long-term, the cost at the end of a contract. So we'd heavily weight that in the skills and pre-qualification space. And price might be a less of a factor, but you're still talking about probably a 40% weighting on price and a 60% weighting on attributes. We might flip it the other way, or a lot further the other way, if we're talking about a little bit of flood bank on the side of a paddock somewhere where access is easy and all the materials and stuff are available. There's not a lot that can go wrong.
Just add too, I think, the confidence that the market can have in the process is just as important. So we've got to be careful we don't get into a position where, and Brett made the good point that the option we've got is not to award, not to sort of get to the point and say, oh, we've been through the process, but actually we quite like this one. So we'll pick it anyway, which then, then we lose confidence with our contractors because, we've got to have a really robust bidding process. So, I know the team, if we felt at the end of a process that we weren't getting the best outcome, the option is you just don't award and you go back and look at how did you put that team together and how would you do it differently to get the best outcome and then go through the process again. Because if you got into that position where, ORC was knowing for getting to the end and saying, oh, great process, but actually we like this one, we would just lose the interest we get at the moment where we've got 6 or 7 parties bidding for contracts.
And again, just I'm correct in saying that that's the mechanism that are using are robust enough that we've got confidence of the marketplace to actually have a crack, so we're getting the competition.
And we haven't found ourselves in a situation recently where we've gone, geez, we shouldn't be awarding it. We've had good results.
Good. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Look, it's great to see the progress and thank you for this. I've got 2 questions. One you're going to tell me isn't appropriate today, but I'm going to ask it anyway and hopefully I'll get a response sometime. But that'll be next. The first one is about we know that the rating system isn't correct and the reserves, and there's some big items in here, and I'm wondering, is there a way that we can keep them separate in the meantime while we resolve that issue? Because if we try and keep them blended, then it's going to be a carryover project, which isn't much fun for the smaller parts of the drainage catchment, who are probably picking up a huge cost for the potentially of the.
So you're referring to Clutha, the lower.
Yeah, lower Clutha, where the drainage, it's not a drainage fix, it's a flood fix. And if we keep them merged and we don't get what we want to get from contact, it could look pretty.
I think there's two things I'd say. One is no, probably not. I don't think we can look at altering things now and saving costs for a future rate base on the assumption that there'd be a future rating model. I don't think that'd be appropriate. In saying that, the flood scheme, so when you look at flood and drainage rates, drainage is by far and away the most significant cost on a ratepayer's bill when they're receiving both of those services. And the flood rate is typically spread over a much greater number of properties.
And 30 years now.
Yeah, and with extensive timeframes in terms of assumptions around payback and all that sort of stuff. And in this case, there's contributions to costs from contact and others as well. So when you're thinking about the materiality of that risk, it's pretty limited, I think.
Thank you. The only other one does have it's always in any river, the gravel extraction. Were you going to come back to us about that, where that consent is?
So we're still making good progress on our global consent for operating in rivers. We've had, I think we've got 2 parties left to provide their final written approval. They've indicated that will be forthcoming, and the last topics have been certainly on a pathway to being tidied up. I think Kirsten will correct me if I'm wrong, at the last meeting with those parties together, there was agreement. So now it's just a matter of getting that written up properly. So yeah, we're getting there very, very close.
Thanks.
Sorry, but will you get our new engineering manager to present that to us, will you?
What terms?
Yeah, he can take a look already.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the response.
Yeah, okay, great.
Right, Kaitangata, there's two options there, lesser option and a greater option. Greater option means it's the most complete repair, it's the logical one to do. We're in a public meeting. We have been out through a tender process. We've got a range of tenders ranging from 649,462 to 1,012,858. Just so happens that the lowest tender and I guess the best attributes and what would be a weighted attributes process is the choice. That's cool. In a public meeting, we then seek approval for council to approve expenditure up to $700,000 for that project. Why would we tell the contractor that we are prepared to spend up to $700,000 for that project when we've accepted their tender at 649? Why wouldn't we do that in private and confidential session so that that then remains confidential?
The answer is we wouldn't. So the contract with the contractor already has some contingency within it, and that's included in the 649 figure. The up to the 700,000 is to allow some contingency for ORC, so that's outside of the contract. It would require a variation through that contract to access it. And secondly, it's not just for the contractor, we've also got some professional services that we need to pay for within that works.
Yeah, so that total number's total project. And so we'll have geotechs on site doing QA/QC on the work that the contractor is delivering on the way through, checking up, making sure they're delivering a quality product. And that additional funding, while it allows for some potential scope change or cost escalation, should it be required, we've got really good processes for dealing with that within the contract and within the contract mechanisms. And those things do happen on jobs. But at the same time, in the middle of that number, that bigger number, includes costs for professional services and other bits and pieces as well. So it's not clear to the contractor exactly what our upper ceiling is. But they also know that they've got a contract to deliver a set of works at a fixed number.
But the statement is that approve of expenditure up to $700,000 to accommodate possible minor variations. So that isn't really saying the overhead aspects of the consultants and other parts that are internal ORC costs. It is saying variations that are either differences or changes in work or potentially contingency within the project.
Yeah, and look, that's a wording thing within the report. And we could have been more explicit there.
Right. So if I was that contractor, I'd be sitting there saying, excellent. So hopefully that has been explicitly made because there are ratepayer and factors here that this is precious money.
No, and look, we always start a contract relationship with clear expectations, clear understanding of the scope of work, clear understanding of the bid and the costs. And from time to time, there's things that pop up that require cost escalation. And sometimes it's like, in almost all cases, tends to be the right thing to do when you get there. But we start from a level playing field with a contract document that gives us clear understanding of the costs and the scope of work.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Don't appear to be any other questions. Does somebody want to pick an option and move it along with the other recommendations? That is 5 or 6. Councillor Somerville.
I would be happy to move those with the recommendation 5, that is doing the for
Yep.
all the work it's taken.
700. Yep. Gibston. Thanks. Councillor Summerall, do you want to speak?
Not just now, I think.
Thanks. Okay. Councillor Wilson?
No.
Yep. Anybody want to speak now about this one?
Thank you. Look, I think it's great, and thank you very much for your proactive work. I do think that there's some work needed in working with the community and to make sure that they're, and I did go to a committee member who wasn't aware of it, didn't understand why we'd be doing the road, and I'm really comfortable that we are. But I think looking forward, we need to make sure that they understand the whole set, and I hope there'll be some communication down there at some stage. But otherwise, really good work. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments by the looks? No. Okay, we will put that then. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thanks very much. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. We'll just do this one now, which will be good for Tom. And yeah, then we may consider a short break. So Lower Taieri Liaison Group. This involves a number of things, but one of them is naming a councillor rep, noting the report and approving the terms of reference. And yeah, just offering our big thanks to community members who put themselves forward to assist us. It's going to be really, really helpful having them there, and it's not a given that people want to give up their time voluntarily to work for the good of the rest of the community. So yeah, a massive thanks to those that have, and we've got a list there of people that were elected through a robust process as well to represent the East Taieri and the West Taieri, and then a couple of key groups. One's a stakeholder, Dunedin International Airport and Mosgiel Taieri Community Board as well. And our job today is to choose a councillor. I'm suggesting that we choose Councillor McCall for this one, who's a local constituency councillor, and that an alternate be Councillor Wilson. If these two are keen to do it, and just remembering that we noted that anyone can attend the meetings from our council, but if the alternate would like to attend as well all meetings, they're absolutely welcome to and get involved. We had put forward through the terms of reference one representative from the ORC, but I think it's really appropriate to have representation from constituency councillors. So that was my thinking, but totally happy to go with whatever everyone would like to do there. And yeah, if you wanted to introduce or talk about how it's going as well, that'd be really good.
So as you know from the previous papers, we've set out to establish a liaison group. This paper describes the process that we went through, describes, and there's a report from Rationale that supported the work. We've also held a first meeting with those who were elected and had a discussion around the terms of reference, primarily focused on some of the mechanical aspects of how we run the liaison group, meeting times, all of that sort of stuff. But also had did a once over lightly on the terms of reference, a few changes in there that are described in the report. But on the whole, I think everyone in that room is looking forward to getting started with the first substantive meeting.
Fantastic. Any questions, Councillor Metham?
Just this is great. I mean, sort of community involvement is excellent, and we have it through catchment groups as well. Something that I always wonder is, are there any sort of meeting fees that we offer for these sorts of commitments? I know with school board of trustees, there's sort of a token meeting fee and all that sort of thing, but it's just some recognition of, and I don't see it happening. Any thoughts around that?
No, we've had it pop up previously. I think ICM was the most recent one. Can't really remember that one. And we offered it was a sort of might have been petrol VAT or something, just in terms of thanking them for their time. And they actually said don't worry about it, put it back in the pot and spend it on action. So it has come up from time to time, and again, it's something that could be raised at the group. It wasn't something that was raised on the night, and
not at the previous meeting.
but it's, you know, again, we haven't got into a position where we have a policy of paying people to sit on these committees, and I would recommend we don't go down that path. But in terms of providing some sort of acknowledgement, we have looked at that from time to time, and the one I'm aware of, the group turned it down. But it's a conversation that could be had at a future meeting for this group, and then if we do set one up for Lower Clutha and other areas, those sort of conversations can occur group to group, depending on what the requirements are in terms of time and things.
Thanks. Any other questions? Councillor Somerville.
Yeah, thank you. Look, is it possible to include in those terms of reference to ensure there's reference to residents and ratepayers and not only ratepayers, which is popular? And that was the intention, I believe, from the discussion we at Regional Leadership Committee in August. And I perhaps could suggest we do this by altering recommendation 2 to say with minor amendments, and that would be happy to foreshadow moving that.
Yeah, there'd be no issue from that perspective. Certainly, the feedback we got from that August meeting was that there was a desire to see additional representation, not just from ratepayers, but also residents within the scheme. We enabled that through additional seats. But there is some language, we fully accept there is some language within the terms of reference that could change to be more clear in that space, and we're happy to make those changes. And I don't think they're well important. I don't think they materially change the terms of reference or would be opposed by the liaison group.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Callagher.
Thank you. The composition of the group initially included a mana whenua rep who have stated declined to be involved and would like to engage at a higher level. The terms of reference still include a mana whenua seat, and I just wonder, should that be removed so that the group doesn't sit with the possibility of an additional seat suddenly appearing if there was a topical issue?
I think we looked at it and deemed it appropriate to leave the seat there, should it be taken up at any time, rather than have to go through a process to establish an additional seat again. I think the offer was made, and from where we were standing as staff, we assumed the offer would stand. But happy to be guided on that.
Is that really fair though? Because it looks like you've gone through a voting process there were more community people who wanted to be involved than what we've got seats for. And then is it reasonable to all those other people who are committing their time to this to then have the risk of a seat just sitting there quasi-available just if something appears or doesn't appear?
So I think too, the issue around the mana whenua seat is that a capacity thing as much as there's other avenues through committee representation and being involved in our strategy work that they have deemed through conversation with Runaka that they'll take that opportunity at the moment because limited capacity, and we've had conversations about other projects around that before. The community have still got the representation. It went from 2 to 3 because in some areas we didn't have nominations come forward. So I don't see there being an issue in us upholding that offer to mana whenua to have a seat should their capacity challenges or things change in the future and they deem that this group is one that would receive priority in terms of a time investment. I would say that what Tom described in terms of our conversation where we could have removed it based on the answer now, and then if it did change, we go through and we roll the whole terms of reference through council again, or we leave it there as a seat because we do intend through our partnership approach to make a seat available should they choose it. It doesn't impact the community's representation on the group. And then if that changes in future, they would obviously be able to join the group under that existing terms of reference. So that's the approach that's been taken.
Seems to me to be an unfair functionality position for the group to be in as they move forward. But anyway, no, I accept the explanation. Thank you.
Councillor
I
Malcolm.
have a slightly different view again, and that affects the quorum. because your quorum is 6, with that represented at 60%. So there it's 10, it's, you have to have 6. If you haven't got the manifesto, so you've got that position there that should be filled. And so if it's, it'll be down to 5 if there's only 9 people there, at 9 on, so I think that affects it. And I just can't understand, knowing the community makeup to the best of my knowledge in that whole region, why there isn't a mana whenua representative that would show interest in that group. I'm just really struggling there, because there's also, we say that Okaha are quite happy to be there at a strategic level. So what cost will that bring to this group, rather than having a local representative there that can also feed in from their local Ranaka? I'm really struggling with that, really.
I think we've explained the staff position on it. If there was a change to be made, it needs to be made through a motion around the table, and we can implement that.
And in terms of quorum, the discussion we had around the table was that we would apply quorum to seats that were filled, so named seats that were filled. So you've got a table with numbers in there. We looked at it as named seats. So if we've got seats that are unfilled, for instance, someone resigns from a position and there's a period of time until that position can be filled, we would base the 60% off of the seats that were filled. So we wouldn't look at a quorum based on people that had resigned and were not going to turn up, and we'd view the seats similarly.
Current members, well, that's worded at 12.
Good one, yeah. Okay, those questions have been answered. Yeah, any other questions, Councillor Wilson?
Delighted to see this happening, but this is the first document this document today, but we keep on talking about drains, and I think it's about time we talk about modified waterways or something else other than drains, and we need to get out of that language because people treat drains in a very disrespectful way, not realising it's part of a water system. Just fitting to ambition for the future.
Lodged.
Great question. Any other questions? No. Appears not to be. Now, someone foreshadowed that they were going to move this. I think that was you, Councillor Stunville. Do you want to speak to it?
Right.
Oh, wait. Do we have a second? Hello. Yeah.
Go ahead, but I better tell you what I need to tell you what I'm going to foreshadow. Well, at recommendation 2, say approves the terms of reference to the Lower Tairi Liaison Group with minor amendments. The intent of that being to be able to convert that ratepayers to residents and ratepayers, so we're inclusive there. And also happy to include recommendation 3 to nominate Councillor McCall to be a member of the Lower Tairi Liaison Group with Councillor Wilson as the alternate. And happy to move all those 4 recommendations.
Second, Councillor Noon. Now.
To speak, well, I mean, it's been said through the questioning, I think actually how important it is and what a good move it is to get this liaison group established. So perhaps we'll leave it at that. We'll look forward to the useful extra communication that can build in, and the value that will bring to the ORC and for the Tairi community. And thank you to Councillors McCall and Wilson for their willingness to play a part.
Councillor McCall.
Oh yes, I'd just like to say something. I think it's thanks very much for the report and bringing the table. It's been a wee while of a process getting to this stage, but I think this is a clear indication that the council is given that we want to listen to and work with our communities wherever possible. And it's worked really well. The relationship with the catchment group network is starting to work really well with flood and drainage, but this is the flood and drainage. The next one.
Not drainage. Flash waterway.
It's working really well as we getting the groups out there that we're going to and getting feedback and basically working with our communities rather than working to the communities or working for the communities or working with the communities. And I think it's really important differentiation was integrated catchment was another one that I was going to be saying, oh, you know, once you get there and you work with your communities, the communities start to work with you, and you end up all working together. So I think it's really an awesome occasion. I look forward to the rolling out of more liaison type groups whereby we can get that transfer of information in a formatted way that's useful for both us as a governance team and as the management as they go forward managing the areas of responsibility that each group has. So I'm really looking forward to it, and looking forward to the entire area reaping the benefits of a close working relationship. Thank you.
I just wanted to say as well, just acknowledge that it has taken a long time to come to this point of establishing a liaison group, and that at times that's probably been quite frustrating for some people, including community and Councillor Wilson, probably particularly, who has been a really strong advocate of re-establishing a liaison group, but reimagining it as well, and how we can best work with community. So I just want to credit where credit's due to Councillor Wilson, who stuck by on that one, strong advocate throughout. And just acknowledge staff and community who everyone's been involved, and just as we've been working on rebuilding really strong relationships, and relationships we need to have as we address some really big issues together, and we can only do that together. So echoing the words of Councillor McCall, who will be an excellent member on that group, and to Councillor Wilson as well, as the local constituency councillors. Sorry, Councillor Noon, you were a seconder, so I didn't give you a chance to pick.
No, you were stolen my thunder. I was just going to remind everybody, this often to go forward, you've got to go back. And there was a good lesson learned many moons ago about these groups. They were called water committees or whatever back in the day. But and the community has driven this along with Councillor Wilson, Councillor McCall. And so, this has got to be good. Got to be good. So well done.
Awesome. Okay, well, I think we can probably put it at that. It's clear, everyone's clear what they're voting for. There's a couple of changes there to, minor amendments. So let's put it all in favour. Aye. Against, carried. And now we can have a wee break, I think. So, how much time shall we have? About 10 minutes or something, and I'll move that we adjourn until 22. Somebody second that. All in favour? Aye. Against, carried. Thanks. Thanks very much, everyone. Unmuting and we are underway. Good one. Yep. So we're up to 10.9, which is OSC review of committee structure, terms of reference and delegations. Welcome, Amanda. And yeah, I think everyone's probably well aware of what this one entails, and it states as well in the paper that at the beginning of the triennium we undertook that we were going to come back and see whether the structure works the best for the council and whether any changes could be recommended or put in place. And we've also recently looked at delegations just at a high level probably, and there was a range of different opinions put forward in a workshop, and now's the time to discuss those further here. There's some recommendations, there's some options, and just noting that we do have external members on committees as well, on audit and risk, and in two of our other current committees from mana whenua. So yeah, Amanda, is there anything else there that we want to touch on as an intro?
No, I think that's covered it.
Yeah. Any questions? No questions? Right, does somebody, oh, is it a question? Okay, Councillor Somerville.
Looking at those terms of reference, and I think presumably want this level of detail perhaps, it wasn't really clear to me where under the new committees, where responsibility for environmental monitoring lay. Wasn't stated as clearly as I expected whether that lay with environmental delivery or the science and resilience. Maybe I missed something. What do you think?
So the intent was for it to sit in science and resilience committee. So we've got report review state of the environment monitoring analysis and reporting.
Yeah, maybe it was
second to last bullet point, but we can.
Yeah, maybe it was the word review that sort of put me off to think it was reviewing it rather than actual responsibility for that, because it seemed to me that's where it ought to lie to.
Yeah, sure. No, we can, depending on where the decision goes, can update that.
Councillor Wilson.
It's interesting. I got a wee bit confused reading these because you've got areas of responsibility and some of them are just bullet points, and then others have got strategy or policy and planning or regulatory under them. So they've almost got a subheading, and I found that quite hard. But and then you've got a committee called Environmental Strategy and Planning, but the strategic directions is held by a different committee, which again that crossover. I sort of get it, but it just seemed clunky still. So happy to explain the reason that some of them have got those headings is that is when we moved areas into those committees. So we were trying to make it clear. So for example, in science and resilience, there's a science subheading, which was because that's the science responsibilities coming in there. Strategic directions, we had a few discussions around because actually council will always be responsible for the strategic directions as a whole. But there was a question about whether it should still have a committee, and it gives the opportunity for other co-chairs also for iwi to be involved. So that's why that one sat in regional leadership or partnerships and community, depending on what it's called, partly because it also covers transport and communities and partnership, which aren't strictly environmental spheres. Obviously they touch on those, but it felt, because it covered everything, we felt we sat better there. So that's,
Councillor Mekong.
Yeah, for me, I'm not too concerned really about the structure of the committees, but it's the timing of this process that is the one that sort of is a question for me. I think in the previous, after the 2022 elections, the structures were created at that point. And so we're sort of proposing now to do this before the elections as opposed to after the elections. Is that?
Oh, there's an option there. So if you did want to bring it in for elections, that's why it was sort of pitched as a bit of a trial of the new structure, and then you can make recommendations to the new council. Alternatively, continue the discussion. The other option is to continue the discussions over the next 6 months and make recommendations to the incoming council.
What is from your point of view, what's the best thing?
I think there's benefits to both options. I mean, from a purely operational perspective, and Richard, you might want to talk to this, the GM portfolio has changed last year. Currently, as general managers, we're all reporting across committees on a number of different issues. So that would provide an opportunity to slightly more streamline that. So that would be a benefit, but equally having more time to discuss it, more time to talk about it with mana whenua, not impact the external appointees. It's not only we've got iwi appointees, but there's also the audit and risk appointee who's not impacted by the changes, but I guess it keeps the structure in shape for them. So
yeah, no,
your choice.
pretty much covered what I would have thought. I think the new structure of the executive obviously supports or sits alongside what the proposal here. And we've heard from the council table that you're looking for an increase in terms of the relationships between GMs and committees and better communication. So that will support some of those objectives as well. But ultimately, it would only be a trial in the sense that the incoming council would have to agree on and then confirm the new structure of the new triennium. But it just gives us a chance to test that out for the remainder of this triennium. But they're equally, the options are there, and I think they both have merit.
Any other questions? No.
If I were to, I think there's one Achilles heel in having reflected about the draft land and water plan and the process that got us there, is that for 20-something years, we've had monitoring reports, but we've had no requirement to work out what the problems are if something's going downwards. And so most of the areas of responsibility have, I presume, come out of either the regulatory roles and requirements that are given to us in statute or by practices that we've adopted in the past. Would that be correct?
In terms of the information you receive and the decisions you have to make.
Yeah.
Yes, so.
I'm
not sure I understand that. I understand. I understood the first part of what you said. I don't necessarily understand the question. The shift to the previous committee structure, and particularly if we talk about policy and science, and the shift now to a science and resilience, there was a very good reason at the time because of the drivers to deliver that land and water plan to align the science and the policy and planning work stream. We see now in terms of long-term work planning and oversight from governance, some separation between those two groups is important, so we can start to hone in on things like, what are the reasons for it, and therefore what might the actions look like that would have to be picked up through policy or other regulatory settings. So it's horses for courses, and at the time that was the decision that council made to allow, I guess, a slightly more streamlined process to move through for the land and water plan. But I think what's being proposed now provides a level of separation and, I guess, focused oversight on what those teams that are involved in delivering the data and answering the questions are focused on.
I have championed separating them because I think that's a really good thing. But I'm just concerned that we've almost taken things across and put them into the committees. But I'm not quite sure that we've looked.
We have largely. We've looked at a reshuffle with a few things that we've tidied up that GMs have picked up on. But we haven't gone through the exercise of having committees reshape, for example, the science program and start saying, well, we'd like to see more of something.
We're just checking that we're doing
the oversight of the science program is in there.
Yeah.
So there would therefore become some oversight of the program that Tom and the team deliver.
Yeah. I
necessarily set out the way in which that would be done, but it provides for the oversight of that function.
Okay. Another question is that I haven't read this it's only occurred to me after the paper today. Have we got liaison groups, for example, reporting up in here because it's a new thing that wasn't in the previous, and I can't remember if they are. And so those sort of things are saying, have we got those structures?
The liaison groups are for a purpose. Yes. So the liaison group that you just discussed prior to would come up through the engineering function in terms of reporting back on that scheme management and planning. So they don't have a home per se because we're trying to avoid that issue where we have things reporting to multiple committees. So if there was a committee for public transport in the future, let's pick another topic, that would report through public transport. So they don't have management per se. That's a function-based exercise, those liaison groups.
But the delegation, the proposed delegation for science and resilience does talk to recommending formation of liaison groups. It does, council, so there's a home for it. In terms of how they're generated. Thank you. Or how the ideas generated. Right.
No further questions. Oh, sorry, there is councillor Weir.
Sorry, yeah, the first question was just seeing if this had been since our last mana meeting been socialised or sent to iwi reps or okaha or mana whenua ahead of today. And then I also just wanted to confirm that in our options in the recommendations, the 2 is either A plus B plus C or just D.
Happy to confirm that. So we sent the paper with the attached terms of reference to mana membership, and we also sent it specifically to the iwi appointees on our committees to keep them as part of the conversation, and we got confirmation. We had Edward Allison came back and said that he felt there was good information in there and that Kaitahu would work with whatever options council chose to. And yes, you're correct. So 2 is 2 A, B and C, or not make any changes and go from there.
Yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Can you just clarify that again? So 2 A, B and C go together?
Yep. Yes, so if you chose to adopt the new structure as a trial and then direct the chair and chief executive to discuss those changes and work out the best aligned mapping of the current iwi appointees to the new structure, and then request the report back, or it is D, agrees to retain the current structure and a separate then 3 on delegations.
3 separate.
Yep.
Councillor Callagher.
Yeah, I'm happy to move D when the question time is finished.
Happy to second that.
Any other questions? Here's not, so if you'd like to speak to it.
No, look.
There's 1 as well. 1 as well.
Yeah.
No, it's the report. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
1 and D.
1, 2D.
2D, yeah.
And then we will just, oh, you weren't, sorry, your intention was to just deal with the structure at this point?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we'll just deal with that and then we'll come back to 3 as a separate one after we've dealt with this, but we might take 1 separately just in case as well, because we wouldn't want to, vote down no in the report if we.
That's fine.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. All right, so you didn't want to speak to it. Does anyone else want to speak to it? Councillor Sunville.
Thank you. Look, having read this and heard the presentation about this, it seems to me to make sense to adopt this new committee structure now. And then it does give us that period. I mean, that we've heard that clearly works for the staff in terms of their reporting, and it gives us an opportunity to check that out in order to know how that has gone before the new triennium. So I would, well, if yes, I would prefer the 2ABC and won't be supporting 2D.
Any other councillors want to speak? Councillor McCall?
You know, I agree with Councillor Somerville in that I think it's important that we respect I think it's important that we respect our CEO and we respect the process, and that there's been a restructure of how the management team works, and it's completely appropriate for us as the governance team to work with our management team within their portfolio, so you can create a relationship. Currently, the last structure when the triennium started, we changed the committee structure to fit with the management team structure because it was streamlined streamline the process where you have 3 managers and 4 managers coming and doing different areas. So what the recommendation here is to recognise the management structure and for us as a governance body to support that management structure with a committee chair to promote the information through. So I think leaving it the way, I think we need to do that now so you can see how it works, so that come September, we're going to have information as to, well, yes, that works good, or we need to make some other options so the process can inform each other. If we do nothing, I'm not a fan of just doing nothing, because at the end of the day, there's been changes in the management structure. We need to react to it so that we can support it the best way we can.
Councillor Wilson.
I think we're reading too much into some of this change, and I'm ambivalent actually. What I don't like is there's a couple of things that I think we need to fix before we fix this. And one is that we have to be outward focused, and there's been no consultation with the community and no notice to them. Now, they often come and want to participate or understand what's coming on meetings. That hasn't been in there at all. And this paper, I think, should have come through regional leadership, exactly where it should have been, so that we could have had a discussion and input, because we haven't. We've had a workshop on it. It then went to Mana where there wasn't a paper. It was a presentation, as far as I can tell, because I couldn't attend that meeting. So I wasn't part of that discussion, but I looked it up and I couldn't find a paper. So we're getting presented something, which is absolutely fine. And I'm relatively ambivalent, but I do think we need to consider how some of the stuff then rolls out for our community and what it looks like to them. So, and while there's management structures, there could be another management reset next week, and we wouldn't be responding to that necessarily by changing the committee structure that way. I really wanted this to happen in a year and a half. I don't think that's time. I think this is so close to elections now that it's moot whether it's justified now. But again, I'm actually really ambivalent about it. But I think we have to be careful what we're trying to message and who we're working for, and does it make sense to the communities out there that we're doing these changes, and what does that look like on our timetables and a whole lot of things like that. So that's where I'm concerned with, and we haven't considered any of that. And if you want an example of why that matters, last council meeting, we had a paper on Glenorchy and we did it in Dunedin. Today we've got two papers that should have been held in Dunedin, one on South Dunedin, one on the Otago Harbour, and we're doing it up here. That's that sort of leadership that actually we have to be outward fronting, outward looking, and worrying about that sort of stuff more than some of these nuts and bolts that actually may be all about us but not about our community.
Councillor Malcolm, then for.
In supporting the motion, this should have been done in June 2024 when the leadership team was announced, and we should have, as a council, we're aware of what the CE was doing, and we should have been working with them to ensure that that was happened at that stage, and then bedded in and refined, and we should have been working from when that process happened. It's too late to do it now. We've got 1 or 2 meetings of each group to happen, so I'd say just carry on and ensure that we have structure ready to pounce on for the new council that will be elected in about October, I think this is.
Councillor Forbes.
I take a different view. I think we asked for this paper to be brought to us with an intention that we would trial something else before the election, and I think it's good. The changes aren't massive, but there's that partnership and community committee could be really useful in terms of outward facing and other things. And I like the setup here. You've identified the ones that don't need any change. I don't think the changes are massive, and I think they're worth putting into place now, today, from was it May or something, and give them a go. And I think we're in a much better place to do that now than we are at other times.
Thank you. Councillor Laws.
The only thing that I would say is that I think any incoming council should be the architect of its own structure. And I think this is just far too late in the triennium to worry about our current committee. I think that I would find it, to be perfectly honest with you, if I was the chair or the incoming councillors for the next committee, find it a bit infradig that the previous council recommended a particular structure to me, or gave me a particular view as to how I should order myself. That's the responsibility of the incoming elected members, and I believe that that's where that matter should rest.
Councillor No.
Yeah, I'm not going to support 2D. My reasons are, we were talking about, as if the election is just around the corner, we've still got 6 months of this term to complete, and we're talking about a trial. So look, let's at least put it in play, and then we can decide then which is the best option in terms of making a recommendation, or we might think of another option by then, which is the best recommendation to make to the new council. So yeah, and I just think we're overplaying this necessity to not actually have a crack, and I think when you consider the restructure for ELT, I think it's important to remember from an efficiency perspective, and Richard's been hot on this, with the ability for to move away, not saying it was all silos, but it's really important that the organisation works horizontally across, and I think that this trial helps to achieve that. So I think it's really important information to have before we make a recommendation to the next council.
Thank you. Councillor Weir.
Yeah, I just want to jump in there and really tautoko what Andrew's saying there, because I think we've been talking about we've been talking about efficiency for the last 2 years, and I think this is one way that we can streamline certain processes. I think that also speaks to the delegation side of things, but obviously that's another discussion. I think we've been talking about making our committee structures more sensible for the last few years, and it's really not that big of a change in my view. What's proposed in ABC, let's just get on with it. So I'll be supporting ABC and voting against D. Kia ora.
Anyone else? You've spoken. Yep. Okay. Oh, right of reply. Sorry.
Thanks. Everyone else is happy. Look, the only reason I've moved this is around these terms of ours, these trienniums are short. For our communities, we're elected to from our community to represent them, and it's challenging enough for them to comprehend the functionality of council and our structures, and then it becomes even more challenging if we chop and change in between for what might be considered a trial. In a few months, we really won't be doing much of major change beyond July and August, because we can't. And so it's a very tight time frame between now and then to even say this is a trial and a test for how a different structure would work. So to me, it does not make sense to be tinkering now. This should change. Staff should be observing how we've functioned, and then look to make those changes at the start of the next triennium, when there will be new people sitting around the table, and best fit a committee structure that suits them. That was all. Thank you.
Sure. So we'll do one, which is noting the report first. Put that all in favour, aye, against, carried, and then we'll call for a division on the other one, which is the D.
Councillor Forbes?
No.
Councillor Callagher?
Yes.
Councillor Laws?
Yes.
Councillor Malcolm?
Yes.
Councillor McCall?
No.
Councillor Metham?
No.
Councillor Noon?
No.
Councillor Somerville?
No.
Councillor Weir?
No.
Councillor Wilson?
It's not making a difference. I'll go no.
Councillor Robertson?
No.
Three in favour, so the motion is failed.
Motion is failed. Do we need to put up the other one specifically? Probably. Yeah. So we need to vote on the applicant. Yeah.
I'm happy to move to A, B and C, if that's ill.
Seconded, councillor Forbes. Yeah, we'll give you the opportunity to speak, but we've probably covered it.
I think we've covered it.
Yeah, thank you. Right, well, we'll call for a division on this one as well.
Councillor Forbes. Councillor Callagher.
No.
Councillor Laws.
No.
Councillor Malcolm.
No.
Councillor McCall.
Yes.
Councillor Methven.
Yes.
Councillor Noon.
Yes.
Councillor Somerville.
Yes.
Councillor Weir.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Councillor Robertson.
Yes.
Even 8 in favour and 3 against, motion is carried.
Thank you. Right, the next bit's on delegations, and this is slightly different. So I think we've covered all the questions, but if there's any that we need to clear out of the way, go for it now. Otherwise, we'll look for a motion on delegations.
I'm happy to move the as presented.
Yep. Seconded.
Yep.
Councillor Forbes. Councillor McCall, would you like to speak?
No, I'm happy.
Yep. Okay. Anyone want to speak on delegations? Councillor Malcolm.
Oh, sorry, there's a question before you.
Okay, yep.
Sorry, so B says directs chair to discuss delegations in further detail with mana whenua and iwi appointees. So when are you going to discuss those with us?
The report to council's intent, but
Also, recommendation A is asking co-chairs and senior officers to be considering delegations over the next 6 months, so that would all come together.
And then,
into a report, yeah.
Yep, cool, that's, thank you, yep.
No other debate? Okay, we'll put it then. All in favour? Aye. Against?
No. And could I have my votes recorded? No.
Sure. Carried. Thank you.
Can I get my vote recorded?
Ah, sorry, yes, councillor Laws, absolutely, we got that one, yep. 10.10 South Dunedin. Welcome, Jonathan and Jean-Luc.
It's a long way.
Yeah, it's been a long wait. Really important paper though, so thanks for waiting for the space to discuss this one. Gonna hand over to you if you'd like to introduce it.
Thank you. I might just make some very brief comments and then take questions. So obviously this has been a big process. We've been operating in a particular way for the last almost 3 years, but as councillors around this table will know, the broader process started many years before that. So it's been, all of this work is built on a decade or more of science, hazards monitoring, and that's enabled us to do the work that's been presented to the community and is in front, and well, is presented to the council today, subject to council decisions, will be consulted with the community moving forward. So it's a really big step that we've taken in the last couple of weeks. Obviously, we've had a good picture of the hazardscape in South Dunedin for a number of years, based on a lot of that work about our sea monitoring of water, coastal erosion, Jenny's work on groundwater and the like. What this risk assessment work, the first report does, is basically take all of that, put it all together in one place for the first time, and adds an additional layer of risk over the top of it. So we understand, what does that hazardscape mean for things that are important to us, so people, places, assets, buildings, communities, and the like, and that picture is quite clear. Obviously, it shows that the risk in South Dunedin is high already, and that trajectory is to get higher as we move forward with with the impacts of these hazards and climate change. It's not all bad news though. What we also see in the second report is that there are a range of things that we can do to manage that risk and reduce it. So if the risk assessment sets a baseline, the adaptation options work is basically how could we reduce that baseline over time? What options do we have and what are the pros and cons of that? So that's obviously a big step. There's 7 options there. One is the status quo, and the other 6 sit on that spectrum of fight and flight. So we can build lots of infrastructure, we can use nature-based solutions, we can move people out of harm's way, or we can do any combination of those that we choose as appropriate. Where we subject to council views today and decisions, what the program looks like over the next 2 years is essentially a couple of cycles of talking to the community, refining those 7 that we've presented to you today, the 7 futures, and ultimately trying to get that down to one preferred future and pathway. That would essentially represent a master plan, if you like, for South Dunedin. And then you're into the implementation conversation, which we're exploring now, but is likely to take the form, I think, of sort of 3 work streams. One around land use. So what might that include in terms of potential rezoning, district plan changes, and other land use instruments, if you like, that might be required to enable the types of change we want. An infrastructure piece, so what do we need to build and where and when? And then thirdly, and probably the most exciting piece is there's an investment, a regeneration element to all this work. So what could we do that might, particularly in lower risk areas, making South Dunedin not just safer but also better? And how could we invest in ways that maybe bring in additional capital, raise the value of some of those areas, intensify, improve the quality of housing, infrastructure and the like? And what is that? What do those different elements look like? Final comment from me is 2 comments. One is, what have councils committed to at this stage? Only to completing this program. So no councils are on the hook for anything other than us running through this process for the next 2 years. And obviously anything after that would be subject to further advice and further decisions by councils, including in LTP processes. Lastly, obviously the same report was presented to DCC Council yesterday. That motion, those recommendations passed 13-2. And I think probably the one substantial change that was provided in terms of council feedback that we've picked up, and I think we'll take on board moving forward, is in the report you might hear us talk about a do nothing option and use that interchangeably with the status quo option. I think it's fair to take on the comment that that might be an unhelpful representation of that in no scenario are we doing nothing. It's more that we're not doing anything extra, we're just doing the same. So I'll only talk about status quo today, and I think moving forward the program and its reporting and its communications with community will use that terminology rather than a do nothing reference.
Okay. Thank you. On the questions, we've got Councillor Laws first.
Thank you. I looked through the risk assessments here and I noticed that it was diverse enough to include what mana whenua considered to be their risk assessments and their cultural values. But looking through the paper, I didn't see anything that relates to the immediate impact upon the property values and also the future residential developments in this particular affected area, nor a risk assessment as to the equity of people who have homes in the affected area. I mean, it's almost impossible to believe that purchasing a home in the affected area would be a healthy investment at the moment, and the potential effects upon the future of Dunedin would seem to be extreme. So I'm interested in if you have done any risk assessment as to the likely impact upon the property values of those living in the affected areas of St Kilda, Lower St Clair and South Dunedin.
Thank you, Councillor. So there's sort of 2 elements to the risk assessment report. One looks at direct physical risks. So in terms that might relate to natural hazards. The second part looks at cascading risks. So there are sections later in the report that look specifically at potential impacts on, say, the housing market, housing values, insurance coverage and the like, and there's some analysis in there about what that could look like. Ultimately, some of these are complex processes, some of them are commercial processes and commercial decisions. So while council needs to be very aware of those, and we have looked at them, they are decisions that will be made by others.
I also note that this week, in conversation with the insurance industry, they are also going to be making some significant changes to the way in which they rate in these particular areas as well. In South Dunedin, has been mentioned by the Insurance Council this week as a particular risk for insurers, and that there is likely to be a premium from living in those particular areas. This doesn't also seem to be covered in this assessment either, but surely it is a risk that needs to be considered by the affected community and the way in which the Dunedin City Council and the ORC look at future policy.
So a couple of comments there. One is obviously banks and insurers are going to be key stakeholders in any large adaptation process like this. So we have over the last several months been speaking regularly and reaching out and making those connections, both to the 4 or 5 big banks and insurers, but also the representative bodies, so the New Zealand Insurance Council and New Zealand Banking Association. I can't speak to the comments that are made this week. Obviously, reports were developed in advance of those, but again, ultimately, we're in conversations with the insurers. We're very interested in understanding how might council decisions, whether they be around land use or infrastructure investment or other policy, what influence might that have on both the provision and affordability of insurance. But as you appreciate from my previous comments, we can have those discussions, but ultimately they're commercial decisions.
Yeah, maybe, sorry, John.
Can I add on
Yeah.
this from a technical perspective? Most of the information used for the risk assessment is not, most of the natural hazard information is not new information. It's something that has been presented to council and to the community in the past. And the other thing, the report is quite clear on limitation. So this is one of them is this risk assessment is not property, not at a property scale. So there's a layer of interpretation that we're going to use this information to turn that into property specific information.
Mm-hmm. Would another question be, in assessing risk and doing a program of this nature, which is obviously it's not a discrete timeline, whether that risk is dynamic and changes over, like there will be changes in hazard risk as we have perhaps new events, we have new information, but there would also be changes in the human elements, I suppose, at any time, like those that Councillor Lord spoke of. There's always going to be changes in financial risk in terms of social, how people act as well. So how does the program bring in changing risk? It's not a static point in time, I might imagine.
No, absolutely. And the risk assessment does represent a snapshot in time, but you're absolutely right. These things are dynamic. So one way that we will be doing that over the course of the next couple of years is in the next stages of the program, we will look at that risk baseline that this establishes, and that we'll take the adaptation options that have been developed for futures and test those against that. So how does it reduce the risk? That's also an opportunity to update that baseline if, say, there are some major policy changes the insurance industry might have adopted. I'm aware that one of the big insurers currently operates a risk-based pricing at a property level scale, but not all of them do. It's one of the things that we've sort of learned through that engagement, that they do have different practices and different risk tolerances and different approaches.
Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Somerville, then Ethan.
Yeah, thanks. Look, there was one thing that I have just realised wasn't clear to me, and perhaps should have realised earlier. It's relatively specific in the potential adaptation futures, and for those looking at the papers, it's Council Paper 484, where you list the number, or you give a number for each of the 7 futures of potentially affected properties potentially affected. And I just couldn't understand what that meant. If you could help me with that.
Sure. So that stat is based on essentially the properties that would need to substantively change or essentially be retreated from, and land use change from its current, which might be residential, to some other land use. So they're the estimated number of properties that would be directly affected under that option in the time frame.
Right. So, for example, under the status quo, there's 5,000 properties plus affected because that's not affected in a good way.
Correct. So that $5,000 figure has a little bit of nuance in it, in that in some of the more detailed report, the context summary report, it specifies that the estimations are around 2,500 properties would be directly affected and likely need to be reactively retreated from. But there's a further, because you're not managing those risks in the way that the other 6 options do, there is a widespread and general increase in risk, and that there's another 2,500 properties that would be materially impacted on in a negative sense, but not enough for the consultants to say, we're sure that you could don't need to be retreated from, but materially impaired.
Yeah, quite. So look, just comparing that with option 4 then, where properties potentially affected only 600 or 700, that would sort of be the works required rather. Well, I'll let you tell me about those 600 or 700.
Oh, so no, in all futures, there is some infrastructure investment.
Yep.
In all futures, there is some managed retreat. It's really just a question of how much and where. So in option 4, for example, it may be that involves a balance of infrastructure investment, green space and managed retreat, and the balance of those changes would impact on 600 to 700 properties at this level of analysis.
Yeah, okay. Yep, no, thank you. I think I've just sort of couldn't work out whether that was a good effect or the engineering works or a bad effect, but I think I've clarified that for myself now. Thank you. Thanks.
Councillor Bevan.
Just in terms of, this project's great. I love it. It's very futuristic, and it's going to form the basis of planning for the next however many years. But the immediate problems that we have in South Dunedin around stormwater and pump stations, and the things that can be done now, what's happening about that is.
Yep, so this obviously takes a long-term view, but you're right, that some of these issues are here and now. So recently, the City Council, as part of its consultation for the 10-year plan, announced an additional investment of $29 million into three waters projects based on reducing flood alleviation in South Dunedin, and an additional $15 million in the next LTP for medium-term investments of $44 million overall. So that will all help, absolutely. And the DCC Three Waters team is currently advancing those projects and doing modelling and doing testing and bringing out exactly what that's going to look like and what it would cost. Though that, need to be clear, and I made these comments to the DCC Council yesterday, that won't fix the problems that are outlined in the risk assessment here. So, these challenges are orders of magnitude larger than that. What we're really talking about, for example, in say future 2 here, is that type of investment every year and maybe even a bit more, whereas the DCC investment is likely to roll out over the next 2 or 3 years and then not necessarily be repeated year on year at this point.
So fixing those immediate problems aren't fitting into the future plan.
Oh, no, they are, and parts of this report actually speak to these are long-term suburb-wide interventions. There's also a range of things that we can do now that are either short-term, no regrets actions, which we would put the 29 million projects into, and there are also a series of enabling actions that we can do around things like making good planning decisions, making it harder to build the wrong things in the wrong places, making it easier to build the right things in the right places, that sort of thing, that can just help turn the general direction around.
Yeah. Just the next question I have, and it's just in regards to responsibilities between the ORC and the City Council. Now I know that ORC is responsible for maintaining flood banks and various other things like that. And I know, I noticed in one of your plans you had the raising of Portsmouth Drive and a sort of like a flood bank being established, or a seawall being established along there. Would that fit into our responsibility in terms of flood management? Would that become our cost as an ORC, regional council? Sorry.
Well, there's not a yes or no answer for that. It would depend on, because if it was infrastructure, for example, raising of the road and then basically putting a bund on the end of that, it would actually make sense for the City Council to manage it as roading infrastructure. So it'll have to be a discussion at the time, once there's a decision made around what the best mechanisms are for future mitigation or adaptation, to then look at who the most appropriate party is in relation to the other actions being taken. So
I'm thinking of it in terms of our current flooding assets that we've got, and it seems that it's a very similar sort of.
So some things that might make sense, if there's additional blue corridors built through South Dunedin, they're effectively acting as drains, as our current schemes do, or modified waterways, as our current schemes do, then might make sense if they become assets for ORC. But if it's the example you use of Portsmouth Drive, may well make more sense for that to be managed as a road asset, as as those assets are at the moment. So it'll have to be a discussion at the time, looking at exactly what that action is, and under the current arrangements and the delineation between John Luke and Brett's engineering and hazards function, and then what DCC are looking after in terms of their infrastructure, who makes the most sense to pick it up.
Councillor Malcolm.
Yeah, it is very interesting reading. So well done. There's just a couple of wee questions. So we're working on the capabilities of the current systems and ensuring the maintenance being done on the current systems, i.e. DCC. But what have they done in relation, because there is new dwellings being built in South Dunedin now. So what have they actually done, or what are they planning to do on ensuring that those dwellings are actually protected by raising the floor height of to a minimum height? Is that happening now, or not being happening? Have they changed their plans to suit that?
No, there are rules that I think came into force after 2015 around minimum floor heights in South Dunedin that are linked to the height of that flood. So I think this might be 400 mil. So any new build would need
400 above that flood level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. And so just under your financial considerations, so I don't want you to get caught out here, is you've only the funding of this project is only in our annual plan for 24-25. So it appears that this whole process has got another couple of years to go. Where do we fund that from? Probably that's to you, Richard, I suppose.
I'll just go and check that, Kevin.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Good. That's right. No, it's a good one for us to just go.
Page 276.
I'm sure that this is carried on for that period of that.
Yeah, I thought it was, but it just didn't
so
hear
let me
us.
just go and check it. It is in here as 24-25.
Yeah.
I didn't pick that up and review that.
Yeah, it's just whatever we move now is sort of relevant.
It's an error in paper that is sufficient, at least the next slide.
Right.
So again, that's for the program that Don described up to that point.
Yeah. Cool.
Nothing further, but it is provided for.
Yep. Comfortable. Thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Sorry, councillor Noon and then Watson.
Thanks. Jonathan, you mentioned the risk assessment as a baseline at this point in time, so it's quite generic. Is that a fair comment?
Yes and no. I mean, we have an enormous amount of hazard information on South Dunedin, more so than we have in many locations. So I think relative to other locations, no, it's very detailed, but there's absolutely more work we could do. There are always information gaps. There's always more things we could be doing. And for example, you might note that currently in the adaptation options work, or those futures work, there's a focus on 3 cells in South Dunedin, but that the Sinclair St Kilda cell is not currently populated. Part of the reason for that is that we have a Sinclair St Kilda coastal plan process that's sort of running alongside of this. That is going to produce a whole lot more detailed hazard information that we want to bring in and basically merge the programs at the next stage. So this risk assessment is based on some quite high level screening work in the coastal hazard space, and at the next stage it'll be much more detailed.
So at the next stage, sorry, Madam Chair, I'll look it up. So the next stage, the sort of more detailed information, would that drill down to individual streets, individual homes that, for example, may sit below the level of the road or built on existing ground level, that sort of information?
Yeah, I think exactly what level it drills down to is still to be determined. And it may be, that's one of the conversations that we're having with the consultants and across councillors. How far does this program take this work? For example, design of Three Waters infrastructure, before we actually hand it off to the Three Waters team to do the detailed design. And it may be that in that detailed design stage, that's the point where you're deciding, is it this side of the road or is it that side of the road that it goes in? And so it may be at a later stage that it actually, we get a confirmed sense of which houses might be affected. And similarly, when you get into implementation, if the plan determines that, say, we're re-establishing a green-blue corridor or daylighting stream or putting through there, if in the implementation of that process it's just not possible to acquire a particular property, it may be that we need to take a different course. Similar to, I guess, NZTA, planning a highway through somewhere. If you can acquire the land, you put it there. If you can't, you may need to redesign.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson. Oh, sorry, John.
So I think it's quite important to highlight the objective of risk assessment. So that's paragraph 22. And that's defined the scale and the complexity of the risk assessment required to be able to guide first objective, which is outlining the case for change, and second one, supporting spatial adaptation, but at the scale Jensen has described, which is relatively big cells and so on. If there's a need to do something with a different objective, the risk assessment will need to be updated, changed, refined.
Can I just follow that? Because I reckon that is so critical to inform the community at some point in time how high a risk. They'll know whether they were flooded in 2015 or not, or whether they were flooded in October last year or not. But when it comes to accept that their house is at high risk, family may not be safe, that type of thing, kiddies and all the rest. But I think to sort of ensure that there's confidence in the South Dunedin future for all concerned, if we can at some point, when I say we, the collective we, to ensure that we have the sort of information that, the Joe and Jane blogs of Surrey Street, Richmond Street, whatever, can make some certain decisions about going forward. I think that's really critical, because there's nothing worse than being in having an uncertain future, and unfortunately there are people in that part of the city and other parts of the city that are in an uncertain future. So if we can help in some way to better inform them to make informed decisions, it would, yeah, certainly be a big plus.
Absolutely. In each stage of this process, we will get more and more certainty, but we are talking about potentially reshaping an entire suburb over 75 years with risks and hazards that are dynamic and might change, and we've got uncertainties in terms of emissions, pathways, and sea level rise, and various other things. So we will get there, but it's one of those things where there is going to be an inherent uncertainty in this thing all the way through. And until we're pushing go on particular actions, that may not. It might be right up until that point that we know for sure. Cheers.
Councillor Wilson and then Megan.
Thank you. It's actually quite interesting. I think the government's looking at alterations to the Public Works Act, and it may be the sort of incident that you just talked about would be appropriate, that you've got some planned work, but you can't buy property out because it doesn't meet the Public Works Act at the moment. So is that the sort of thing that I'm going to be submitting on potentially? Yeah. to
Yeah.
give you the right tools.
Yes, and I think at this stage, as we get closer to the implementation stage and we start looking what tools do we have, what levers do we have, and do they work? Absolutely, we'll be very interested in conversations with Wellington about that.
Well, I think we may have an opportunity to have one relatively quickly, so thanks for the example. Look, it's been a fantastic project. And it's reactive, it's doing in retrospect, it's not planning proactively. My question is probably for Jean or maybe Tom, maybe Richard, is where we have heard, we started the day hearing about the substantial growth in the Dunstan constituency. And where are we at knowing that we're not investing and that investment of new growth isn't going into another site that may have similar problems? And it's not fair for you, Jonathan, but I just want to make sure that we're balancing our role here and making sure that we're not getting another South Dunedin somewhere else. Are we confident that we're covering all those bases in future development sites?
Yeah, so we've been working the last 20 years probably to get better understanding of natural hazard in the region, and we've got now solid data sets at a regional scale to have a picture around natural hazards. And what we've preparing, and I think we've updated the Sector and Regions Committee in the past around a regional scale risk assessment, which is taking this regional scale natural hazard information and using it with potential consequence to come up with a risk rating. And there are two purposes of that work. The first one is understanding at the regional scale where are the hotspots. And the second one is helping work programs and prioritization. In November, I think we've presented to the Sector and Regions Committee the prioritization framework, which would take into account the regional risk assessment findings, but we will have other parameters that drive priorities. It's not only technically a technical exercise, but there'll be other things to consider. So that's really to ensure that we're not leaving areas where we know about the hazard, in a state that development can happen, which is inappropriate in relation to the knowledge we have. But doing this is a way to formalize, have a consistent approach, but noting that we've already we know in general where are the hotspots, and we use that in the past to trigger some work programs. South Dunedin is a good example. Glenorchy is another one. We're working on the Clusa Delta. We've done work in Milton in 2012. So we're not waiting for that risk assessment to do work. We've been working on that experience and knowledge from whether it's an event, whether it's a community coming to us saying, please do something to progress things. And hopefully when the risk assessment will be completed, we will have that comprehensive way to do work programs. And the intention is within the finding of the risk assessment in June to council.
And that will take into account, for my subsequent question, things like siltation of the Cluta and issues that may be to do with capacity and things like that.
It's not going to be to that scale. However, the siltation, the kind of sediment relationship with flood hazard, for example, for the Clusa is part of the Clusa Delta work. So part of that Clusa Delta adaptation, there's a flood hazard component of it, which will take into account how the flood hazard is impacted by sediment movement.
Thanks. I wasn't thinking of Delta, I was thinking further up, so round from, but yeah, that's fine. I mean, I'm just thinking about those really high growth areas and just making sure that we've got our heads around it.
We're actively involved, and as we get better data, we can become more involved.
Or control
I just add one other summary thing. I think what's really important to note is we've been working in the space for a long time. We're just about to move from using qualitative assessments for why we work in those places, and the feeling where we've got a sense that there's a hazard that needs addressing, to a quantitative framework. So you can turn around and say, well, actually, based on some quantities, we can see that these are the priority over these other sites, and you'll be able to, we'll all be able to have conversations with constituents about why we're working in one place over another, and when we'll work in another place, all that sort of thing. So that framework's coming together nicely.
And just to add to the proposed RPS also has a big focus on natural hazard and risks, and some of the policies is trying to avoid development in high risk areas.
Thank you. Yeah. That's for me, one sense.
Yeah, so this plan ultimately is going to inform our long-term plans, our 10-year plans, of which we've got one. It'll be next year. We kick that off again. That 10-year plan, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I noticed, so we've got that next year. We're kicking it off, and I noticed that in your recommendation 9, you've got you're saying you've got more work, technical and economic analysis to do to support development of a short list of potential adaptation futures, and then a preferred adaptation.
Yep. Is
that going to be available for us to start considering in our long-term planning?
Yes. So, Councillor, so on page 279, and unfortunately, sorry, it's not sitting portrait of this landscape. It shows the whole South Indian Future program in a little bit more detail. The objective is to complete the program and have final adaptation plan preferred pathway by December 2026. That would, one of the reasons for that timing is to have that in place for the next 10-year plan, which would go live 1 July 2027. So the budget and strategy conversations.
Good.
Councillor Malcolm.
But depending on the option taken, ORC may not have a financial role from there because it could simply be then the DCC's role.
Yep. Or the balance of,
Yep.
or for example, it might be that over the course of that next long-term plan, that first 10 years, it's only DCC or there's a couple of investments that we're doing in through water infrastructure.
Yeah.
And then it's 20 or 30 years down the track, there's going to be some green spaces or blue spaces created, and they might be ORC responsibility. So we'll certainly have that. We'll have that picture then, and yourself be able to analyse that.
That's absolutely right. And if you think about the way we develop the infrastructure strategy, we will often have the first few years of any particular project is actually just some of the feasibility work and the design work before a decision is made about whether the actual project is invested in. And these options will require all of those things as well. So it's not going to be a decision in year 1 of the long-term plan to commit however many million to whatever the particular project is. It'll be a suite of things that then require some further work and will be mapped. If they are ORCs, would be the first question, but then would be mapped in a similar way as they are in the infrastructure strategy currently. So there'll be further work to do, and it'd be captured in the long-term plan in the same way we do our other major infrastructure projects.
Yeah, and what I'm probably driving towards is when it becomes no longer the investigation stage which we're in now. I'm comfortable that that's generally rated, but if we're going into those specifics, we need to be very careful that we're at the right part of that, because before we do the John Wilson Memorial Drive, we've got to finish the Omru retaining wall that's going from Omru to Purcury first. So we'll do a trial for IC to pay for, but that's another issue.
Yep, there's an ORC issue to think about. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. Just on certainty, because we talk about certainty and we say we talk about certainty, but really we is only the two councils talking about certainty. And as we get more certain on what we are putting together as two councils, we are eroding the certainty for residents, because these options are advancing no matter what, and the two councils are arriving at an end outcome.
That's a question, yeah.
Yes. The two councils are arriving at an end outcome. So do you think there's a comprehension of the uncertainty that is basically, or the certainty that's eroding for those residents around their ability to mortgage, their ability to insure, and how that's going to impact them over in a very short period of time? That because we'll arrive at this, I guess, relatively soon, and we'll go out and consult, but we'll embed a position for those people as we step it through that just worsens their position.
That's the question. No, I would say that what this process does is reduce uncertainty. So it's provided a whole lot more detail about quantifying the hazards and risks, how that might flow through. So at the moment, or prior to these reports, acknowledging that some of the information is already in the public domain, people would have been making investments, buying and selling houses with less knowledge than they have now, right? So they should be able to take that same action now with more certainty about how much risk they are taking on in that sense. Obviously, we are going out, each stage of the program does involve extensive consultation. The reason we're doing that is because we need to calibrate with the community about what options are viable. What is sort of social license for change, scale of change, the rate of change, what do they think is affordable? So we're always trying to calibrate that, and I absolutely think that we're doing that to increase certainty, to get a sense of what is the direction for South Dunedin, what are the moves that we would need to make, what are the changes that we would need to make, and kind of how would we do that, what balance of infrastructure, what balance of land use change, what balance of, say, nature-based solutions, what role do we need the banks and the insurers and the housing market to play in that? And ultimately, you want to set an overall strategic direction where property investors, homeowners, developers are all kind of swimming in that direction. No doubt there's some big challenges, but the idea is that all of this work interrogates that, does that in a very open and transparent way, and then sort of say that this is the direction we are going. You need to be aware of that, make your own decisions on the basis of that knowledge, and there'll be opportunities and risks there for each of you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson signalled before that she was happy to move when the time comes. I think that time has come, so yep, just outline what you're moving.
I'm just going for the wrong generation. All of the 1 to 11, I think they all need to be done. There's no ors in there. Yep.
Thanks. And seconded, Councillor Mepham. Councillor Wilson, did you want to speak?
I think this is really, really interesting work. It's and the patience and the commitment to doing this well with the community. It's vital to do it that way and slowly rather than rushing it. I'm delighted to be supporting that it's engagement now rather than more technical reports. You can get over information as well. And it has been a generous gift from all of the ratepayers of Otago who have contributed to this equally rather than those that are going to bear the benefits of it. So to that extent, I'm also note that. It's and thank you for the work.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
No, but yeah.
Just jumping now, I just want to clarify something that just so it's on the record in terms of funding.
Yes, funding for South Dunedin is generated
Yes.
only for the Dunedin area. So it's not
Dunedin City.
Oh, I thought I'd asked that question before and I've been told.
District-wide target.
Oh, that's
Thank you.
changed. Sorry, I'm sorry, thank you. That's still, yeah.
No, I just did.
Oh, sorry. Just checking that Councillor Wilson.
No, that's fine. No, that's fine. That's fine.
Say what she wants to say.
Yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's fine. I'm done. You know, I'm not.
And yeah, we've dealt with the clarification. So unless you're asking a separate question of staff, okay, great. So we've got Councillor Law's hand up next.
Yeah, listen, I need to flag that I think that we're nowhere near going out to the public with this particular report. It addresses a geographic problem, but I don't think it's dealt with the people problem at all. And these recommendations miss the human dimension completely. The very nature of this discussion and the publicity that has already attended this matter has already created concern, fear, anxiety amongst many householders and businesses in the affected area that I've become aware of. And the implications have also are being considered right now by insurers and banks who, quite rightly, those promoting this issue today, have said that those particular institutions will make their own commercial decisions. They're right, they will, and they'll be selfish. They're not altruists or charity workers, insurers and banks. And they will already be coming to their own risk assessments as Blue Sky Property Group and TGC Homes have already made their particular views clear on this in terms of not looking to make any new buildings in South Dunedin in the immediate future. It's impossible to escape the human dimension here, and the impact is now. We talk about 75 years away. No, the impact and the uncertainties, the anxieties exist right now, not in some indeterminate future. I would really like to see the questions that South Dunedin folk will be asking addressed in the consultation documents that is missing in this, which is what happens to me? What are the concerns around the equity of their homes, around their insurance, around who is going to be making the decisions, and how can I protect the investments that I've got? And unless we address those particular questions, we're really just addressing a natural hazard issue, a geographic issue, almost as if the human dimension is immune from that particular consultation. I think we need to do much more work in that area before we go out and consult.
Councillor Mefam, I think you were next.
Look, I think that this project hasn't created the risk. It's just identified it. The risk has been there ever since the first paddock was drained and the first houses were built there back in the 1860s or 70s. It's always been there. I think this project will be historical. It will have long-term implications. It will still allow people to live in South Dunedin, and I think in a way that will enhance the area more than anything. It's as important as the chap Kettle, the town planner, going back to Edinburgh and planning Dunedin city streets. It's that important. So it's got my full backing.
Thanks, Councillor Sunblom.
Thank you. The South Dunedin Future Programme has put years and much effort into engaging with the community and establishing those good relationships. And there will be more engagement, and that will build on those good relationships that have been established over those years, and that's really, really important. And, you know, what is the value that underlies a community? I think it could well be that it's that we look after each other. And here's our role in being able to do that for the people of South Dunedin. So keep up the good work. And we also know that this has been used, and many people around the country are viewing this as a model for other areas where they're facing issues, particularly around climate change, and they'll be keeping an eye on what's going on here too. So thank you, Jonathan, and all of the team who are involved.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Callagher.
I remain concerned. As councils, of course, we've got to put in place robust, forward-thinking information, forward-thinking direction, but we have to take the implications towards the people who are directly impacted by it with us. And I don't think we've done that well in this process. I think we are almost advancing on saying we're arriving at certainty, but in the same token, we have people directly impacted who the uncertainty is impacting them now. And it will worsen for them as this progresses, especially while there are substantial, very different outcomes in those futures. And until they are condensed down into something that is the future, then the uncertainty for these people would be unbearable, and I really feel for them. So I don't think we're ready to go out yet. I think we have to have more answers towards that, towards the people aspect of it. I think Michael is right. Yeah, so I'm not comfortable at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Noon.
Yeah, this is a challenging space to be in, and you know, it's a long journey. Didn't the Beatles write a song about along the Monty Road? And yeah, this is yeah, it's a tough space. Thank you. It's a tough space to be in, and it's a dynamic situation in terms of the way it interacts. South Dunedin interacts with the natural hazards, and it's also dynamic in the way the community interacts with South Dunedin as well. So you've got competing factors, and when I say the community and what the community needs, obviously is good drainage, etc. So it's a really, really challenging space, and I would feel, yeah, more comfortable if we could be better informed in some way, shape, or form before we go out. And I suppose in a very practical sense, if you go back to the October floods, first week in October 2024, and I was one of the ones, not a rubbernecker, but I drove around and had a really good look before, after, and during, or before and after, but also during. And one of the things I noticed was pretty obvious which houses were flooding. So we've got information, and same with 2015, I was floating around at that, literally floating around at that stage as well, wearing a different hat. But it's pretty obvious where the hotspots are and where within those particular streets, what houses are at risk. And I'd like to see that we could use some of that historic data, and we've got aerial photographs to narrow it down, and use that to help inform residents in particular who have the highest risk, and to help, I suppose, create some certainty for them, because another 12 months or so of whether it's negative press or uncertainty is not good for anybody. And I know we're on the home straight here, but I think if we could have some actual data of existing scenarios or historic scenarios that clearly identify the properties that sit, for example, below the road, because the roads become a secondary flow path in a rain event. So that it's pretty obvious which houses get flooded. You've only got to talk to the residents. So I think that sort of information would be really valuable in terms of presenting back at a later date, whether it's later on in 2026, but I think that may help just to give greater certainty. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Weir, thanks.
That is all right. Look, as a resident of South Dunedin, it's unclear to me what some of the previous speakers mean by the comments, but to me, what causes fear and anxiety and unsurety is the flooding, first of all, and then it's the sense that no one in a position of power is actually doing anything about it or shares their fear and concerns. And thirdly, it's not knowing what the future holds. The South Dunedin Future Programme progresses us addressing all three of those things. And these reports outline what the future could hold for South Dunedin, with as much information as we have presented, accounting for the uncertainties in there. The next steps ahead present, I think, as Councillor Metham noted, not just an opportunity to plan for those natural hazards ahead, but also an opportunity to organise those communities for the better of everyone, if we are willing to take it. That's going to cost money. We know that the situation is going to cost money regardless of what we do. And now we've got some numbers attached to those futures, and we can actually take it out to the community and see what they think about it, so that we can actually start taking some long-term action for these communities. So I'm really, really proud of the work that the South Dunedin team have done so far. And I also just want to note that I've talked to Richard briefly as well about trying to get us nominated for one of those super local awards for LGNZ for this South Dunedin Future Programme, just to get some of that recognition, both for the work that the staff have done and potentially bolster any case for future government funding there as well. So thanks to the team. Very excited for us to progress this further, and excited to hear what the community thinks of those 7 futures and their neighbourhoods. Kia ora.
Councillor Malcolm, then Forbes.
I don't live in South Dunedin, but I've developed properties in the 80s in South Dunedin, and none of them are yet to flood because they were all built at least 400 at the right height. So, and that was from historic figures told to me by my grandfather. So history does play an important part. Fear, anxiety, trepidation is often created by the cost of something. And what we've now is found the costs, and those costs will be imposed on people at some stage. The way you can alleviate that, the same way as I've talked in our air plan, is to come up with a mechanism, because a lot of these costs will be just so imposing because they're beyond the means and comprehension of a lot of people. So the way we can alleviate that is simply by having mechanisms in place and some solutions how to fund those. And whether that's, if we go back to what happened in the Bay of Plenty, John, you remember that when we had a fellow come down, I think it was the Bay of Plenty, came down about that big alluvial plan where people had to, and some stayed and others took the money and went and all that sort of stuff. So there was mechanisms in place to alleviate the cost imposition. And that will be the greatest fear of everyone is, yes, it will be leaving South Dunedin, but it actually will be the cost of what I can do. So we need to have in place some ways of getting these people out of that. That will be their biggest fear. So I would hope that somewhere along the line, someone's doing some number crunching to say, when we go out with these, here are some things we are considering to make this a less painful approach, because it would be very poor of us to go out without doing that. Thank you. And yeah, it's just a bit of reading, really.
Councillor, thanks, Councillor Malcolm. Councillor Forbes.
I think this needs to go out, and I think the community needs to understand this, and the process has been clear all the way along. It's been pretty positive, I think, in a lot of ways, and people know what's coming. Agree with you, Evan, about the costs. They're scary, but they're addressed. And in a way, you know, we know what costs what and what the cost benefit ratios are. And I think people need to be able to discuss this. So I think going out to this is really important. I agree with Elliot that it's the most scary thing is a vacuum of information. I would be really worried about picking out individual houses that are at risk at this point. If you are living in one of those individual houses and somebody points that finger at you, because that's what it will be, that would be just awful. So I think this has to be undertaken as a community, not as individual. And I hope that costs won't fall individually, although that's not usually my experience of the world. Thank you. I'll be supporting it as it's written here.
Thanks, Councillor Forbes. Are you holding your hand up?
I'll just say something. Yes. Thanks very much. This is a significant body of work. It's been very thorough. It's been very thought out, and it's very much planned. So we're very much on a plan of what's going to be announced and when we're going to announce it, when we're going to talk to the public and what we're going to do, and working with the DCC as well. And I think it's just vitally important that we keep our communities involved in the process as well. So it's so important that we actually keep putting this information out. Some of it's not all going to be always that palatable, but as time moves on, it's going to get cakes where it nuanced down into smaller areas as we start, options start dropping off, and you get more targeted with how you can actually communicate with the people in the area. But it's not feasible to you're never going to have all the information that everybody wants on the day. So you got to go, stay with your program and put the information out and just trust the process. So thank everybody involved with the work. And also I've been to a couple of meetings down there as well, and the community when I've been there, been very thankful that the people are actually concerned and care enough to actually be doing this body of work to secure their futures. And I very much in Tim's camp that I think it could end up being positive stuff for the area.
Yeah, thanks. I just really wanted to quickly say as well to thank the South Dunedin Futures team for all the hard work, plus the experts who've been involved so far. This is an agreed program. We've already signed off the pathway for delivery and we're at a stage on that. So that's important. It is probably the biggest challenge that Dunedin faces, but it's also presenting our biggest opportunity, I think, to work with our community really constructively. We were challenged this morning by the Mayor of Queenstown to be strategic and think about growth. We also need to think about the way that our communities have developed and grown and been strategic. And we also need to think about what our role is. I'm an elected representative of community, and I actually happen to be an elected representative of the Dunedin constituency. We all take an oath to represent all of Otago, but I mean, yeah, I grew up in South Dunedin. It's pretty important to me, but that's irrelevant really. My role is to represent the community, and in doing that, I feel that we need to be open and transparent. We need to share information that we have, not hold it to ourselves, and not to make the decisions as individuals, but do those decisions with community. How do we do that? We present open and transparently what we've got. This is what we've got. We need to share it. Yes, we could do a whole lot more information coming up with what's all the solutions, but hey, if I was a community member, I would want to have the respect that I'm able to speak about how I spend my money, what risks I'm facing, what quality of life I would like in my suburb, and the way that I would like to live there, rather than being presented with, here's the total solution right now, guys. We need to involve with people at every single step. So I'm really keen to get this out. Councillor Wilson, did you want to write a reply?
You've covered off a lot of it, but I'm sorry, I have to reference Andrew Noon, who just referenced one of my favourite songs of all time, and I can't sing, but I'm going to just read a verse because I want you guys, the ones who don't want to vote for this, I want you to think about that person who you met on the street, whose house has just had the water through it. The wild and windy night that the rain washed away has left a pool of tears, and there's lots of tears being had here. Crying to the day, why leave me standing here? Let me know the way. Really good song, thank you, Andrew. And we need, and that's what leadership is about, letting people know the way. The work has begun, we've started it, there's no point stopping now, and doing more work without taking the community with you on that in the walker to see what that is would be devastating. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So maybe we'll just vote, I think. Yeah. So I'll put it all together, all in favour, aye, against.
No.
I can hear two no's. Would they like to be recorded?
Sure.
Yep, Councillor Laws and Councillor Callagher would like to be recorded. Was there anyone else who wanted a vote or an abstention recorded? No? Okay, the motion is passed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jonathan. Thanks, Jean-Luc. We just need to move the recommendations of them. Yep, thanks. Moving both at once would be all right, I think. Seconding both at once. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Which brings us to the end of the agenda, I believe. So I will just quickly close with a karakia. Kia tau te rangi Māori ki runga I ngā iwi o te ao. Let peace reign on all the peoples of the world. Thank you so much, everyone. We managed to get through a really big day. And yeah, I just really appreciate everyone's input today. It's been awesome.